Buying this many potatoes is honestly a bit ridiculous. But what if I open a seed shop? Yuji quickly had the AI run an analysis. And wouldn't you know it, setting up a seed distribution center wouldn't actually cost much. Maybe 100 or 200,000. And I could have a pretty decent-sized seed station. I could even stock some fertilizer. I just don't know if the business license will be a pain to get. Plus, after this purchase, he realized there was a problem. There's a huge difference between regular produce and actual seeds. These potatoes haven't even sprouted. They're fine for eating, of course, but as seedlings, they're a bit lacking. I should find a professional seed shop and ask around. As for where to ask, the shopping apps, obviously. Customer service reps are practically omnipotent. Before AI came along, I relied entirely on these reps to get my homework done. So he picked a shop that looked promising and clicked in. Why did it look promising? Mainly because the shop's images were different. Other people selling seeds used pictures of big piles of sprouting potatoes. This place used a panda burning incense meme. The caption said, "I'm begging you. If no one buys anything soon, I'm going to have to sell my body." This has struggling college student written all over it. That year, a young man joined the Grain Research Institute and immediately fell to his knees before the old-timers. Delivery fish, potato, potato. I'm a sweet potato. CS little potato, sweet potato, sweet potato. I'm a potato. Delivery fish. Let's cut the small talk. I want to buy potatoes to use as seeds. CS little potato, link. Yuji clicked the link and took a look. It was pretty intense. The link said potato seeds, but they weren't like traditional seed potatoes. They were actually traditional style seeds. Like actual seeds. Not the tuber kind of seeds. But they were still for potatoes. Delivery fish, something's not right. Why are your potato seeds different from everyone else's? These aren't fakes, are they? CS little potato, big brother. Look closely. This is a new variety. If we weren't desperate, we wouldn't even be selling these. Delivery fish, there are new varieties of potatoes? CS little potato, talk about being out of the loop. What do you think a new variety is? We developed these ourselves, so of course they're new. Forget about you, even on the market. Only a few research institutes have anything like this. Delivery fish, judging by your tone. You don't sound like a typical salesperson. You didn't even call me dear. This was completely different from the professional reps Yuji had dealt with before. CS little potato, dear my ass. I'm already selling these at a loss. Buy them if you want. If not, I'll just go home and plant them myself. If we hadn't been crushed by those damn competitors and their price wars, and if we hadn't failed to get new investment, we wouldn't be selling off our assets like this. Delivery fish, oh? So you're saying, you guys are actually a research institute. CS little potato, yeah? A research institute on the brink of bankruptcy. Are you buying or not? If not, say so now. I still have to pack up my stuff. There's a ton of equipment to move. Delivery fish, so? How much would it cost to buy your whole institute? CS little potato, are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how much this place is worth? Delivery fish, I don't. That's why I'm asking for the price. CS little potato, are you serious? Delivery fish, dead serious. And I checked. It looks like you're in the same city as me. If the price is right, I can pay within the next few days. Yuji had thought it through. If I'm going to do this, I might as well go big. Besides, someone else is footing the bill anyway. Hee. This institute seems to have a lot of stock. I'll acquire it first, then declare bankruptcy. Buying out the entire institute's inventory would be so much faster and easier. Hee, perfect. As long as the price isn't too insane. CS little potato, do you even have 5 million? The person on the other end went silent for a moment. Delivery fish, that's it? So cheap? Message retracted. I have it. But I need to inspect the goods first at that price. Yuji was a little surprised. He always thought research institutes sounded high-end and expensive. The news always talks about investments worth hundreds of millions. But they only wanted 5 million? It wasn't even over 10 million. This isn't a scam, is it? CS little potato. Are you for real? He clearly didn't believe it. Delivery fish, send me the address. I'm coming over now. At a certain seed research institute, a few college students with eyes full of clear-headed stupidity were half-heartedly packing their things. They kept glancing nervously at their junior sister sitting in front of the computer. They had just received word that someone actually wanted to buy them out. Holy crap. Mentor. He said he's coming over right now. What do we do? The little potato at the computer was so nervous she was practically flailing. She had just been thinking that some bored person was just messing with her. But now the guy was showing up in minutes. It felt like being doxxed in a video game. Let him come. A man who looked about the same age as the others spoke up nonchalantly. He was the director of this institute. Because he was a genius, who skipped grades constantly. Even though he was a graduate mentor, he wasn't very old at all. This place was something he had built out of pure passion and dreams. Unfortunately, dreams don't put food on the table. Capital is king. His team was just a few days slower than the competition, and their patent was snatched up by someone else. Then came the price wars. Now, they couldn't even cover salaries or rent. They had no choice but to sell off their assets, hoping to pay off their debts and start over. As for giving up, sorry, not happening. They were still young and full of fire. I gave him the address. He said he'll be here any second. Little Potato added. Oh, then let's go out and meet him. The director looked calm, but deep down, he was torn between hope and skepticism. Eventually, he led his group of students outside. They stood on the street, watching the passing cars with a sense of bewilderment. Junior sister, do you really think he's coming? One of the seniors asked. I think so. Little Potato wasn't sure. Could it be that one? A high-end luxury van drove past. Someone guessed excitedly, but the car didn't even slow down. A place like this probably doesn't attract nice cars. They could only keep guessing. Hey, which one of you called Aditi? Tell him to move. Don't let him block the big boss's parking spot. A standard DD car pulled up, blocking everyone's view. A young man in a white t-shirt and black pants stepped out. His hair looked like a bird's nest, like some internet-addicted kid who'd been up for days. Are you Southern Little Potato? Yuji recognized Little Potato instantly. He didn't know why. It was just a gut feeling. You're Mr. Yu? Little Potato covered her mouth in disbelief. The others also looked disappointed. This scruffy-looking kid didn't look anything like a powerful CEO. Exactly. In their minds, Yuji should have been some domineering mogul. Why else would he talk about an acquisition so casually? Isn't this the standard plot, where the CEO chases the female lead? I'm not some Mr. Yu. I just run a seed shop. Whatever, that's not important. Let's hurry up and look around. I've got things to do. Yuji almost said delivery shop, but realized the two had nothing to do with each other. A seed shop sounded more logical. The director proved why he was the director. Even though he had doubts like the others, he kept a straight face. As the saying goes, since you're already here, just in case, here are our credentials. Yuji followed the director on a tour. The institute might be going bankrupt, but it was fully equipped. It wasn't just potatoes. They had several other seed projects in the works. The only problem was the lack of money, which had caused some departments to stall. I have one question. If I provide the funding, all the seeds here belong to me, right? Yuji didn't care about owning the institute itself. He just wanted the seeds. The place was actually huge. There was a field in the back that seemed to go on forever. Yuji didn't even dare to go look, because if he walked out there, his whole afternoon would be gone. Of course. However, since the institute involves scientific research, the transfer process for the ownership will take quite a long time. The director needed money urgently. He couldn't wait that long. Is it that much of a hassle? How about this? Consider the money my investment. You guys still run the place. Just give me a cut of the profits. Also, I've opened a seed wholesale station. You'll be responsible for supplying me. I need a steady supply. Enough to supply an entire city. How about it? Can you do that? Yuji thought about it. Being an investor/boss wasn't much different from buying the company outright. He didn't plan on managing it anyway. And no problem. The director was stunned. He had originally planned to take the money and start a new place. But the paperwork would have been a nightmare. And then there was the staff. And the most important thing, the crops in the fields. If they left them, all their hard work would go to waste. Moving would have been a massive headache. But now, the acquisition had turned into an investment. That meant they didn't have to move anything. All the projects in the fields could be saved. To them, the most precious things were those babies in the dirt. Moving them would mess up the data and waste so much time. If there's no problem, let's sign the contract. I'll transfer the funds once it's signed. Yuji nodded. We're signing already? Little Potato stammered. Why not? Oh, and one more thing. Don't come looking for me unless it's important. I'm very busy. Just make sure my supply is stable. Yuji thought for a moment and added another condition. All right. Regarding the profits, would an 80/20th split work? We take 20. No. 90 out of 10 is fine too. The director felt a bit embarrassed. This institute, from start to finish, had been a money pit. They were prepared to go bust. Now this guy was throwing money at them, and they still wanted a cut of the profits? It felt a bit greedy. But if they took nothing, the team would have no incentive. Relying on a flat salary wouldn't keep them motivated. So the director braced himself and said it. No problem. 80/20ths it is. You guys handle the details. Let's make it quick. I still need to check on the paperwork for the seed station. How do I handle that? Yuji didn't really care. He wasn't counting on this place to make money. His goal was that mountain of seeds. Still, he just took a quick look at this research institute. It seems to be full of weird hybrid experiments. Crossing this with that, and that with this. Someone actually had the wild imagination to try and crossbreed a potato with a watermelon. It makes absolutely no sense. If I take these to the ancient world as miracle crops, I wonder if I could scam some serious cash out of the emperor. Boss, your grain station hasn't even opened yet. How about this? I'll arrange for someone to help you handle the paperwork. Things will be much easier with us backing you. The director is somewhat famous in the agricultural world, after all. He definitely has some solid connections in this field. Sure, find a notary office. Let's get the money transferred first. Yuji hailed a taxi immediately and took them straight to the notary office. After the notarization, looking at the balance in their accounts, everyone looked a bit dazed. The money, just like that, it's ours? Oh right. Xiaoku, I want to plant some potatoes. The kind with a ridiculously high yield per acre. Design a plan for me. As he was leaving, Yuji added one more thing. Are there any other requirements? Kuhua was the director's name. Nothing else matters. The higher the yield, the better. Yuji thought for a moment and said, if we only chase high yields, it'll involve heavy chemical fertilizers and such. The final potatoes might actually be toxic. They won't be healthy to eat. Kuhua frowned. As a professional, he naturally knew many ways to boost growth. But some chemicals shouldn't be used lightly. Doesn't matter. As long as they don't kill anyone, it's fine. Yuji waved his hand. These potatoes are meant for survival. If things get that desperate, a little toxin is nothing compared to eating dirt. Well, it won't come to that. Kuhua shook his head. Then it's settled. I'm off. I'll leave the rest to you. Yuji called a Didi and left, becoming a completely hands-off boss. Professor, what do we do now? The researchers. We're still in a total daze. How did we suddenly get all this money? Millions, just like that. What do you mean, what do? We do exactly what the boss said. Shounen, you're familiar with the licensing process. You're in charge of the plan. Follow the boss's requirements and come up with a viable proposal. Consider it your graduation thesis. Don't worry about anything else. Just maximize the yield per acre. Show it to me once you're done. The rest of you, get back and start clearing the land. The institute is back in business. Kuhua was quite excited. A boss who gives money and doesn't micromanage? Where else could you find someone like that? In their line of work, the only thing scarier than having no money is an amateur trying to lead the experts. As for a planting plan, that was a piece of cake. Forget one. He could churn out 100 of them. As for how they'd turn out in the end, that wasn't his concern. He was just following orders, right? Give the client whatever they ask for. The consequences weren't for him to worry about. On the 9th floor, Yuji lay comfortably in his lounge chair. The research team really moved fast once they got paid. In just a few days, not only did they get all his permits in order, but they also bought the house next door to use as a storefront. They even sent over a few college students to help run the shop for free. As for why it was free, they were all seniors who just wanted an internship stamp for their resumes. They didn't care about the money. Just finding a company willing to give them a stamp was good enough. Yuji simply left the shop in their hands. Aside from occasionally grabbing some seeds for himself, he was too lazy to even step foot in the store. Anyway, he's the boss. If he says he wants to use it for farming, who's going to stop him? A little bit of inventory loss in his own shop is perfectly normal. So, he runs the barbecue at night and watches the shop during the day. Life is pretty chill and easy. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai suddenly started barking at the door. Wang Kai is that stray dog. Yuji had already taken him in, and now he's named him Wang Kai. Even though Yuji is quite powerful now, sleeping in the shop during the day is still a bit risky. Keeping a guard dog serves as a good warning system. It makes it easier for him to make a run for it if needed. But Wang Kai usually doesn't bark for no reason. Why is he making such a fuss today? Yuji opened the security app on his phone to check. It was already night. The sky was turning dark. But it didn't matter. His camera has infrared night vision. He scanned the area. Soon, in a corner, he spotted a curled-up figure. Oh my god, is the world really this crazy? Why are there injured people everywhere? Yuji squinted at the lump outside. From the looks of it, it was just a kid in his teens. Xiaoqin, someone's injured outside. Go check out the situation. Yuji called out. Xiaoqin headed out immediately. She even brought divine physician Shin along. TCH, these injuries are severe. These people were definitely playing for keeps. As soon as Shin Isho felt the pulse, he gasped in shock. The person had already been carried inside. Yuji looked at the kid. He had several knife wounds of various sizes all over his body. The worst ones were a few puncture wounds. Broken sword tips were still lodged inside him. The shafts had been snapped off. It looked like someone had given him basic first aid, but for some reason, they didn't finish the job. Well, can you fix him? If not, just drag him out and cremate him. Yuji asked, looking at Shinisho. The external wounds aren't a big deal. They look scary, but they're manageable. Actually, that's the easy part. But inside his body, Shinisho hesitated. He felt like he had just stumbled into something way over his head. What's wrong with his insides? Yuji was speechless. Why do people always stop halfway when they talk? There are goo worms in his body. Even if I heal the external wounds, with those eggs inside, I'm afraid he won't live much longer. Shinisho thought about it, and decided not to reveal everything he found. If he did, it would be far too sensational. Goo worms. Oh, that's no big deal. Just treat him first. Yuji wasn't the least bit afraid of goo worms. He remembered that back in the day, everyone seemed to have something called roundworms. Then they'd eat some kind of pagoda-shaped candy, and they'd just poop them out. Every kid had to eat them back then. He figured goo worms were probably the same thing. Worst case, he'd just go look around and see if anyone still sold those pagoda candies. TCH, the smell of blood is so strong. Shopkeeper, are you slaughtering chickens in here? Air-conditioned rooms have one major downside. Smells don't dissipate easily. The heavy scent of blood drifted straight upstairs, drawing everyone down. What chickens? I just picked up another stray human. Yuji rolled his eyes. This place is turning into a refugee camp. This person, Zhao Wu walked down. With one look, he froze in his tracks. What? You know him? Yuji found Zhao Wu's reaction a bit strange. No, I don't know him. I'm shocked that such a young kid is so badly hurt. That's all. Listen, I just got a message from home. I need to head back for a bit. Shopkeeper, I'll leave Sister Shui and my brother in your care for now. As soon as Zhao Wu finished speaking, he slipped away. What's with all the rush? And don't forget to bring plenty of money. Yuji shouted toward Zhao Wu's retreating figure. This whole situation, it really left him completely baffled. The kid's injuries were seriously heavy. Unlike Shui Xinyue, he didn't have a core. He didn't have any spiritual energy to protect his body. The amount of blood he lost was staggering. Shinisho pulled out every trick in the book. He used all sorts of medicines one after another. It wasn't until midnight that he finally managed to stabilize the injuries. All right, his life is saved. But this child has lost too much blood. He needs some serious nourishment. It would be best if you could get him some good food and drink. He's still young. His recovery should be relatively fast. But in his current state, he can't handle anything too solid. Try to prepare some nutritious fish soup or something similar. Shinisho thought for a moment. Fish soup wasn't hard to find. I can't guarantee how nutritious it'll be, though. Yuji scratched his head. His shop only served pre-prepared meals. That stuff. Well, it's hard to say. Shopkeeper, how can you say that? How could fish soup not be nutritious? If you can manage it, it's best to stick with fish soup. It'll be very beneficial for his recovery. Shinisho gave his final medical advice. Fine, I'll see what I can find. Yuji rubbed his head. He took the gold and jade in his hands and stuffed them into his pocket. He'd stripped these off the kid earlier. Medical treatment and food aren't free, after all. These things look like they have some value. I guess I'll put in some effort to keep him alive. While Yuji was pondering, he had already made his way to the kitchen. To be honest, after pre-prepared meals mastered the 8 great cuisines, they became the 9th great cuisine. The variety was absolutely flawless. Even for something like fish soup, there were plenty of options. There was even that common grilled fish, the kind you see at summer night stalls. It even came with a portable stove and a roasting pan. But that's not really for the soup. If we're talking about soup, Yuji opened the freezer. He rummaged through the shelves. He finally found one that was all about the broth. Pre-prepared golden soup pickled fish. The selling point was the fresh, delicious broth. Just looking at it made his mouth water. The fish was already sliced. The raw soup base was already processed in a flavor pack. The normal process would be to boil the flavor pack in a pot, then add the fish slices and bring it back to a boil. But Yuji was a bit lazy. As a master of the microwave, he naturally knew how to cook with one. He grabbed a large bowl. He dumped everything inside. Then, Yuji set the microwave to soup mode and gave it a full 15 minutes. There was no way it wouldn't be cooked through by then. Pickled fish hasn't been around for that long. If you ignore the 9th cuisine label, it's technically Sichuan cuisine. The modern version of pickled fish originated in the early 1980s in Shuangfu Town, Jiangjin, Chongqing, at the Yuanjinfu restaurant. It was first created by local farmers. Back then, any fish would do. Even leftover fish scraps were fine. But later, 5-grain fish fillets became popular. Most shops started using pre-sliced fillets. It was fast and convenient. As for the golden soup version, once the golden soup base was created, many dishes started trending. By adding that specific broth, the golden soup base has excellent color and flavor. It's made by adding yellow lantern chili sauce and pumpkin puree among other ingredients. This gives the broth an inviting golden yellow hue. In short, it's pickled greens plus golden soup plus fish slices. And that's how we got today's golden soup pickled fish. The 15 minutes passed in a flash. With a ding, the microwave chef finished his work. Ow! Hot, hot, hot. Yuji went to grab the bowl, as usual. But he'd forgotten that after 15 minutes, even the bowl itself was scorching hot. He almost got a blister. He finally used a wet rag to carry the soup out. A bowl of shimmering, golden soup bubbled away. It was oily and bright, with an amber glow. The snow-white fish fillets were thin as paper, curling slightly in the broth, like white jade petals, floating and sinking, topped with some sauerkraut. It was enough to make anyone drool. Ow, hot, hot, hot. Xiaoqing, take this up to him. Yuji shook his hands and went to cool them off with ice. Man, that really burned. As soon as Xiaoqing carried it upstairs, the irresistible aroma filled the air. Even the unconscious kid couldn't help but twitch an eyelid. Oh my god. Shopkeeper, I think he's waking up. Xiaoqing shouted downstairs. Let him wake up. Just pour the soup down his throat. Yuji walked up holding an ice pack. He looked and saw the kid really was awake. Hey kid, where's your home? Do you want uncle to send you back? Yuji had a kind smile on his face. Unfortunately, the kid didn't say a word. He was staring intently at the bowl of golden soup. Sauerkraut fish in Xiaoqing's hands. Young Master Wei, eat your fish. Yuji waved his hand, speechless. Xiaoqing immediately served the fish. 1 spoonful of golden soup sauerkraut fish. And as soon as it went down, the kid's eyes instantly lit up. His eyes widened, as if he were tasting some rare treasure. His face was full of disbelief. Then, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over him. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is too delicious. He looked at the sauerkraut fish in the bowl again. The tender, juicy fish was coated in the thick, golden broth, giving off an intoxicating aroma. With one gentle bite, the smooth, refreshing texture immediately spread through his mouth. The aftertaste was endless. The sauerkraut had absorbed the freshness and sourness of the fish soup. It was crisp and delicious. Sour, spicy, and appetizing. It complemented the fish fillets perfectly. He was completely entranced and couldn't stop. Shopkeeper, I want to stay here and work. The kid devoured the sauerkraut fish like a whirlwind. He even licked the bowl 3 times. Only then did he reluctantly put it down. His eyes were shining as he spoke. Actually, that's not necessary. Just go back and bring more money. I'll sell you the food, and you can still eat it. Yuji was speechless. This kid clearly came from a wealthy family. Why was he so eager to work? Isn't it better to just throw money at me? I don't have money. I just want to work for food. Shopkeeper, you can call me Atai. If there's anything that needs doing, just say the word. As long as you feed me. Atai said, acting like they were old friends. Can we negotiate? I still prefer money. Yuji felt like he was being scammed. But the kid's injuries were very real. They couldn't be faked. It didn't seem like a setup. Fine, I'll pay to work. Ugh, my stomach hurts. Atai had barely finished his tough talk before he clutched his stomach in agony. Hey, you're not trying to frame me, are you? This was the first time Yuji had seen someone get a stomach ache after eating his food. He panicked for a second. After all, it was a pre-packaged meal. He wasn't entirely confident about the safety, especially since the kid was so young, and it was his first time eating it. Could he be allergic? Where's the latrine? The kid clutched his stomach and struggled toward the backyard. The latrine is in the backyard. Yuji had a headache. He really did get sick from the food. The kid followed the directions and ran off as fast as he could. Luckily, his wounds were mostly superficial. The puncture wound was only in his arm, so it didn't affect his ability to move. It wasn't like Shue Xinyue, who took an arrow to the chest. That was a different story. All morning, Yuji watched Atai run back and forth to the latrine over and over again. After the 8th trip, Yuji couldn't take it anymore. He went and got Shinisho. If a doctor didn't look at him soon, he was going to go buy some antidiarrheal medicine. No one can survive that much purging. Well, how is he? Yuji asked nervously, wringing his hands. What exactly did you feed him? Shinisho's expression became unusually serious. He looked at Yuji with intense focus. What could I have fed him? I just gave him a bowl of fish like you told me to. Yuji was seriously considering calling the police now. He'd heard that some shady manufacturers used unhealthy ingredients in prepackaged meals. He'd never had a problem selling them before, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now it looked like he needed to report them. He couldn't let them keep scamming people. If they knew it would cause diarrhea, they should have at least added some anti-diarrheal meds. Going a dozen times a day? How is a delicate flour supposed to handle that? Fish. How is that possible? How could fish have this kind of effect? Shin Isho muttered. In disbelief. What effect? Yuji asked, puzzled. Let me put it this way. All the goo worm eggs in his body have been killed and expelled. Do you know why? Shin Isho stroked his beard and asked incredulously. Those were goo worms. People are tortured by them for a lifetime. And yet, in less than a day, they've all been flushed out. Does that even make sense? I don't know. It wasn't me. Yuji was so startled by the questioning that he waved his hands frantically. Then it's a mystery. Did he eat anything else? Shin Isho asked again. Nothing. He didn't even have a sip of water. Xiao Qing added from the side. Could it really be because of that bowl of sauerkraut fish? Yuji quickly took a photo of the ingredients list and looked it up. And wouldn't you know it, the AI actually gave an answer. In the sauerkraut fish, there was an additive called litsi cubiba oil. Its core component is citral. It has a triple effect on insects: contact killing, fumigation, and repulsion. But there are so many additives these days. It might not just be the litsi cubiba oil. With one bite, you're basically eating the entire periodic table of industrial additives. Even a goo worm might not be able to handle that, especially with all those preservatives. What do preservatives do? They kill microbes and bacteria. They're absolutely ruthless when it comes to sterilization. Does shopkeeper you know the reason? Shin Isho saw Yuji step out for a moment, and when he came back, his eyes were clear, unlike the confusion from before. I have no idea. Anyway, didn't you say you wanted to pay to work? You're on the clock starting now. Xiao Qing, teach him how to grill skewers. Yuji always hired employees who were willing to pay to work. Right away. Eitai, this way. Xiao Qing obeyed. Wait, I'm still injured. Eitai cried out in horror. Making a wounded person work? Where's your humanity? Is there no heart in you? The food is all you can eat. As a cold-hearted capitalist, Yuji saw that Eitai could survive 8 trips to the latrine without collapsing. So he knew the kid was basically fine. How does the saying go? Doesn't matter if you can do the work yet. Start learning now, and you'll be ready when you're healed. At the foot of Tianling Mountain, Wang Zhen looked at the towering peaks with deep emotion. This was a return to familiar grounds for him. The last time he was at Tianling Mountain was, well, the last time. But the mountain today was clearly different from before. Last time, Tianling Mountain was full of the old, weak, and sick. Now, it was a fortress of strong soldiers and sturdy horses. After swallowing up dozens of nearby bandit camps, Tianling Mountain had become the undisputed tyrant of this province. Even his Wei Yuan escort agency had to pay a tribute of at least 50 packs to pass. That shows just how powerful they've become. I heard the rebel army has sent recruiters several times already, but the great boss remains unmoved. Now the camp occasionally goes down to harvest some supplies, and with the grain from the other camps they've taken, they have enough to eat for a long time. To be honest, if Wang Zhen weren't the young master of the Wei Yuan escort agency, and if he didn't have the instant noodle bonus in his past diligence, he really might not have been able to get a meeting with the great boss. The two met at their old spot in the woods. After a few months, the great boss's martial arts were even more formidable than before. Wang Zhen watched Wolf drift toward him and almost drooled with envy. What do you call a natural genius? This is a natural genius. 20 years of hard work by others was effortlessly surpassed by him. In just a few months, this kind of talent is destined for greatness. Noodles. But clearly, Wolf wasn't here for a trip down memory lane. He only had eyes for the noodles. Don't worry, these are premium quality, and there's plenty to go around. Great boss, you've eaten so many noodles. Among all the instant noodles, which one would you call number 1? Wang Zhen asked while gathering wood to boil water. How should I know? Wolf shook his head modestly. With the variety of noodles in your camp, you're almost catching up to me. The water isn't boiling yet, so why not tell me? I'd like to know your preference, so I can bring more of those next time. Wang Zhen was here to build a relationship, so he naturally looked for excuses to talk. What about yellow braised? Wolf said casually. Plenty of flavor, but lacks depth. It had its moment of glory, but it's fading now. Not a true hero's choice. Wang Zhen shook his head. What about tonkatsu taro? Rich broth, firm noodles. It has a huge following. Could be called a hero. Wolf thought for a moment. An exotic flavor. That doesn't quite fit the local palate. Small cup, few ingredients. It lacks the grandeur of the Central Plains. Wang Zhen shook his head again. What about the lazy vegetable noodles? Big portion, lots of broth. Comes with side dishes. It has the capacity to hold the universe. And the ambition to swallow heaven and earth. Wang Zhen looked up at the stars. Full of dramatic flair. Who could that be? Wolf asked. In today's world of noodles, it's braised fish and old tank. Today, I'll let you taste the latest model. Old Tank's sauerkraut beef noodles. Wang Zhen took the noodles and sausages he'd prepared and threw them into the pot. The boiling water submerged the noodles in an instant. The sour and spicy aroma spread through the dense forest. The noodles were ready. Because of the sauerkraut and ham sausages, these noodles were best enjoyed in a small group. Wang Zhen gave them each half a bowl. When that half bowl of steaming, fragrant Old Tank sauerkraut beef noodles was held in his hands, Wolf, who had specifically fasted for a day to prepare his stomach, could no longer hold back his impulses and cravings. His eyes widened as he stared at the tempting food, as if he were looking at the most exquisite delicacy in the entire world. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly used his chopsticks to shove the noodles into his mouth. He chewed vigorously, as the unique sour fragrance and rich beef flavor exploded in his mouth. Every bite was a feast for the senses. He was so entranced he couldn't pull himself away. The sauerkraut was the crowning touch. It was the perfect addition, cutting through the greasiness of the noodles and giving the whole dish a fresh, crisp flavor. With the help of the noodle companion sausage, this bowl of noodles had become a flawless, gourmet feast. In just minutes, Wolf had slurped down every last bit. Then he stared expectantly at Wang Zhen. Don't look at me like that. I promise you'll eat your fill today. Wang Zhen pulled out a cloth bag from behind him. It was stuffed to the brim with instant noodles and noodle companions. He was really going all out this time. He had to recruit this man. Pack after pack of noodles. Wolf, like Wang Zhen, was a martial artist, and the two of them managed to polish off 20 packs in one sitting. When the bag was finally empty, they still looked like they wanted more. So, how about joining my Wei Yuan escort agency? I can guarantee you this many noodles every single meal. Wang Zhen wiped his mouth and said, I cannot leave. Perhaps because he'd just eaten the man's food. Wolf wasn't as cold and distant as before. I know what you said last time, that they can't survive without you. But now you're the largest camp. For 100 miles. You have strong soldiers and talented people. Even without you, they can survive on their own now. Wang Zhen said quickly. He hadn't come here without a plan. His biggest argument was that the situation Wolf described before no longer existed. When your numbers reach a certain point, individual strength becomes less significant. No matter how good your martial arts are, you can't fight a crowd. As the saying goes, the moment a boss's health bar is revealed, he's just a mob with a lot of HP. But they are still dying. I have done my best. But people keep dying. Wolf looked a bit depressed. People dying is normal, right? You're bandits. There are bound to be casualties. Wang Zhen was a bit confused. But they shouldn't have died. I clearly told them not to leave the mountain. But they still died. Wolf looked up at the stars. Not leaving? But aren't you? Wait, you're not talking about your old group. Of old, weak, and sick people, are you? Wang Zhen suddenly realized what was happening. Knowing Wolf's personality, he didn't care about the bandit camp at all. Whether it thrived or fell apart wasn't his concern. What he truly cared about were probably those few dozen villagers who came out of the village with him. After all, according to the stories, Wolf was raised by the whole village. Every household had a hand in raising him. That was the real reason he stayed. Old Man Lu is dead. He went down to farm and ran into soldiers seizing grain. Auntie Wang found a spy who snuck into the camp. She couldn't call for help in time, and she and her child are gone. Lu Daqiang went down for reconnaissance and was beaten to death. Lu Erbao died in a power struggle within the stronghold. Lu Shaoli was taken by the Wu family. Lang listed the names one by one. He spoke of their deaths with a chilling calmness. It was as if he saw Wang Zhen as the only person he could truly confide in. As Wang Zhen listened, a sense of dread washed over him. If they kept dying like this, there wouldn't even be 10 people left in the stronghold. It would just be that same old village again. You're almost all gone. Wang Zhen asked cautiously. That restaurant you mentioned, it's to the north, right? Lang didn't answer him directly. Yeah, it's in Kahu Town, Tongyi County. It's called Yuji Restaurant. But that's not important. Our Wei Yuan escort agency has branches everywhere. The headquarters is in the capital. Just find any branch and have them notify me. I promise I'll come to get you immediately. Even though so many people had died. And Wang Zhen felt sorry for Lang. This meant Lang was finally leaving. For him, that was a good thing. Maybe you're right. I can't protect them. Lang didn't say another word. He turned and flew off into the distance, leaving behind a deeply moved Wang Jun. Meanwhile, the capital was under total lockdown. Not even a fly could get out. Even for someone like Zhao Wu, it took an incredible amount of effort to get a message through to Zhao Yi and secure a chance to enter the city. Under heavy surveillance the entire way, she finally made it into the Zhao mansion. She waited from dusk until dawn, before the exhausted Zhao father and son finally returned. Zhao Wu, why aren't you staying in Kahu town? Why come back now and add to the chaos? The elder Zhao scolded her the moment he walked in. The capital is in a state of crisis right now. One wrong move, and the whole family is finished. He had hoped his son and daughter being away would at least preserve a spark of their bloodline. But now, his daughter had returned for no apparent reason. At least Zhao Qi was still safely outside. Wait, everyone else, get out. Zhao Wu dismissed the servants. Only then did she lean in and whisper to the two men. What? You're saying you saw the crown prince in Kahu town? Zhao Yi covered his mouth, his voice a suppressed hiss. Yeah, I was wondering how the crown prince could be so badly injured. I wasn't sure it was him at first, but now it seems it really was. On her way back, Zhao Wu hadn't dared to breathe a word of this to anyone. She didn't even dare to send a letter. Something this big had to be delivered in person. The risk of a leak was just too high. Sigh. A few days ago, the crown prince took the emperor out for a hunt. Who would have thought they'd be ambushed by assassins? We thought he was all ready. The elder Zhao sighed, his face full of relief. I'm going to Kahu town right now. Zhao Yi was getting anxious. No, you can't move. Right now, everyone's eyes are fixed on you, the emperor's close official. Anything you do will be scrutinized and blown out of proportion. You can only go to the palace. Nowhere else. The elder Zhao was a seasoned veteran, after all. He wasn't as impulsive as his son. Wait, I don't quite understand. This is the capital, right under the emperor's nose. Who would dare to try and assassinate the crown prince? Are they tired of living? Zhao Wu whispered, her voice tight with tension. Humph. The emperor doesn't have much time left, and the crown prince is his only heir. There's nothing those aristocratic clans won't do. The elder Zhao snorted coldly, before slowly explaining the situation. It turned out the emperor's goo poison had flared up. He basically had 1 foot already in the grave. Those clans somehow got wind of the news. Naturally, they started stirring up trouble. Their first target was the crown prince. The emperor only has 1 son. If the crown prince dies, who becomes the next emperor? Well, that would be up to them to decide, wouldn't it? They'll just prop up some royal puppet. That way, the real power stays right in their hands. Right now, only a few diehard loyalists are still standing by the emperor's side. Everyone else has either picked a side or is just waiting to see which way the wind blows. To put it simply, this is a mess. Luckily, the crown prince actually managed to survive. We still don't know how he did it, but he escaped all the way to Kahu town on his own. That's actually a good thing. As long as he stays hidden, he at least has a chance to make a comeback. How is the prince doing? Zhao Yi was more concerned about the prince's physical condition. As for why he ended up in Kahu town, he had a pretty good idea. He was the one who told the prince about that place and mentioned Yuji's restaurant. The prince probably headed there because of that. At least the kid isn't stupid. He knew better than to come back to the capital. He wasn't in great shape when he arrived. But with Divine Dr. Shin there, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Wu spoke with a serious expression. Divine Dr. Shin? Which Divine Dr. Shin? Zhao Yi felt a sense of confusion. There aren't many famous doctors with the surname Shin these days. It's Shinisho. Zhao Wu had stayed in Kahu town for quite a while, and since Shinisho was the one who saved her, she naturally knew exactly who the Divine Doctor was. What the? Don't you know we've been looking for him everywhere? Why didn't you say something sooner? Zhao Yi felt like his head was about to explode. The key to breaking this deadlock is for the Emperor's health to improve, and the key to the Emperor's recovery is Shinisho. They had been searching desperately for him to no avail. And yet, for heaven's sake, the man was right there under his sister's nose the whole time, while they were running around like headless chickens. If Zhao Wu weren't his own flesh and blood, Zhao Yi would have really wanted to give her a good smack. Hey, Divine Dr. Shin already said he can't cure the Emperor's illness. He told us not to bother him. Zhao Wu felt like she was being treated unfairly. The man said it was terminal. How could she force him to come here just to fail and die? Ugh, I shouldn't have let my tongue slip today. I just lost my cool because of the prince's situation. Whether he can cure it or not is one thing, but we have to at least get him here to take a look. Zhao Yi was now desperate enough to try anything. At this point, he didn't care who it was. As long as they had some medical skill, he wanted them to treat the Emperor. Otherwise, if the Emperor dies, The power balance in the capital will truly be flipped upside down. You're right. It's true that I can't leave the city easily. But you can, little sister. Go back to Kohoa town under the guise of bringing our brother home. Go there right now. You must bring Shinicho back here. As for our brother and the prince, I'll send some secret guards with you. Make sure they are protected at all costs. Zhao Yi thought it over and finally came up with a plan. He couldn't leave the capital himself, but Zhao Wu running off to Kohoa town all the time wouldn't raise any suspicions. Even if she brings him back, it might not work. But we have no choice. Right now, our only hope lies with the crown prince. Don't worry, I'll head out first thing tomorrow morning. Zhao Wu also understood the gravity of the situation. We can't rush this. Let's take it slow. Now that we know where the prince is, things are easier. For now, we'll spread a rumor that the prince has already returned. Then we'll slowly lift the lockdown on the capital. We have to do this bit by bit. We absolutely cannot let anyone catch on to what's happening. At Yuji's restaurant, the storms brewing in the capital hadn't reached the restaurant yet. Yuji was busy as usual, running his barbecue stall and bringing back some potato seeds. Oh, and one more thing. Well, it's nothing major. He just needed to make a few bowls of golden soup sauerkraut fish for Shinicho. After researching for so long, he was basically certain of the recipe. The pickled fish definitely contained ingredients that could kill goo insects. The goo insects he had kept for years couldn't even handle the smell of the fish before they shriveled up and died. Even the strongest one died the moment it touched a drop of the broth. This dish was a total goo insect killer. As for the other dishes, they weren't nearly as potent. Some had a slight effect, while others did absolutely nothing. None of them were as miraculous as this pickled fish. According to Manager Yu, it contained some kind of insecticide. The name insecticide was actually quite fitting. Yuji didn't care much about that, though. He was more focused on something else. The research institute had finally finished the proposal. The institute's plan. Look at this. Your thesis is a total mess. How can you use this dosage for the potato bulking agent? Kuwa flipped through the paper casually, his brow furrowing immediately. I'm sorry. I was just trying to follow Mr. Yu's request to make the potatoes as big as possible. I'll reduce the dosage right away. Fong'an apologized profusely. Reduce it? No, you need to increase it. 10 times more. You're not following Mr. Yu's instructions at all. Kuhua grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. 10 times. But then the potatoes will be toxic. Fong'an was terrified by the dosage. If people eat that, the toxins will stay in their bodies for a long time. They won't be able to flush it out. It's so unhealthy. What does the toxicity have to do with you? What was Mr. Yu's requirement? Kuhua asked again. The higher the yield per mu, the better. But even so, with such a high dose, the potatoes will end up hollow and deformed. The soil will also clump up. It affects everything. Fong'an was struggling with his conscience. None of that is your concern. Just do what the boss says. Why are you being so difficult? Look, the boss gave us so much money. Has he ever made an unreasonable request? You can't even handle one simple task. Don't forget, that funding you just applied for came straight from the boss's pocket. Do you want to keep this job or not? Kuhua slammed the thesis onto the desk. I mean, seriously, can't you just be like me and work hard for the boss? Southern Little Potato chimed in as he walked by. The institute had money now, and even he had been given his own experimental plot. He didn't have to be stingy when buying seeds anymore. Because of the experiments, the logistics department even got him an electric scooter. He practically worshipped Mr. Yu now. I'm just trying to look out for the boss too. Fong'an looked conflicted. The institute was flush with cash, and the boss didn't even check the books. He'd applied for 100,000 in funding, and it hit his account almost instantly. It was the most comfortable job he'd ever had. If you want to look out for him, then stop second-guessing him. Even if the boss wants rainbow-colored potatoes, you'd better find a way to make it happen. I don't care if you use dye or inject them with something. Just follow the boss's orders. First, increase the bulking agent dose 10-fold. As for the hollow centers, add something else to the fertilizer to fix it. Oh, right. That nutrient solution I developed last time? Add some of that in too. Kuhua pushed the thesis back. That nutrient solution you made. It makes the potatoes explode in size, but Fong'an wanted to say more, but wisely chose to shut up. First draft, second draft, third draft. Finally, after dozens of revisions, they had a satisfactory plan. They sent it over to Yuji. Back at the restaurant, Yuji looked over the detailed, step-by-step plan and nodded in satisfaction. This Kuhua guy is really reliable. Based on the estimates from this plan, the autumn harvest could actually reach over 6,000 pounds per acre. Though, I'm not sure if ancient farmers can actually replicate these results. But hey, Theoretically, it's solid. The best part is that most of the fertilizers can be sourced right here in this era, aside from a few specific ones, like the fruit enlarging agents, that are impossible to recreate. They can handle everything else themselves. That makes things so much easier. Feeling satisfied, he sent another 2 million as a deposit to the research institute and told them to start getting things ready. When the people at the institute received the 2 million, they were all stunned. Professor, Mr. Yu just sent another 2 million to the account. The student nicknamed Southern Little Potato looked at his mentor with trembling eyes. Even Kahwa had never seen anything like this before. This guy transfers money way too fast. No questions asked, no hesitation. And the best part was that the approval for these funds was entirely up to them. He had thought about sending a report to Yuji earlier, but the man just told him not to bother him. Having total control over such a massive amount of money. It felt incredible. What else can we do? We do exactly what the boss wants. Go and prepare the supplies right now. From now on, whatever the boss says goes. Also, find that project we shelved. Because of the budget shortage last time, I refuse to believe we can't crack it. This time, we have to make sure the boss gets his money's worth. With Kawa's command, the research institute buzzed with activity once again. Back at Yuji's restaurant, Yuji had no idea that the research institute was now treating him like a god. Right now, he was busy looking for someone. Oh, you're just in time. I've got a plan for planting potatoes here. Go ahead and get it organized. After wandering around for a while, Yuji happened to run into Zhao Wu, who was rushing out in a hurry. Wait, what is all this writing? Zhao Wu was a bit dazed. She couldn't understand half of what was in the plan. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just make sure the soil is plowed deep. I don't care how you do it, but it needs to be at least 40 centimeters deep. Then cover it with wood ash. After that, Yuji waved his hand dismissively. He didn't really understand the technical parts either, but it didn't matter. The rest of the stuff could be handled by the people from the research institute. When the time came, if you don't get it, you don't get it. But for those who do, it's straightforward. All right then, Zhao Wu didn't quite get it, but she still arranged for her subordinates to handle it. Following orders was never a mistake. Perfect. Hey, where have you been for so many days? Yuji stretched his arms. He had finally finished his tasks. Crap, I almost forgot why I'm here. Divine Dr. Shun, I came to find you. Zhao Wu had originally headed straight for the clinic, but when she found he wasn't there, she realized he was here at the restaurant eating. What do you need from this old man? Shinisho was leisurely sipping his wine, though he already had a faint suspicion. Save me. I'm so sorry. I accidentally told my family that you were here. Now they're insisting that I take you to treat the emperor. Zhao Wu didn't hide anything and told him the whole story. The situation was critical, and she felt like she was pushing him into a pit of fire. Even if he was going to his doom, he deserved to know why. Fine, let's go. These old bones of mine will take a trip with you. If this were a few days ago, Shinisho probably would have run away. But now, why would he run? He was still thinking about that jar of century-old wine. Old Shen, you're really just going like that? Yuji was a bit stunned. This divine doctor is a strange one, cowardly yet incredibly bold. He's actually going to the palace just like that. He's got some guts. Well, what else can I do? Oh right, I'll have to trouble you, manager you, to prepare another serving of that golden soup sauerkraut fish. That is the key to the cure. Shinisho stroked his beard and chuckled. From the moment he discovered the goo worm larvae in Atai, he already knew Atai's true identity. It was the exact same type of goo worm that the emperor was afflicted with. That discovery had significantly boosted his confidence. After several days of experimentation, he was now basically 100% certain. That was why he finally dared to come out of hiding. All right then, safe travels. And hey, if things get tough, try using this. Yuji handed over the takeout container filled with the golden soup. Sauerkraut fish. Then, he quietly slipped him a bottle of Bouda sugar. He didn't know what kind of parasite the old emperor had, but when it came to killing worms, Bouda sugar was the professional choice. Don't worry, just wait for my return. Shinisho climbed into the carriage with confidence, watching him fade into the distance. Yuji let out a deep sigh. I hope he makes it back in one piece. Because Zhao Wu frequently traveled to Koha Town and had previously hosted various young ladies and staff from Yuji's restaurant. Her current trip didn't arouse any suspicion, even though people were secretly watching her. Her destination was indeed Yuji's restaurant. There was nothing out of the ordinary. So, everyone watched her leave and return to the capital without concern. But what no one knew was that at dusk, when a carriage slipped into the palace once again, Divine Dr. Shun was hidden inside. Young Master Zhao, you're finally here. His Majesty is. Eunuch Chow was currently pacing anxiously inside the bedchamber. The emperor had coughed up blood many times today. It looked like the goo worm was about to burst out of his body. Yet the imperial physicians were completely helpless. Don't panic, don't panic. I've brought divine Dr. Shun. Zhao Yi was actually panicking just as much. But having Shinisho here gave him a bit of reassurance. Everyone knew that once this divine doctor took action, there was no illness he couldn't cure, and no person he couldn't save. Divine Dr. Shun. Eunuch Chow hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Shun Isho stepped forward to examine the emperor, and as expected, it was the same type of goo worm the prince had. The only difference was that this one was fully grown. Well? Zhao Yi asked nervously. If His Majesty couldn't be cured, they would have to start looking for a way out. It's not a big problem. Eunuch, please heat up this soup and feed it to His Majesty. Eunuch Chow has strong internal energy, so he can heat it directly. It saves us a trip to the imperial kitchen. Good heavens, look at the time. How could His Majesty possibly be in the mood to eat this? Just treat the illness already. Eunuch Chow was beyond frustrated. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this food from Manager Yu's place? Zhao Yi recognized it at a glance. After all, Shin Isho had rushed all the way here. The only place he could have gotten food was from Yuji. Exactly. Shin Isho stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Even if the food from Manager Yu's restaurant is delicious, a life is on the line right now. Eunuch Chow had heard Zhao Yi talk about that restaurant before, and had even planned to visit. But he had never actually tasted the food. Don't worry, Eunuch. Manager Yu's food is never as simple as it seems. This must be another medicinal dish. Zhao Yi knew all too well that Yuji's dishes were usually potent. Correct. After testing, I've found that this dish is the perfect counter for this black bone worm. Shin Isho nodded and spoke with praise. Why didn't you say so sooner? Eunuch Chow hurriedly propped the emperor up. His hand glowed with intense heat, and instantly, the aroma of the food filled the room. The sour fragrance of the fish made everyone's mouth water. Even the unconscious emperor unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Eunuch Chow didn't dare to delay. He quickly tapped several pressure points. He forced the emperor's mouth open. Then, he carefully began feeding him the fish soup. Everyone else watched the dragon bed with bated breath. They were terrified of missing even the slightest change. The feeding went slowly. After all, the emperor was still unconscious. He couldn't swallow much at once. 3 full hours passed just like that. Suddenly, the emperor's eyes snapped open. Your Majesty, Eunuch Chow cried out in pleasant surprise. Quick, quick. The swelling on the emperor's face was gone, but he had completely lost his usual calm and composed demeanor. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Zhao Yi thought the emperor had urgent business to attend to. He rushed forward to listen. The commode. Quick, the commode. I need to relieve myself. The emperor felt it. Down at his rear, something was already threatening to explode. But as the supreme ruler of the land, how could he let such a thing happen in public? He could only try his best to hold it in. Hurry, bring the commode. Now. After a day of chaotic scrambling, the bedchamber finally returned to peace. The emperor lay on the dragon bed, looking frail. However, he was finally conscious. It was just that the goo worms had drained too much of his essence and blood. He wouldn't be recovering anytime soon. And that bout of diarrhea just now, well, the worms that came out gave everyone a massive fright. They were so long and absolutely terrifying. Divine Physician Shin, you have saved my life. Naturally, I shall reward you handsomely. Tell me, what is it you desire? Weak as he was, the emperor still had to hand out rewards. This humble subject dares not take the credit. It was all thanks to Manager Yu's miraculous fish soup. That is what truly saved your Majesty. Shinisho had no interest in stealing someone else's glory. Besides, he was the one who brought the soup. He'd get plenty of credit just for that. Is this the same Zhao Aiching, the miraculous restaurant owner you mentioned before? The emperor still remembered Yuji. Indeed, and not just for your Majesty. Even the Crown Prince. Zhao Yi recounted the incident involving the Crown Prince. He had just finished speaking with Shinisho, so he knew exactly what had happened afterward. Preposterous. Those people have gone too far. Divine Physician Shin, think about what reward you want and let me know. I will also send someone to reward Manager Yu. I have some official business to discuss with Zhao Aiching. You may leave now. Back at the restaurant, Yuji was lounging in his chair. Woof, woof, woof. Dogs started barking outside again. What now? Is someone else injured? Confused, Yuji pulled out his phone. But he didn't find anything unusual. However, a few strange customers had just walked into the shop. What can I get for you all? Yuji gave the group a curious look. The leader was a fat man of indeterminate weight. He had a massive, protruding belly. The others were clearly his subordinates. They didn't dare utter a word. They just stood there off to the side. A pot of wine and a plate of braised beef. And don't put any green onions in it. The pot-bellied middle-aged man seemed to really know how to pair fake wine with fake meat. A perfect match of fakes. He ordered the double fake combo right off the bat. Coming right up, 1 plate of flavored braised beef and a pot of fake wine. Braised beef is served. Easy as pie. Yuji had it ready in seconds. As for the green onions, unless he was serving the guests upstairs, he wouldn't go out of his way to buy them at the market. So even if they had asked for onions, he wouldn't have given them any. Onions aren't free, you know. The fake wine was set on the table. The flavored braised beef followed. The middle-aged man didn't start eating immediately. Give me a few beef skewers too. The man clearly hadn't expected Yuji to serve the food so quickly. He froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Beef skewers? Holy crap. Yuji had just reached the door when he heard the clashing of a fight. Looking into the distance, he saw 2 burly men swinging blades at each other. As they fought, they were shouting at the top of their lungs. Battle high? This is the best. The scholars nearby were trembling with fear. Hey, you two. If you're hungry, come eat something first. Luckily, the 2 stopped fighting before they got too close. Clearly, the aroma wafting from Yuji's shop had triggered their cravings. My thoughts exactly. The 2 men put their arms around each other's shoulders. 1 second they were trying to kill each other, looking like mortal enemies. Who would have guessed that the next second they'd be acting like lifelong friends? Truly a bizarre sight. Manager, serve us. Give us a bunch of those skewers from outside, and 10 servings of whatever that table has. Fighting was clearly exhausting work. They ordered over 100 coins worth of food in one go. Coming right up. Here's your wine. And the spiced beef. The 2 had barely sat down and wiped their sweat before the beef was on the table, and the wine was poured. Only the skewers needed a bit more time. Manager, you're incredibly fast. It was their first time here, and they were clearly stunned by the lightning-fast service. Oh, it's nothing. The skewers are ready. I'll go grab them. Yuji waved his hand modestly. He soon returned with a large handful of grilled skewers. Here are your beef skewers. Sir, why aren't you eating? Food is best when it's hot. It was Yuji's first time seeing a customer just sit there without touching the food. He gave a friendly reminder, pointing to the next table, where the 2 men were already feasting. I don't eat beef, the middle-aged man said calmly as he took a sip of wine. Oh, gentlemen, here are your skewers. Yuji didn't have much of a reaction. He simply turned around and gave the rest of the skewers to the other 2 customers. I said I don't eat beef. The middle-aged man was clearly triggered by Yuji's indifferent attitude. His calm, wine-sipping persona vanished instantly. I heard you. Yuji scrunched up his face in annoyance. What the hell are you shouting for? He was just a food vendor. He served what the customers ordered. As long as they paid the bill, he didn't care. Whether they liked it or not wasn't his problem. Besides, he wasn't even serving real beef. It was beef-flavored spiced meat. And the skewers weren't real beef either. They were all processed duck meat. What did he expect? $4-5 a dish. And a few cents a skewer. Did he really think he'd get real beef? Dream on. There wasn't even a trace of beef offal in there. So even someone who didn't eat beef could eat this spiced beef without an issue. Fine. You want to do this the hard way? Seize him. The pot-bellied man sneered. He waved his hands forward, and his thugs moved to grab Yuji. Battle high? Before Yuji could even react, the 2 men at the other table suddenly looked excited. They drew their blades and charged, clashing with the thugs. Even though they had just been fighting each other to a draw, their strength was the real deal. In a single exchange, the room was filled with the groans of men on the floor. Only the pot-bellied man was still standing, though his pant legs had somehow become wet. TCH, weaklings. No fun at all. The 2 men pouted, clearly not having had enough of a fight. Manager, what's going on? Xiao Qing had heard the commotion and rushed in to protect him. But by the time she reached the door, the fight ended just like that. I have no idea. Should we send someone to report this to the authorities? Yuji couldn't quite wrap his head around the situation. It was a mess. A total, complete mess. To put it simply, 2 groups of customers had come to his inn. One group tried to attack him, and the other group beat them up. Fortunately, it looked like the 2 big guys had held back. They didn't actually kill anyone. Report to the authorities? Humph. Do you even know who my master is? Hearing the word authorities, the men lying on the floor suddenly started groaning and sneering. The pot-bellied middle-aged man straightened his chest. He looked incredibly arrogant. He seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he'd peed his pants, and that the shop now reeked of urine. Who cares? Never heard of him. Doesn't matter who he is. Let's eat. We'll keep fighting after we're done. fighting his life. The two big guys didn't give the middle-aged man the time of day. Aside from the satisfaction of eating, they only cared about the thrill of the fight. My master is the magistrate of Tongyi County. You'd better get over here and pay your respects. Seeing that the two men weren't reacting, the subordinate had to announce their identity. Unfortunately, the room remained silent. Nobody paid him any mind. Yuji obviously wasn't going to kneel to some dog of a magistrate. And Xiaoqin? Forget it. He was already plotting how to finish this magistrate off later. How dare he lift a finger against Manager Yu? A man like that deserves to die. As for the title of magistrate, what did that have to do with him? Back when he was starving, it wasn't the magistrate who fed him. As for the two big guys, whatever their deal was, they didn't react either. They just kept eating and drinking like nothing happened. This official has received a report that your restaurant is illegally selling beef. Do you not know the laws of the Great Qian? Cattle are for plowing and are not to be slaughtered at will. Do you have a permit for the beef you're selling? Seeing everyone ignore him, the magistrate could only cough awkwardly. He turned his focus toward Yuji. Attacking for no reason earlier didn't work out, but now he had a legal excuse. He refused to believe he couldn't take down a lowly restaurant manager. Nope. Yuji shook his head decisively. Good. At least you admit it. Manager Yu of Yuji restaurant is selling beef without a permit. Seize him. The magistrate waved his hand, and his men struggled to their feet. They were about to move, fighting his life. Another wave of violence erupted. The magistrate's men were once again flattened by the two big guys. Ow, what are you doing? The magistrate was nearly scared shitless. He had a perfectly valid reason to make an arrest this time. Wonderful combat. Fighting his life. The two big guys didn't seem to realize there was a problem. Their eyes were filled only with the lust for battle. Do you have any idea that you are obstructing justice? Believe it or not, the magistrate wanted to say he'd have them both arrested. But looking into their eyes and seeing that raging, ecstatic fire for combat, he suddenly choked on his words. He didn't dare say it. He really didn't. All right, that's enough. Is it really that big of a deal? Listen, Mr. Magistrate. What I'm selling is flavored braised beef. Do you understand what flavored means? Yuji couldn't stand watching this anymore. What was even happening? Some things were better off explained clearly. It wasn't like he was mute. A clean conscience fears no shadows. He wasn't selling real beef anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Flavored? Isn't this just braised beef? The magistrate took a bite and confirmed his own claim. Wait, you actually ate it? I thought you said you don't eat beef? Yuji asked curiously. Didn't you just say this isn't beef? The magistrate was speechless. He was just looking for an excuse. Even if it wasn't beef, he could have claimed it was the green onions. Right. The term flavored means it's meat that tastes like beef. In reality, this is made from chicken and duck meat. Get it? It's just flavored. Yuji nodded repeatedly. He hadn't expected the magistrate to believe him so easily. He was actually a bit flattered. How is that possible? The magistrate was a bit dazed. He had gone through all that trouble to find an excuse, just to come here and cause trouble, only to be told it wasn't real beef? Are you kidding me? That's just how it is. If you don't believe me, you can call someone to inspect it. Find a professional butcher to take a look. Even though it has the flavor of beef, the texture and everything else will show the truth. This sauce beef is synthetic. To put it simply, other meats are compressed together. It's definitely not the same as the real thing. If you wash it in water a few times, the beef flavor might even disappear. As long as there was a professional here, they could definitely tell the difference. So, Yuji wasn't worried at all. Go and find Nyo Air for me. The magistrate, of course, didn't believe him. Nyo Air was the only butcher in the county. Whenever a plow ox was about to die of old age, or died in an accident, he was the one who handled it. When it came to understanding beef, no one was better than him. Tongyi County wasn't large. His subordinates galloped off on horseback, and in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Nyo Air was brought over. Nyo Air, take a look. Is this beef? At the magistrate's command, Nyo Air immediately got to work. Reporting to your honor, this is not real beef. It is a genuine imitation. Quickly, after a careful inspection, he reached a conclusion. Look closer. How can beef be fake? The magistrate was getting anxious. Your honor, it's the absolute truth. To be honest, fake beef isn't uncommon on the market. A common method is to soak duck meat in cow urine. After 3 days, it naturally takes on the smell of beef. Nyo Air was indeed a professional. He knew quite a lot. Are you saying this beef was? The magistrate realized he had just eaten something soaked in cow urine, and instantly felt sick. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Mine isn't soaked in cow urine. Yuji's product was made with modern technology, using industrial additives. That's nothing like cow urine. Yes, cow urine is just one way. I was just giving an example. Based on my experience, this sauce beef was definitely not made using the cow urine method. As for what method was actually used, Neo-Air looked at Yuji with a pleading expression. He really didn't know. If he had this kind of technology, he'd be in the capital selling fake beef himself. That would be way more profitable than slaughtering cows. It's a trade secret. No comment. Yuji didn't know either. After all, that was the trade secret of the pre-packaged food supplier. If he knew, he'd be the one manufacturing it. Wait, he was already selling it. He basically was the manufacturer's agent. Phew, fine. Then that's selling counterfeit goods. Selling fakes is also a crime. The magistrate finally stopped gagging. No, it's not. I've always said this is flavored sauce beef. You really are something. Yuji looked at the magistrate with a look of pure disappointment. He finally understood. This magistrate was just here to pick a fight. The problem was, if you're going to pick a fight, at least do it right. He didn't even know how to find a good excuse. What a waste of a position. You too. Didn't you hear what he said? He's selling fake beef. Why haven't you trashed this dishonest shop yet? The magistrate was at a loss for words. But when he saw the two men feasting nearby, his eyes darted around, and he came up with another scheme. He tried to set them against each other. It didn't matter. As long as it tastes good. Seriously, manager. This meat is delicious. It's way better than any real beef we've ever had. Give us 10 more plates. The two men ordered more food while they ate. You. Aren't you two all about the battle high? The magistrate was stunned. We love a good fight, but we're not idiots. It's obvious you're trying to use us. Exactly. Besides, if we kill him, where are we going to find food this good? I'm warning you, stop looking for trouble. You're ruining our meal. Yeah, what are you looking at? Get lost before we give you a real reason to cry. The two burly men were annoyed. Did he really take them for fools? Humph, we're leaving. The magistrate had no choice but to retreat with his men. Once they were gone, Xiaoqing came in to clean up the mess. The smell of urine was too strong. It was ruining the customer's experience. Gentlemen, thank you for your help. May I ask your names? Yuji served the 10 plates of spiced beef in no time. Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang. Their names were as bold as their personalities. Good. Today, I'm grateful for your assistance. This meal is on the house. Yuji was being unusually generous. No need. It's just a meal. We can afford it. Hu Ben shook his head. Yeah. Besides, we weren't really helping you. We just wanted a good fight. Xiong Shuang nodded and tossed a piece of silver onto the table. Clearly, neither of them was short on cash. Sigh. It's just a shame. We can never truly go all out in a fight. Hu Ben let out a deep sigh. Yeah, manager. Is there a blacksmith shop nearby? Our weapons are pretty much trashed. Xiong Shuang nodded in agreement and pulled out the large cleavers they had been using. The blades were covered in deep nicks and dents. It was clear how intense their battle had been. They were really swinging for the kill. There isn't a blacksmith shop here. Are you saying your weapons aren't good enough? Yuji shook his head. There are only traveling knife sharpeners in town. For a forge, you'd have to go to Kilapu. That's basically in the county seat. Since they'd just offended the magistrate, he didn't recommend going to his territory. Yeah, I just bought this blade yesterday, and it's already useless today. The guy who sold it said it was a masterpiece that would last 10 years. Hu Ben said indignantly. Exactly. It didn't even last a day. Total garbage. Xiong Shuang was also annoyed. Do you two only know how to use blades? Yuji wiped the sweat from his forehead. No matter how good a blade is, it can't handle that kind of clashing. Their strength was definitely no joke. Even in the martial world, they'd be considered first-rate experts. Iron quality these days wasn't great to begin with. The fact that the blades didn't snap and only got dented meant they were actually decent. Not necessarily. Hu Ben shook his head. Blades are just convenient. Xiong Shuang added. In that case, I happen to have a great weapon. One that won't break easily. And it's tough as nails. I just don't know if you two will find these easy to handle. Yuji's eyes darted around as he thought of something. He had an idea for a weapon that was practically indestructible. Oh, and what might that be? The two men's eyes lit up with anticipation. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Yuji hurried out through the kitchen. He quickly made his way to the construction site next door. He returned carrying 2 thick pieces of rebar. Now, using these things as weapons. Well, they have plenty of drawbacks. But that's mostly because they haven't met anyone worthy of wielding them. If a man can't fight, he shouldn't blame his tools. Besides, no matter how you look at it, this is a masterpiece of modern industrial engineering. There's no question about its durability. This is it. Hu Ben looked on with disdain. He stared at the iron rods in Yuji's hands. It wasn't that he was bragging, but it wasn't like the two brothers hadn't bent iron bars before. Don't let their plain looks fool you. You should give them a try first. They might be a bit heavy, though, and they're a little rough on the hands. Do you need gloves? Yuji casually pulled out 2 pairs of gloves. They were heavy-duty work gloves he'd swiped from the site. Huh, iron sand palm. Hubin struck out casually. The table shattered instantly under the force. Iron Hand Xiong Shuang reached out as well. His hand turned pitch black in an instant. Then he followed up with a strike against another table. That table was also reduced to splinters. Oh my god, my ashwood tabletops. Just forget everything I just said. Yuji clutched his head in despair. Those were some of the last antique tables I had left. Looks like I'll have to replace them again. Don't worry, we'll pay you back for the damage. Let's go outside and show the shopkeeper what we can do. With their bellies full of food and wine. It was time for a thrilling battle. Clang, clang, crack, snap, accompanied by sharp, ringing echoes. The sounds of the clash filled the air. In an instant, shadows of the rods intertwined. Sparks flew like arrows. It was like fireworks blooming in the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. After a round of intense clashing, the once quiet street had become a scene of absolute chaos. Dust swirled in the air. The sound of metal on metal echoed through the heavens. It was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. As the smoke slowly cleared, the seemingly fragile pieces of rebar were actually completely unharmed. Is this a divine weapon? Hubin was stunned. He stared at the rebar in his hand with burning intensity. After such a fierce battle, any ordinary rod would have snapped long ago. But this one was perfectly intact. There wasn't even a single nick on it. Incredible. Simply incredible. Xiong Shuang was also wearing a look of pure joy. An ordinary iron rod would have been out of shape by now. But this divine weapon doesn't have a scratch on it. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. So what do you think? Don't give me that nonsense. Yuji had specifically picked the thickest ones from the site. The rebar was as thick as a child's wrist. If they could break these, he'd listen to firecrackers for a whole year. It's perfect. Hubin looked at the rebar in his hand with total satisfaction. We'll take these 2 divine weapons. Xiong Shuang casually handed over 2 silver notes. Oh my god. Yuji glanced at the amount on the notes. He clutched his head, unable to believe his eyes. On the bright surface of the paper, the words 10,000 taels were clearly visible. 2 notes meant 20,000. I've run into some serious high rollers. 2 pieces of wholesale rebar from a construction site. Actually sold for this much? This was something Yuji never could have imagined. It's just a pity. Hubin looked at the rebar in his hand and sighed. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Yeah, it really is a pity. Xiong Shuang also let out a deep sigh. Gentlemen, I don't understand. What's there to be a pity about? Yuji felt completely baffled. Didn't you just get your hands on divine weapons? Is there still something missing? We have the divine weapons, but we have no worthy opponents to face. Hubin shook his head. It's a tragedy that such weapons have no place to be used. Exactly. I'm stuck sparring with this guy every single day. How are we supposed to get a real thrill out of that? Xiong Shuang nodded repeatedly in agreement. The 2 of them had been fighting each other for years. They knew each other's moves inside and out. If that's the case, why don't you 2 head to the battlefield? Why shouldn't a man carry a blade and conquer the 50 provinces of the mountain passes? Rebels are popping up everywhere these days. It's the perfect time for you 2 to show what you're made of. Yuji said casually. I mean, there are wars going on all over the place out there, right? If you want a real fight, it should be easy to find. Can we really get a good fight there? Hubin's eyes lit up instantly. I want to fight until I'm satisfied. Xiong Shuang was also howling with excitement. You can earn military honors and unlock the 4 great military achievements. Slaying generals, seizing counties, capturing flags. Being the first to scale the walls. That's the ultimate glory. Yuji continued to hype them up. I'm going to rack up those military honors. Do you dare to compete with me to see who gets more? Hubin was clearly sold on the idea. You're on. Let's go find a real fight right now. Xiong Shuang roared, refusing to back down. Wait, are you guys actually going? Yuji had just been talking nonsense. Of course we're going. But the battlefield is full of dangers. Hubin wasn't a complete fool. He's right. Shopkeeper, do you have any other equipment here? Xiong Shuang nodded as well. I do, of course I do. But I'll need a few days to get it ready. Take a look at this. Do you like it? Turns out they're pay-to-win players after all. Yuji casually picked up Zhao Qi's Genshin silver spear. He gave it a couple of flourishes. He hoped these wealthy patrons would take an interest. Unfortunately, the 2 of them clearly had their own ideas. Forget about that one. Hubin frowned slightly. Exactly. We like to get down and dirty in a fight. We're not into that flashy, elegant stuff. Xiong Shuang agreed with a nod. All right, I get it. Then let me prepare some other things. Yuji nodded, feeling a bit disappointed. At the Kilapu County Magistrate's office, the magistrate had just returned. He was immediately met by several pale-faced scholars. Slap, slap. The moment the magistrate saw them, he stepped forward and delivered several hard slaps to their faces. My lord, what is the meaning of this? These men were Li Dai and Chuan Chong, the ones Yuji had provoked into spitting blood. After the restaurant owner Qian Nolai died, they had sought refuge under the magistrate. They were acting as his advisors. In fact, the idea to extort him over the beef was their brilliant plan. But instead of getting beef, the magistrate had ended up wetting his pants in fear. You still have the nerve to speak? That restaurant wasn't even selling real beef. The magistrate got angrier the more he thought about it. He vented everything that had happened at the restaurant. My lord, you are being foolish. Whether it was real beef or not, isn't that for you to decide with a single word? Li Dai looked at him like he was a hopeless case. He's right. If you say it's real, then it's real. As long as you arrest the man. Even if it's fake, it becomes real. Guo Jianshou chimed in as well. Humph, nonsense. Do you think I don't know that? The magistrate gritted his teeth. If it weren't for those two giants interfering, I would have arrested him long ago to avenge Qian Nolai. I wouldn't be in this pathetic state right now. In my opinion, those two are just wandering warriors passing through. They'll be gone in a few days. My lord, you should send men to keep watch. The moment they leave, we strike and take him down. Li Dai flashed a sinister, cunning smile. Slap. Shut up. Do I need you to tell me that? The magistrate slapped him again. Now both of Li Dai's cheeks were swollen. At the foot of Tianling Mountain, the crisp air of autumn had quietly arrived. But the situation at Tianling Mountain was far from good. The prolonged drought. The crops on the mountain have completely failed. Left with no choice, they could only crouch by the mountain path time and time again, waiting. If they can't gather enough grain, the stronghold won't survive this winter. Chief, if you ask me, our stronghold shouldn't keep so many old, weak, and disabled people. Fewer mouths to feed means more grain for the rest of us. The second leader was no longer the original one. The previous one had died quietly, during a mission long ago. After all, the stronghold wasn't what it used to be. With so many people, his skills just didn't cut it anymore. Yeah, why keep all those farmers? We're bandits. As long as we can rob, that's all that matters. Naturally, the third leader wasn't the original one either. The chief sat at the head of the table, remaining silent. He had tried his best to look after the elders in the camp. But even a tiger has its moments of dozing off. Unless it was like the previous leader Wu, where the evidence was irrefutable. He couldn't just kill people without cause. That would throw the stronghold into chaos. Reporting to the chiefs, our scouts have discovered a grain transport team passing through this area. A man burst into the Hall of Loyalty, where the dozen or so leaders were holding their meeting. A grain transport? Damn straight. We have to hit them. I was just worrying about not having enough food for the winter. They actually dare to pass through here? The heavens are truly on our side. Chief, let's do it. The various leaders voiced their agreement one after another. Originally, if things got truly desperate, they would have had to raid the city. But how could they just barge into the county seat? The casualties would be devastating. But down at the foot of the mountain, it was a different story. Even if they couldn't win, they could just retreat back to the stronghold. Well, since the other leaders have spoken, it wasn't easy for Lang to object. Soon, the men were gathered and lying in ambush along the mountain path. On the mountain road, dozens of horse-drawn carriages, escorted by government soldiers, advanced slowly, just as they were about to arrive. Suddenly, from the forest, a boy in his teens came rushing out. He was a complete mess. His clothes were torn by thorns, and his body was covered in bloody scratches. Clearly, he had been trekking through the woods for a long time. Chief, run. It's a trap. This is a trap. The boy started shouting from a distance, fearing that Lang wouldn't hear him. But if Lang could hear him, the soldiers naturally heard him too. Fire. The commanding officer gave the order. A volley of 10,000 arrows flew. Not just the boy, but even those lying in ambush suffered a devastating blow. Lang had actually moved the moment he saw the boy appear. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. He could only watch helplessly as the boy was struck by a hail of arrows. But Lang still didn't give up. Braving the rain of arrows, he finally managed to pull the boy back. Didn't I tell you all to stay down at the foot of the mountain? Why did you come back? Lang looked at the bleeding child in his arms, feeling a bit lost. He wasn't a fool, of course, seeing that the elders in the stronghold were almost all gone, and that they wouldn't survive if things continued like this. He had quietly sent the last few people down the mountain. These few had always hidden in the back mountains to farm, and were never registered by the government, with the money Lang gave them. As long as they kept a low profile, they could live peacefully in the city. Lang had already planned it out. In a few days, he'd find an excuse to leave the mountain. Since he had money now, he could take a few people from the stronghold and live out the rest of his life without any problems. But how did it end up like this? They're dead. They're all dead. Grandpa found out the government was planning to wipe you all out. He used the silver to dig for info, but he was caught. The uncles died protecting me too. I'm not going to make it either. Chief, you have to keep living. You must. After saying that, the boy's hand went limp. He had been hit by several arrows. There was no way he could survive. Lang closed his eyes, then looked at the army below. With a sudden movement, he vanished from everyone's sight. At the Yuji restaurant, the autumn air was crisp and cool. It was a perfect time for sleeping. Yet the restaurant was brightly lit every night. The autumn exams were approaching. Almost everyone was writing furiously. Zhang Guan and Ji were no exception. Yuji had already forbidden them from working. He served them 10 liters of coke every day. As for ancient texts, he had collected an untold number of them long ago, since he had a photocopier anyway. Yuji simply copied a huge pile to keep in stock. So, even for rare books that weren't for sale, he had quite a few. It only took a few minutes to borrow and copy them. Hey, have you guys heard? Something happened in the South again. When there are many people, there are always loose tongues. After all, not everyone loves to study. Most people's curiosity for gossip is far greater than their interest in learning. What happened now? Sure enough, someone quickly chimed in. You guys probably don't know, but the South has turned into a bloodbath. The well-informed person said with exaggeration. A bloodbath? In what way? Someone else joined the conversation. There's a place called Shishang in the Jiangnan region. It's absolutely tragic. From top to bottom, every single official, inside and out, was slaughtered. Now, no one dares to take a post in Shishang. Whoever goes there dies. If we make it onto the golden list, we better not get assigned to a place like that. It's too terrifying. The well-informed person patted his chest in lingering fear. Did they find out who did it? Someone pressed for more. No idea. Everyone's dead. Who knows who the killer is? But there are rumors that it was done by someone called the chief of the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Wait, I should say the former chief. Why do you say that? The others were puzzled. Because just before that, the government wiped out the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. And then their chief disappeared. No sign of him alive. And no body found. The informant explained. That doesn't prove he did it. Exactly. What if he fell off a cliff? If a bandit leader had that kind of power, why would he even be a bandit? With that strength, his stronghold wouldn't have fallen. Oh well. It's all just rumors. It's boring. Let's just focus on our books. True. The exams are almost here. Waiter, bring me 10 more cups of Coke. Gentlemen, I have a poem. The others chatted away. And in the blink of an eye, they put the matter out of their minds. Jiangnan is a long way from here, after all. Yuji naturally heard the news too. But it had nothing to do with him. So he didn't take it to heart. Right now, his whole mind was on providing gear for his 2 whales. After a few days of research, he really did manage to get some good stuff. First, of course, was head protection. Yuji bought a fully enclosed motorcycle helmet online. Don't underestimate this helmet. This brand has been tested by heavy trucks. Even if a truck runs right over it, the helmet and the head inside remain intact. It's practically a divine artifact. Yuji didn't hesitate to buy the most expensive one in the shop. He also got 2 sets of chainmail that would rival legendary weapons, a set of flexible inner armor, and soft pants. Of course, they couldn't be worn against the skin. They were made of titanium alloy, making them excellent at stopping stabs and stray arrows. He even custom-ordered 2 more pieces of heavy armor made from ultra-high-strength steel. When he laid these 3 sets out before Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang, their eyes went wide instantly. Incredible. This is amazing. Hu Ben gently stroked the helmet and the steel armor. A look of pure joy spread across his face. Xiong Shuang was even more direct. He pulled out a blade to test the quality of the armor. The result went without saying. How could the scrap metal of ancient times possibly pierce through their defenses? Shopkeeper, we'll take these. We don't care about the details. Take your money and stay away from my precious armor. Hu Ben pulled out a silver note for 100,000 taels. Over the past few days, Yuji had found out that these 2 were from a powerful northern clan. How does the saying go? Wealth that could rival a nation. And their martial arts skills. They were masters from head to toe. They didn't do it for anything else but the pure thrill of battle. All right, the gear is here. We'll take our leave now. They had only stayed these few days to wait for the equipment. Now that they had it, naturally, they didn't want to linger any longer. Hey, come back and visit sometime. If you need anything, just say the word. I can get my hands on anything. Yuji waved goodbye excitedly. In just a few short days, he had earned 12,000 taels of gold. This was way more profitable than selling barbecue. It was just a shame it wasn't a long-term business. Ordinary people couldn't afford these prices. Don't worry, if we need anything, we'll definitely come find you. Yuji wasn't the only one satisfied with the deal. Ben and his brother were also quite happy. Aside from this place, they couldn't think of anywhere else where they could get such divine weapons. Oh wait, before you go, I have some military rations here. Take them with you, just in case something goes wrong on your march. You can at least fill your bellies. Yuji thought for a moment and handed over a pack of compressed biscuits. Great. Much appreciated, shopkeeper you. The night is long and the road is far. We'll be on our way. The two waved goodbye and headed straight for the recruitment office. You two want to enlist? The officer at the recruitment desk was surprised. These days, it was hard enough to press gang men into service. And here were two people volunteering? And they even brought their own gear. That's right. Hurry up and process the paperwork. We want to get into the fight. Ben was so excited he wanted to hit the battlefield right now to test out the power of his new armor. Enlisting is fine, but let me tell you up front. With the drought these past few years, the Emperor is a bit short on cash. Military pay won't be coming anytime soon. We can only give you credit for military merit. I hope you can understand. The officer laid out the terms clearly. Is he really that broke? Doesn't matter. Just put us in the most dangerous spot you've got. We're here to rack up military honors. Ben didn't care about a little bit of money. We want to fight. Xiong Shuang wasn't short on cash either. Seeing that the Emperor was even worse off than them, they almost felt like paying to work. Don't you worry about that. If you want to fight, you'll get one. I'll send you to the southern front. Rebels are popping up everywhere down south. We're struggling to find enough men as it is. After the arrangements were made, the two were sent straight to the front lines. Back at the restaurant, Ben and Xiong Shuang had just left. Yuji hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when Wankai started barking like crazy. What is it, Wankai? Don't just bark at the guests for no reason. Yuji glanced outside. Wankai was barking furiously at a dark-skinned youth. The dog didn't usually act like this. It was strange, but Yuji didn't think much of it, mainly because lately, staying in this world, he'd occasionally pop some ibuprofen or Great Hua pills and such. His strength had long since reached the Huajin stage. Last time, even if Hu and Ben hadn't stepped in, beating the county magistrate and his goons would have been a matter of minutes. Not to mention, he had even brought over a few gas tanks. If worse came to worst, he'd just blow the place up. Of course, this world is full of dangers. So he only dared to wander around the restaurant to make it easier to escape. Manager, do you have instant noodles? The first thing the dark-skinned boy said upon entering was instant noodles. I do. But Yuji was a bit stunned. What kind of person comes to a restaurant just to eat instant noodles? Give me a bowl of this flavor. And add 2 noodle companions. The dark-skinned boy pulled a packet from his bundle. Yuji took a look. Good grief, it was even seafood flavored. Yuji silently went back to the kitchen. A kid eating instant noodles and ham sausages. This is just too pitiful. Without realizing it, Yuji added 2 poached eggs to the kid's bowl. This is a new item in the shop. Aren't the exams coming up? Chopsticks with poached eggs are common sense for good luck. It's a tradition. Of course. The poached eggs were pre-packaged ones. Yuji was too lazy to fry eggs, so he just tore open a few bags of ready-made ones. Say what you will about them being pre-packaged. The taste really wasn't bad. Most people couldn't even tell the difference. Slurp, slurp. Another bowl. The boy ate very fast. In the blink of an eye, a bowl of noodles was gone. 1 packet definitely wasn't enough to fill him up. Yuji served another packet. Then 2 more. 3 packets, 15 packets. By the end, Yuji was getting a bit scared. He's not going to eat himself to death, is he? Fortunately, he was fine. The little bro didn't die from overeating. That'll be 1,501. Instant noodles are 101 a packet. Yuji didn't plan on lowering the price. I don't have any money, the dark-skinned boy said calmly. Oh my god. Guys, do you feel me? I've run into a freeloader. So you're trying to eat for free? Yuji held his head in pain. He was afraid the other guy would just squat on a chair with his head in his hands. If that happened, he'd probably be doing the same when it came time to pay wages. Your noodles are good. I'll kill someone for you in exchange. The dark-skinned boy complimented him expressionlessly. Kid, who exactly are you planning to kill? Yuji was dazed. Why does he want to kill someone right off the bat? Whoever you say. I'll kill whoever you want. 1 life for 1 meal is a fair trade. The dark-skinned boy didn't know how to do anything else. That's really not necessary. If you want to eat, working for it is the same thing. What was your last job? Yuji adopted the tone of an interviewer. Chief of a mountain stronghold. The dark-skinned boy said honestly. Oh my god, you edgy kid. Just go. I won't charge you for the meal. Consider it my treat. Yuji had just made so much money and was in a great mood. A little bit of money could be considered a good deed. No, I don't eat for free. The dark-skinned boy insisted. Then will you stay at the inn to clean? Room and board included. It just so happens Zhang Guan and Gigi are taking the exams, and Xiao Qing took a long leave of absence. The shop is short-handed. As for Tai, since he's literate, he's been assigned to collect rent. Deal, the dark-skinned boy nodded. Asterisk woof. 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 Asterisk. The two had just agreed on the terms, when the dog at the door started barking again. Then, asterisk bang, asterisk. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, wobbling on its hinges. Ha. You. No one's going to protect you today. Men. Yuji's restaurant is illegally selling beef. Seize him. An arrogant voice rang out from outside. Needless to say, it was the magistrate. The moment he heard who Ben and his brother had left, he rushed over immediately. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 chopsticks flew straight toward the magistrate outside. It was the dark-skinned youth who had struck. Oh my god. Yuji reacted instantly. He grabbed 2 chopsticks and threw them, intercepting the attack. He knocked the youth's chopsticks out of the air. He wants to kill you. Why did you stop me? The youth was confused. Dying like that would be too easy for him. Sometimes, death is a mercy. Take him down. Yuji clapped his hands. Clatter, clatter. A large group of soldiers swarmed out. They immediately surrounded the magistrate and his men. We have received a report that the magistrate of Tongi County has been colluding with bandits and illegally oppressing innocent citizens. Take him to the capital for trial. Shopkeeper you. We'll be taking our leave now. The leading official greeted Yuji warmly. Anyone with connections knew the truth by now. The man who was currently the talk of the town, the divine doctor who cured the emperor's old ailment, was a close friend of Shopkeeper Yu. He had been ordered to escort the divine doctor back. He was supposed to leave immediately, but after receiving Yuji's report, he had waited 3 whole days, all just to secure this favor. A favor from the divine doctor was basically like having an extra life in the future. It was worth a fortune. What? You say there's no evidence? Evidence. Just throw him in with Old Lee and it'll turn up. The magistrate had no one protecting him from above. And even if he did, no matter how high an official is, can they be higher than the emperor? Thank you for your help, my lord. Come by when you have time, and dinner's on me. Yuji waved as well. He watched as the magistrate was hauled away. Another little problem solved. Sweet. You're a lot of trouble, the youth said coldly. Fine. Now I believe your last job really was being a great chief. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1. Leave right now. The meal is on the house. 2. Work honestly in this shop. You cannot hurt anyone without my orders. It's a good thing he reacted fast just now. Otherwise, killing a magistrate in front of all those people would have been impossible to explain away. 2. The youth didn't hesitate. All right. From now on, your name is Xiao Fei. Go and wipe down the whole restaurant. I'll give you something delicious tonight. The exams were starting soon. To give the students some good luck, Yuji had introduced several new dishes to the menu. As for why he kept the boy around, it was mostly because the kid seemed incredibly sincere. If he said he had no money, he had no money. If he said he'd kill someone, he meant it. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Besides, it was obvious he wasn't ordinary. Could an ordinary person eat 15 bowls of instant noodles in one sitting? And he even had those noodle packets. I wonder what his connection to Wang Zhen is. I'll keep him here for now. I'll ask Wang Zhen when he gets back. Little did he know on the other side, Wang Zhen was going crazy looking for the boy. When news of Tianlang Stronghold's destruction reached Shurqing, Wang Zhen finished his business and rushed over as fast as he could. He didn't believe Lang would just die. And sure enough, over the next few days, rumors of a killer demon spread through Shurqing. Those corrupt officials were dying one by one. This only confirmed Wang Zhen's suspicions. Lang wasn't dead. He was on a path of revenge. Once he was done, he would surely come to the escort agency to find him. So he waited and waited, and waited some more. The officials had been dead for days, but there was still no sign of Lang. How is that possible? I'm the only man who can let him eat instant noodles until he's full. Well, did you find him? Wang Zhen asked urgently. No, I've sent everyone out to look, but there's been no word of him at all. His subordinates were breaking into a cold sweat. The world was in chaos these days. Finding one person was no easy task. It It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. That makes no sense. Wang Zhen was baffled. Wait, young master. We did get some news. A while back, someone was asking around for a place called Yuji's restaurant. But that person was always in black and masked. No one knew who he was. One of his men suddenly remembered. It's him. It has to be him. It looks like he went to the headquarters to find me. Let's go. We're heading back. Wang Zhen said excitedly. He hadn't expected Lang to be so proactive. Food's ready. Stop what you're doing. Come and eat. Yuji called out. Atai was the first to appear, followed by Xiao He, Brother Ji, and Zhang Guan. Xiao Qing was nowhere to be seen. But it didn't matter. This spread wasn't really for her anyway. Here, Coke chicken wings. You two eat up. It's good for the brain. Coke chicken wings are, as the name suggests, made with Coke. Since Coke is brain food, Yuji had specially prepared this dish. A little extra boost couldn't hurt. And here's a big zhongzi. Oh, I mean, top scholar pig trotters. I hope you both pass your exams with flying colors tomorrow. Yuji brought out a massive platter. Top scholar pig trotters. It's a play on words for passing the exam. It's a symbol of academic success. The trotters were dark, glossy, and incredibly appetizing. The sight of them on the table was mouth-watering. The rich aroma wafted through the air. It felt like being in paradise. There are many stories behind the top scholar dish, but they're all tied to the imperial exams. Basically, the idea is that if you eat it, you'll become the top scholar. But with so many candidates this year, and all of them eating these trotters, I wonder if there are enough top scholar spots to go around. Well, if one isn't enough, then just eat a few more. If someone's going to become the top scholar by eating pig trotters, it better be someone from my shop. We don't have much else, but we have plenty of special dishes. What's a few platters of trotters? We can afford it. When Yuji said he'd provide, he meant it. The table was piled high with trotters. If a top scholar actually came from his shop, his restaurant would become famous overnight. A normal shop has to go through so much to become a legend. But a top scholar is different. Just one could save the restaurant 10 years of hard work. Xiaohei didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and grabbed a trotter. For someone like him, who had experienced the deepest hunger and the feeling of death, nothing was more real than a hearty piece of meat. The glistening, fatty trotter looked irresistible. Every inch of it seemed to radiate an undeniable magic. Xiaohei couldn't wait and took a big bite. He was instantly hooked. His teeth sank into the tender, juicy meat. That rich, savory flavor instantly filled his entire mouth. Every part of the trotter had been perfectly cooked. The texture was delicate yet firm. As he chewed, he could feel the perfect harmony of meat and seasoning. It was a wonderful sensation. It was a sense of satisfaction that reached his very soul. With just one bite, there was only one thought in his mind. Delicious. This is so good. It made him want to take another bite immediately. Xiaohei didn't hesitate for a second. He reached out and grabbed another one. With a trotter in each hand, he was eating with pure joy. Compared to him, Atai's eating habits were much more refined. The scholar's ladder dish was good, but he wasn't the one taking the exams. Coke chicken wings were more his style. The amber glaze shimmered with an oily luster. The charred chicken skin looked translucent. With a gentle pull, the meat immediately fell off the bone. Before even taking a bite, the aroma filled his nostrils. One bite, and the skin was crispy yet tender. The sauce exploded between his teeth. Sweet, but not greasy. The savory flavor reached the bone, with just the right amount of sweet aftertaste. Every fiber of the chicken was soaked in sauce. There wasn't a hint of gaminess, only the intertwining of meat and sweetness on the tongue. It was infinitely more delicious than the cold leftovers from the imperial kitchen. Even the reserved Gigi and Zhongguan were caught up in the atmosphere and couldn't help but start feasting. Hey, Xiaohei, let me tell you, don't be polite with the manager. Don't let the room and board fool you. The problem is, he doesn't pay wages. So just eat as much as you can. Make sure you eat back your salary's worth. Atai put his arm around Xiaohei like they were old friends. Xiaohei's body trembled slightly, but in the end, he didn't make any further moves. Take it or leave it. Yuji already provided food and housing. Why would there be any reason to pay wages? It's already good enough he's not charging them. Actually, Atai was the one paying to work here. Unless they could bring in revenue like Xiao Qing. Otherwise, in this day and age, a three-legged golden toad is hard to find. But people willing to work just for a meal are everywhere. Never mind this kind of feast. Just being able to eat their fill of white rice is a dream for many. I'll do it. Only a fool wouldn't. This is much more interesting than rotting away in the palace. Come, let's toast to our two candidates' success. May your names be on the golden list. Yuji raised his cup of Coke. Coke might not be healthy, But today, he was willing to risk it for the future scholars. Before the toast could even be finished, the sound of the dog barking rang out again. Several whoosh sounds came from above, followed by a black figure. Strange. Why didn't the lights go out? The man in black muttered to himself, looking a bit dazed. He had just thrown several hidden weapons at the light sources. My 7-colored glazed luxury crystal light bulbs. Yuji clutched his head, looking horrified. Those were high-end crystal lamps he spent over $100 on. If a few bulbs are missing, the whole thing has to be replaced. Humph. Prepare to die? Before the man in black could finish his sentence, he felt a chill down his spine. A greasy hand had already appeared by his side. Xiaohei's ghostly figure appeared behind the man in black. His voice made one's hair stand on end. The man in black tried to dodge and resist. But who was Xiaohei? With a few effortless moves, the man in black couldn't hold his own at all. Even his mask was knocked off. Isn't this the flying bat? Ranked 98th on the assassin most wanted list? A tie, being well-traveled, recognized the newcomer instantly. Flying bat. Yuji was speechless. He didn't remember offending any bats. Yeah, you guys wouldn't know him. The bounty on his head is worth at least this much. A tie made a gesture. Only 500 taels? Yuji was unimpressed. That's not even enough for a rich man's meal. For a top 100 assassin. Is he really that cheap? Manager, you can't say that. After all, he is ranked near the bottom. Besides, that's the price for him dead. If we can capture him alive, the price will at least quintuple. Atai said with a bit of excitement. 2,500 taels? Xiaohei, take it easy. First, let's ask him why he came to kill me. Yuji felt a jolt of energy. 2,500 taels. That's a pretty high price. Give up on that idea. I've been professionally trained. Unless I can't help it, no one can make me talk. Flying Bat looked incredibly stubborn. Fine, fine. Playing the hero, are we? Just you wait. Yuji did a quick flip and headed straight for the kitchen. He'd seen stubborn people before, but never one who could stay stubborn under his watch. He rummaged through the fridge for a long time. Finally, Yuji revealed a satisfied smile. Let's see how stubborn he is now. Yuji cut open a pre-packaged bag of food. Splush. A whole bag of chili peppers was poured onto the plate. Only at the very end did a tiny fish head roll out. This was the legendary and famous chopped chili fish head, because it was bought cheaply on a discount site. His chopped chili fish head always had plenty of chilies, but almost no fish. Plus, the chilies were of poor quality, relying purely on capsaicin extract for flavor. And the person who made it must have had no sense of taste. They dumped in so much capsaicin that a normal person couldn't eat it. So this dish usually got countless bad reviews. And sales were always terrible. He had tons of stock. This time, it could finally be put to use. The roar of the microwave sounded, like a bugle call for an attack. Ding! As soon as the microwave opened, a violent, pungent smell of chili instantly filled the air. It was an extreme, nasty kind of chili smell. Just one whiff made it feel like your entire respiratory tract was on fire. In one word, spicy. Yuji put on a mask before daring to step out. Everyone in the hall was wondering why the manager suddenly ran off mid-sentence. Then, an indescribable smell wafted out from the kitchen. Ugh, this smell? Atai's eyes started watering. Not from emotion, but because it was too spicy for his eyes. Little bat, it's not too late to surrender now. Yuji carried a plate of chopped chili fish head, slowly walking out of the kitchen, looking like a demon from hell. Flying Bat felt a cold light flash behind Yuji. A soul-reaping scythe of the Grim Reaper was rising slowly behind him. But his professional ethics as an assassin told him he couldn't back down. He was a professional. Atai, feed the gentleman some fish. Yuji handed the chopped chili fish head to the teary-eyed Atai. The dish was placed in front of Atai. He felt a blast of spicy air hit him, straight to his brain. His tears flowed even faster. Trembling, he carried the plate and approached Flying Bat. To someone who didn't know better, it would look like a touching reunion. After all, everyone in the room had eyes full of tears, especially Flying Bat and Atai. Come on, be a good boy. Open wide. Atai scooped up a spoonful of chilies and held it to Flying Bat's mouth. Flying Bat naturally wouldn't open his mouth. This thing clearly wasn't anything good. Never mind eating it. He couldn't even stand it being in front of him. Unfortunately, he was at their mercy now. How could Xiaohei let him resist? He tapped a few pressure points. Flying Bat's mouth opened automatically. Atai seized the chance to shove a spoonful in, then forced his mouth shut. A thick, stimulating spicy flavor surged up Flying Bat's throat like a volcanic eruption, as if it were about to set his entire being on fire. He felt like he was about to explode. as if it were about to set his entire being on fire. The spiciness exploded in his mouth instantly. First, it conquered his lips and tongue, making them feel as if 10,000 ants were gnawing on them at once. It was a searing, burning pain. Then, it surged down his throat, setting everything in its path ablaze. It was suffocating and unbearable. Flying Bat had only one thought right now. Regret. Pure regret. Why did he seek his own death? For a measly few thousand taels of silver? This was absolute torture. Don't stop. Give him more of the soup. The industrial chili extract is all in the broth. At Yuji's command, another mouthful of the spicy liquid was forced down. This time, the feeling was even more hopeless. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Flying Bat's head was drenched in sweat. He struggled to beg for mercy. But when he opened his mouth, he realized he couldn't make a sound. His tongue was already numb and swollen, and his lips were unnaturally red. In common terms, he was spiced out. In medical terms, he was having an allergic reaction. Either way, he couldn't speak. Still not talking, huh? Fine. I've never met someone with such a stubborn mouth. Pour it. Pour the chili water into his nose. Yuji was actually amused by Flying Bat's unyielding spirit. Man, assassins these days really do have the most professional training. He hasn't made a peep through all this. Impressive. Before Flying Bat could even react, the pungent liquid surged into his nasal cavity. And then, there was no then. A suffocating burn flooded his nose. It was a refreshing feeling no one would ever want to know. Before he could even process the pain, that death knell of a voice rang out again. Now put it in his eyes. Before Yuji could finish, Flying Bat struggled desperately, breaking free from Xiaohei's grip. He had to. If he didn't, he felt like he was actually going to die. What kind of human being comes up with these punishments? Awa, I surrender. I surrender. Flying Bat tried his best to surrender, but his mouth was so swollen that no clear words came out. It wasn't just his tongue. His vocal cords were damaged now, too. His entire airway from nose to throat was incredibly inflamed. Wu Jiang, Yuji. Flying Bat was on the verge of despair. Luckily, there was someone nearby who understood human speech. Shopkeeper, I think he's saying he surrenders. Atai was the one most affected by this, other than Flying Bat himself. He felt immense pity for the man right now. Oh, is that so? Fine then. But make him finish the bowl first. We can't let it go to waste. Then have him write down everything from start to finish. Yuji originally wanted him to speak, but looking at Flying Bat's sausage-like lips, he gave up on that idea. He still has to eat it. Atai was horrified. He felt traumatized just watching. We can't waste food. I even heated it up. The dish is already cooked, after all. As soon as Yuji finished speaking, Flying Bat's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. Absolutely heartless. After a sleepless night, early the next morning, Yuji hired a carriage to send the two scholars to the examination hall. Perhaps because of the disaster, all the southern scholars were taking their exams near the capital. Many exam sites had been set up nearby, so it was quite close. Before they left, Yuji gave each of them a large bottle of bottled Coke, the 2L kind that was on sale at the supermarket downstairs. 2 bottles for only 9.9. The Coke also carried his high expectations for them. Shopkeeper, that assassin from last night confessed everything. Atai came over to report. Turns out, that assassin had taken a mission from the internal assassin's rank list. Someone posted a 5,000 tael bounty on Yuji's life. However, Flying Bat didn't know who put up the money. In short, he was just in it for the cash. As for the specifics, he was completely in the dark. He didn't have a single piece of useful information. Oh right, didn't you say earlier that this guy could be traded for money? Yuji's eyes lit up. Yes, he's on the government's most wanted list. 500 for his head. 2,500 if taken alive. Capturing him alive is much harder, and they can squeeze a lot of info out of a prisoner. Naturally, the price is higher. Good. Have Xiaohei go with you. Make sure you bring back those 2,500 taels. Yuji waved them off. The money isn't the point. He mainly wanted to contribute to the imperial court. At the same time, he offered a silent prayer for Flying Bat. As everyone knows, some things are fine when they're going in, but once they're on their way out, I hear the proctology department in this area is second to none. The following days were uneventful. Aside from occasionally guiding the potato planting, Yuji had nothing else to do. But this peace didn't last long. 7 days later, Yuji's restaurant was packed to the brim. The reason? The scholars were all back. They had originally wanted to enjoy themselves in the bustling capital city. Unfortunately, their tongues wouldn't cooperate. Everything they ate tasted like cardboard. It wasn't nearly as flavorful as the chicken soup over rice on Yuji's ninth floor. Left with no choice, they all came crawling back. As expected, only the food here hits the spot. If Yuji knew what they were thinking, he would have told them that the main ingredient in that street-filling aroma, oil, is actually ethyl maltol. Long-term consumption of that stuff dulls your sense of taste. Normal food would naturally taste bland to them, just like modern students. Everyone wanted to relax after their exams. With all the drinking and dining, Yuji's business exploded. Line up. Everyone, get in line. You. Yes, you. Go to the back of the line. What? You want to go to the second floor? Right this way, sir. Please, come inside. It was already autumn. Yuji had moved the barbecue stalls inside. If people wanted to eat, they had to come into the shop. But there were far too few seats. A long queue stretched out the door. It was a rare sight for the restaurant. However, because the prices upstairs were so steep, hardly anyone ever went up there. Brotherly, this line is way too long. Maybe we should go somewhere else. With a line this long, some people were bound to lose patience. I've already been to Typhoon Tower and Shurjai, in the capital. But the taste, how do I put it? The ingredients they use are just, ugh. It's unpalatable. Simply unpalatable. If only the barbecue was still outside. That was fast and delicious. This line is ridiculous. The people in line were helpless. Most of them had been raised on old hen soup and barbecue. They were typical scholars. Now that they wanted a treat, nowhere else had this specific flavor. It was the ultimate frustration. Shopkeeper, this isn't working. The line is too long. It stretches from the door all the way out of town. How about we do what we did before and set up some tables outside? Atai wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted to Yuji in the kitchen. Actually, do whatever you want. I wouldn't recommend it, though. Yuji didn't really care. The chefs were just sitting around anyway. Even though there were many people eating, the turnover was slow. It couldn't compare to the 1,000-order days of the takeout business. It's autumn now. The Schwef family members have all moved back to their own place. He had returned to his normal routine. He'd even packed up the barbecue stall. Now he only opened the doors near noon and closed up early in the evening. It all came down to one thing. He wasn't short on cash. The business downstairs looked good, but the profit wasn't even a tenth of what he made upstairs. Yuji had assigned Xiaohei to serve the upstairs area. He was a man of few words and had a low profile, making him perfect for hosting VIPs. Atai? He was way too enthusiastic. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a former eunuch. That fawning attitude was a dead ringer for a palace servant. Who knows where he learned that? Where on earth did Xiaoqing go? It's been nearly half a month. He's nowhere to be found. Atai started complaining. With so many customers, one waiter really couldn't keep up. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as when he was just collecting rent. But Yuji had given that job to Zhongguan. Brother Ji went to help at the pharmacy. So Atai was stuck waiting tables. And in the first floor lobby, no less. It was exhausting. Waiter, is my wine ready yet? Waiter, come wipe this table. Waiter, the floor is filthy. Hurry up and sweep it. The people in the restaurant rushed him for everything. Except the food. There was no need. The food came out so fast that it was on the table the moment they sat down. They didn't dare rush it. They really didn't. Woof, 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 woof. Wang Kai started barking frantically again. Wait, what is that? It looks like a person. A tiger. It's a tiger. Why is someone dragging a tiger back? Holy crap, that's a huge tiger. With that size, it's practically a demon, isn't it? Hard to say. Everyone looked in the direction Wang Kai was barking. They saw a thin, blood-stained figure, dragging a massive tiger, struggling step by step as he returned. Fortunately, the tiger was clearly dead. Otherwise, these scholars would have been scared to death. It's Xiaoqing. It's Brother Xiaoqing. Shopkeeper. Brother Xiaoqing is back. Oh no. Brother Xiaoqing fainted. Atai shouted excitedly. But then he saw Xiaoqing's body tilt and collapse straight onto the ground. Close the doors. We're closing for the day? Finally, an excuse to close early. Yuji immediately told Xiaohei to carry him in and chased everyone else out. Wait, don't close. We'll pay more. We'll pay extra. We want to eat. We need to eat. Shopkeeper, open up. You're brave enough to open a shop. So be brave enough to stay open. I've been waiting in line for so long. It was almost my turn. I'll go upstairs. I'll pay to eat upstairs, okay? The scholars outside were making a huge racket. But with a tough guy like Xiaoqing around, who had just killed a fierce tiger, no one dared to actually force their way in. Fortunately, after Shin Isho came over and checked him, he found that Xiaoqing's body was mostly fine. He had simply fainted from excessive blood loss. Sure enough, Xiaoqing slowly woke up by evening. Yuji had made sure to feed him plenty of milk tea and cake. Shopkeeper. The ginseng. Xiaoqing reached into his robe with trembling hands. A ginseng root that looked remarkably like a human figure fell out from his chest. This is 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Shen the divine physician truly lived up to his name. He recognized the item at a single glance. What? I thought it was impossible for ginseng to grow for over 100 years. Yuji was completely confused. He had specifically asked an AI about this. Who told you that? How could there be a saying that ginseng can't exceed 100 years? If that were true, wouldn't all the imperial tributes be only a few decades old? If you said that out loud, they'd be chopping heads at the execution grounds from now until next year. You shouldn't say things like that so carelessly, Shinicho said solemnly. Oh, I was just talking. Yuji scratched his head. I guess these two worlds are just different. He couldn't guarantee that this world definitely didn't have them. After all, even martial artists exist here. Shopkeeper, Xiaoqing is useless. I failed to take the magistrate's head. I only managed to kill Li Dai and those other scholars. Xiaoqing looked incredibly guilty. Wait, so you took time off just to go assassinate the magistrate? Yuji was stunned. Naturally, it was obvious that man intended to harm you, shopkeeper. Leaving him alive would only be asking for trouble. So Xiaoqing explained everything. Yuji finally realized what she had been up to these past few days. That night, she really did plan to take out the magistrate. She even staked out the yamen for real. However, she overlooked one thing. That old geezer is a terrible official. He never actually goes to work. He spends all his time at home playing with his mistresses. So, her wait at the yamen was a total waste of time. After a few days, Xiaoqing asked around and finally figured out the situation. She snuck over to the magistrate's house. But the old man was busy with his side chicks all day. He couldn't stand being with his yellow-faced wife at home. After all that running around, she never even ran into him. Instead, near the magistrate's house, she spotted Li Dai and his group. They were acting suspicious as they left the city and headed toward a mysterious location. Xiaoqing didn't know the exact details, but she heard them mentioning an assassin leaderboard and a hit on Yuji. Xiaoqing couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped out and killed them all with one strike each. Fearing the bodies would be found, she planned to dump them in the mountains to feed the beasts. And that's when she ran into that fierce tiger. Good lord, that tiger was twice the size of a normal one. If the old Xiaoqing had met this tiger, she definitely wouldn't have escaped. Xiaoqing didn't actually want to fight it. She was just there to drop off the food. But then she unexpectedly discovered a stalk of wild ginseng near the tiger's lair. She wanted to pick it. The tiger said no. So, human and tiger went at it. And well, the rest is history. The tiger was indeed ferocious. But Xiaoqing hadn't been eating those pills and prepackaged meals for nothing. In the end, she emerged victorious. She even brought the old ginseng back. Xiaoqing is incompetent. I failed to eliminate that threat for you, shopkeeper. But don't worry. Once my wounds are healed, Xiaoqing said, struggling to sit up. Forget the wounds for a second. That corrupt official is already rotting in a cell. But you mentioned an assassin leaderboard. Do you know where it is? Yuji thought about the 2,500 taels he just got. Suddenly, a bold plan began to form. Evil cultivators make money without any regard for honor or life. If this plan works, the money will come in faster than ever. I think I know. Shopkeeper, what are you planning? Xiaoqing asked tremulously. She felt like her boss was up to no good. Once you're healed, I want you to do this. Yuji leaned in and whispered into Xiaoqing's ear. How can we do this? I can't possibly put you in danger, shopkeeper. Xiaoqing shook her head repeatedly. Relax. Don't you know how strong I am by now? Yuji didn't know why, but his power had been growing incredibly fast lately. It was like he was on a rocket ship. Besides clearing out 20 years of toxins from his body, it seemed to have something to do with that indestructible divine art Eunuch Chao gave him. This thing might truly be the greatest technique in the world. The only problem was, it felt like he was practicing a completely different version than everyone else. Xiaoqing and Zhao Qi both practiced it. When they activated it, they got a golden, glowing protective shield. But when he circulated his energy, he felt soft. Extremely soft. Even a spear couldn't pierce him, it would just slide off. He was like a ball of cotton. And according to those two, one must practice diligently every day to make progress. But Yuji didn't have to do anything. The internal energy in his body ran 24 hours a day. His power was skyrocketing. Unfortunately, Eunuch Chao hadn't visited again. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask what was going on. Why was there such a huge difference when they were all practicing the same technique? Still, it's too risky. Xiaoqing shook her head vigorously. Fine, then there's another way. You do this, and then that. Yuji whispered a few more lines. Now, that could work. But, is this really okay? Xiaoqin was a bit hesitant. Don't worry, his skills are good. Besides, I can pass the technique to him first. It's just a shame about those thousands of tales from before. Yuji sighed. All right then. Xiaoqin finally nodded reluctantly. Xiaohei, come here for a second. I have something to discuss with you. Yuji pulled Xiaohei into another room. What is it? Xiaohei asked, puzzled. Well, I noticed your martial arts are a bit disorganized. You've never formally studied, have you? Once Yuji reached a certain level of power, he could naturally see through certain things. Xiaohei was undeniably strong, but his moves were a patchwork of different styles. He had no systematic training. He relied entirely on instinct. It was a bit like Yuji before he got the indestructible divine art. Back then, he could jump high and far, and his physical stats were off the charts. He could win fights, but he hadn't formally learned martial arts. You might be great at the start, but over time, you'll never keep up with someone who has a proper legacy. It's like math. Talent is one thing. You might be the smartest kid in your class, maybe even smarter than the teacher. But without formulas, it would take you forever to figure things out on your own. With formulas, you're standing on the shoulders of giants. It saves years of effort. Xiaoqin was in that exact situation. Incredible talent, far beyond her peers. But without a legacy, the road ahead would be difficult. And Yuji just happened to have the world's greatest technique. Yes, Xiaohei didn't deny it. His history with martial arts was actually quite simple. When he was a kid, he found 2 pages of a manual used by a third in command. And that was it. It wasn't even a high-level manual. Just the common stuff you find in any martial arts hall. To get where he is today was a mix of pure luck and raw talent. I have a high-level manual here. If you do something for me, I'll give it to you. How about it? Yuji tempted him like a big bad wolf. There's no need, shopkeeper. Just tell me what to do. Xiaohei shook his head. These past few days, he'd been eating meat every single day, even if he usually missed breakfast. Life was 100 times better than when he was the chief of the mountain fortress. Of course, he still ate 3 meals a day, sometimes 4 or 5. He might miss breakfast, but afternoon tea and late-night snacks were never missing. If he did the math, he still owed Yuji dozens of lives. He didn't care about rewards. That won't do. This task is too dangerous. I won't feel right unless you've practiced this divine art. I'll even throw in 3 Dahua pills a year. Yuji was very generous with the Dahua pills, mostly because they were cheap. To people in this world, a Dahua pill was a rare treasure. To him, they were basically industrial waste. He could whip up a huge batch whenever he wanted. Xiaohei was stunned for a moment. Besides those people, someone actually cared about his safety? Fine. It's a deal. First, you do this and that. And then, Yuji whispered in Xiaohei's ear for quite a while. Once everything was clear, he handed over the tattered manual and the Dahua pill. At the takeout shop, Li Tongren stood at the door, pacing back and forth. What's he doing? Yuji had been waiting inside for ages, but Li Tongren still hadn't knocked. The security monitor kept flagging someone loitering outside. Very suspicious. Should I call the police? Man, AI has really come a long way. Paired with other products, it's incredibly useful. Take the surveillance system, for example. Not only can it identify people, detect movement, and analyze behavior, it can even call the police automatically. If you set it up, of course. Seeing that Li Tongren still hadn't knocked, Yuji finally lost his patience. He just opened the door himself. You. Li Tongren looked at Yuji, at a loss for words. Just come in. We've been friends for years. Yuji could tell at a glance that his childhood friend had something on his mind. Is the factory not going well? Once they were inside, Yuji went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of pre-made food. He even poured a bowl of fake wine. Yeah, it's a bit rough. Li Tongren lowered his head and took a bite of the food. Sounds like it's more than just a bit rough. Yuji shook his head. Actually, it's not that bad. Li Tongren took another sip of the wine. Come on, what exactly happened? Just tell me. There's nothing we can't talk about. Something big must have happened. Yuji was getting anxious. How are you so sure? Now it was Li Tongren's turn to be confused. Had the usually dense Yuji suddenly become this sharp? Did he finally wise up? Don't give me that. When do you ever eat my pre-made meals? And you didn't even notice the wine was fake. And you're telling me nothing's wrong? Yuji almost laughed out of frustration. This was a guy who usually avoided eating his food like the plague. Yet he'd almost finished the whole plate. If he didn't have something on his mind, I'll write my name backward. I guess I can't hide anything from you. About starting the company. Let's just forget it. I'll find a way to pay you back. Li Tongren took another gulp of the fake wine. The alcohol hit his throat, but it didn't make him feel any better. Why? Wasn't that the goal you've been working toward? Yuji didn't understand. Maybe I was just being naive. Starting a business and succeeding isn't that easy. Don't worry, you won't lose your money. I'll send your formula to the main family. You'll still get dividends. You won't even have to put up any cash. You can just use the formula as your stake. Li Tongren took another swig. Huh, is this about the money? Since when did you learn to compromise with those people? You used to despise them the most. Yuji was nearly fuming. Is this really his ambitious childhood friend? I was just being simple-minded. Without the family's help, I can't even take the first step. Let's turn back. While we haven't invested too much yet, it's not too late to stop. Li Tongren explained everything in detail. It turned out he had gone to handle the business registration with full confidence, only to find that things weren't what he'd imagined. The main family's connections in the medical field were incredibly powerful. They had known he had the formula for a long time, and were just waiting for him to hand it over. But then they found out that he was actually trying to register his own company and brand. How could the main family let such a prize slip through their fingers? They directly blocked Li Tongren's path. With their connections, how could he compete? The main family had generations of effort and decades of influence. Even today, his paperwork still hasn't been processed. Pressure from all sides began to pour in. Wave after wave of setbacks completely crushed his spirit. Just for that, Yuji was in disbelief. You don't understand. If we keep going, we'll likely lose everything. If we stop now, you'll be set for life. There's no need to sink with my ship. Li Tongren weighed the pros and cons. Yuji's formula was truly a masterpiece. If he wanted to fight, that was his business. But he couldn't drag Yuji down with him, even though this was truly a golden opportunity. Oh, so we might lose everything? I thought you were going to say we'd already lost. Every investment has risks. What are you talking about? Yuji let out a sigh. But we really might not be able to win. Their influence is just too strong. I'm afraid. Li Tongren wouldn't be afraid if it were just him, but involving others made him panic. What are you afraid of? Remember when we were kids? On that tree back in our hometown, you carved those words. Yuji recalled the past. Of course I remember. Become the best doctor. Reclaim the family plaque. A young man once made a vow to reach the clouds, to be the very best in the world. I'm glad you still remember. Otherwise, I'd really have to drag you back there to see it. Yuji laughed. You're one to talk. Don't forget what you wrote. You wrote that you'd become a god of cooking. And now, you're selling pre-made meals. Li Tongren would never forget the vows. Those two small figures made under that tree. I, Li Tongren, will surely become a divine physician and reclaim the pride of the Li family. Me too. Wait, you're a cook. Fine. I, Yuji, swear to become the god of cooking and make everyone fall in love with my food. Those innocent voices echoed like a bell in his heart. Well, about that. Actually, half of my dream is already complete. Wait, if you count your half. I've actually finished it all. Yuji scratched his head awkwardly. That dream, he had already achieved it in another world. Even if he didn't cook the food himself, he was the one who heated it up. He deserved at least half the credit. Plus, his food could cure goo worms that even divine doctors couldn't touch. Theoretically, he was half a divine physician himself. With these pre-made meals, Li Tongren asked, skeptical. Hey, it's the 9th great cuisine, after all. Let's put my stuff aside for a moment. You're just short on cash, right? Look at this. If you still have no ideas after seeing this, I'll really look down on you. Yuji revealed the ginseng in his hand. A young man's spirit is something that can't be replaced, unless you have 100-year-old ginseng. To keep that spirit alive, 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Holy, where the hell did you get 100-year-old ginseng? As expected of a medical expert, even his youthful spirit was instantly revived. Looking at the cursing Li Tongren, Yuji was extremely satisfied. This version of him was much more like the friend he knew. Don't worry about where it came from. I'm just asking you. With this thing, are you confident now? Yuji slammed the ginseng onto the table. Gentle. Be gentle. I am okay. Li Tongren frantically grabbed the ginseng, his heart aching. This is 100-year-old treasure. If anything happens to it, he didn't want to die just yet. Of course, Yuji didn't dare use his full strength. Otherwise, with his current power, the table wouldn't have held up. How could it possibly remain intact? See, problem solved. Yuji said happily. The youth from years ago had finally returned a little. But are you really going to go down this dark path? If you follow me, you really might lose everything. After all, our capital trying to fight them is like throwing an egg against a stone. Li Tongren clearly wasn't as confident as Yuji. Don't worry, I'm not short on cash right now. Even if your investment fails, I can still afford to take care of you. By the way, I've spent most of my cash lately. Give me some more. Yuji was doing this partly to reassure Li Tongren, and partly because he really was out of money. He had invested a lot into the research institute, buying land and fertilizer. The expenses were getting high. Plus, Yuji wanted to buy up the neighboring houses recently. He really was short on funds. What the? If you had money, why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried sick for nothing. When Li Tongren saw Yuji drag out several more gold spheres, he instantly lost it. So all that emotional buildup was for nothing? I really was blind back then. But if Yuji could dig up gold at his place, there's no reason I can't dig some up at mine. I'm going to go dig when I get back. Well, you didn't ask. Remember to transfer the money to my card later. This is great. The high-spirited youth from back then is finally back. At the gambling den, a small, thin figure tremblingly brought a banknote here. What he held wasn't just any bet. It was blood money. It represented a literal human life. Fortunately, the manager said that with a little extra cash, everything would be fine. Anyone ranked below 50 on the assassin list would just be delivering themselves on a silver platter. As for those ranked above 50, as long as they didn't kill with one hit, they'd still end up as losers. And if they wanted a one-hit kill, unless they had a sniper rifle, to take him out from a distance, entering the inn meant certain death. There's no helping it. With technology in hand, he was just that confident. Exchange. Xiao Qin went straight to the exchange counter of the gambling den. Don't get it wrong. Gambling dens hadn't popularized the use of chips yet. The counter was mainly for customers to exchange for silver coins or copper cash. You couldn't have gamblers leaving just to get change, right? What if they left and decided to turn their lives around? Moreover, this place also handled loans. It's a gambling den. There's always someone looking to win back their losses. Offering loans at that moment was the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. How much would you like to exchange, sir? The accountant was busy with his books. He didn't even look up. 444 taels. Xiao Qin pinched a 1,000-tael note. 3 lotus flowers bloomed before the gate. The accountant suddenly looked up. How many willow branches sprout in spring? Xiao Qin gave the counter signal. Without missing a beat, he had seen this process before. Please follow me, sir. The accountant's expression shifted. He called out to the back. A man who looked like a manager walked out. He led Xiao Qin toward the back of the gambling den. Soon, they reached a basement. What kind of service are you looking for, sir? Once they arrived, the manager finally spoke. 2,500 taels. Kill someone for me. Xiao Qin pulled out the banknote. Fine. Give me the details. We'll arrange for someone as soon as possible. The manager nodded. This was just a transit point. He wasn't afraid of anyone tracing the organization's location. By the way, I heard you can also remove a target from the bounty list. I wonder how that price is calculated. Xiao Qin had come with a mission this time. His manager was still listed on the assassin organization's hit list. If it wasn't removed, assassins would keep coming wave after wave. Sometimes he really wanted to just wipe out the whole organization. But the manager told him not to act rashly. That price is very high. At least 10 times the bounty. The manager waved both hands, making a gesture for 10. Fine. Let's just stick with the first job for now. Xiao Qin hadn't brought that much money. The manager had only given him 2,500. All right. Leave a way to contact you. We'll notify you if anything changes. The manager took the money and the info. Xiao Qin left a contact method and departed the gambling den. He took a long, winding route through the forest. After confirming he wasn't being followed, he finally hurried back to the inn. The inn was still booming, but the manager seemed quite idle. Aside from occasionally going on stage, he was mostly behind the counter fiddling with strange objects. Xiao Qin didn't understand any of it, but it didn't matter. His manager had always been a bit eccentric, like how he always had a brick in his hand, rubbing it constantly. He didn't know what it was for, but he figured. It was probably like how other rich people play with walnuts. Some like walnuts, some like iron balls, and some like, well, in short, everyone has their own hobbies. Oh, you're back. How did it go? Yuji was currently handcrafting an equalizer. As for why he was doing it by hand, because that was his only option. If people could hand-forge cannons, there was no reason he couldn't do this. It would just take a bit longer. To that end, he had specifically bought a lot of equipment, without knowing if he'd even use it. 3D printers, files, all sorts of random stuff. It's done. But about canceling the bounty. The price is a bit steep. They want 10 times the amount. Manager, to get your name off that list, it'll cost at least tens of thousands of taels. Xiao Qin said, looking troubled. He really wanted to get the bounty removed. The problem was the money. He wouldn't mind throwing in his entire life savings of a few thousand taels, but tens of thousands was simply out of his reach. As for the manager, He didn't have high hopes. The man loved money too much. He definitely wouldn't be willing to part with it. Sure enough, tens of thousands? Forget it. Let's just leave it as it is. Yuji indeed couldn't bear to spend that much. He figured since he was already on the list, the assassinations wouldn't stop anyway. Adding more money wouldn't change much. He could just find someone to dress up like him as bait. But Xiao Qin was dead set against it. Now he could only hurry up and finish the equalizer. Fortunately, there were other ways. The human skin masks from ancient legends. Who knows if they were real back then? But they definitely exist in the modern world. Yuji simply put on a new face. He'd lay low for a while. Once he'd dealt with enough of the organization's assassins, he'd see if he could find a chance to follow the trail and wipe out the entire assassin organization in one go. Then all his problems would be solved. Manager, I'd like to request a long leave of absence. Yuji didn't care, but Xiao Qin cared a lot. For that century-old ginseng, the manager had given him 2,000 taels, plus what the pharmacy had earned lately. His assets were barely over 10,000. If he went out and bought more rare herbs, or found a few more ginseng roots in the mountains, he should be able to earn enough to buy back the manager's life. Another long leave? Fine. Just come back soon. The shop isn't that short-handed lately. If Xiao Qin wanted to take leave, so be it. After all, it wasn't like he was actually paying him wages. Great news. Wonderful news. Manager, it's a celebration. Eitai came running in, beaming with joy. What's got you so excited? Yuji was puzzled. Had this kid finally lost his mind from working too much? He passed. Brother G passed. Eitai was ecstatic. He had hidden guards around him, so he naturally had many eyes and ears. As soon as the results were out, he received the news. Passed. Passed what? Yuji was still a bit slow on the uptake, mostly because modern people are used to saying got in. Oh, the provincial exam. Brother G placed first. He's the GUN. He took the top spot. Eitai was thrilled. Usually, Brother G didn't seem like much. All he did was sing and dance. Who would have thought he was such a powerhouse? The entire Jiangnan region took the exam together, and he still took first place. Is he really that good? What did he write? Yuji couldn't believe it either. Brother G usually just looked like a pretty face. He'd never shown any great literary talent. Apparently, it was G and Eitai Mei. Anyway, the essay shocked the world. I heard the chief examiner couldn't stop praising it. He gave him first place on the spot. Eitai said excitedly, that certainly fits his persona. But with you shouting like that, it looks like all the customers have run off. Yuji watched the long queue vanish in an instant. They were clearly rushing to see the official results. Sorry. I just got too excited. Eitai scratched his head sheepishly. By the way, where's Zhongguan? There were 2 people from the shop taking the exam, right? He passed too, but his rank wasn't high. He's near the bottom. We need to get them both ready. The looming banquet is about to start. The deer cry out, yo-yo, as they eat the artemisia in the fields. It's a celebration of both academic and official promotion. The looming banquet was supposed to be hosted by local officials to celebrate for the local candidates. But the South was in chaos. Their exam was hosted by officials sent from the capital. Therefore, the looming banquet was also arranged by the Ministry of Rights. It was held right at Shiyuquan. After all, most of the successful candidates from the South were staying in Koha Town. The Ministry of Rights did some investigating. To make it convenient for the new Jiren, they arranged this grand looming banquet right next to Shiyuquan. Brother G, Zhongguan, and the others were invited. As the GUN, Brother G wore a Hulun Kung Fu suit. The golden flower on his chest was dazzling. He sat at the head of the table. The deer cry out, yo-yo, eating artemisia in the fields. The ancient flutes play for world peace. After the opening pleasantries of the looming banquet, the singing and dancing performances began. Lord Zhang of the Ministry of Rights was also making small talk. Of course, he mostly chatted with those in the front. After all, these people were more likely to become his colleagues. Especially Brother G, who was a major focus of attention. Young Master Jiyuan, to think you could write such a masterpiece. As G and Eitai Mei, at such a young age. Your future is truly limitless. I toast to you. Lord Zhang raised his glass and drained it. You flatter me. Brother G replied humbly. But the moment the wine touched his lips, he immediately frowned. This wine isn't nearly as good as manager use. Of course, this was the looming banquet. He had to show respect to his superior. Brother G smoothed his brow and forced himself to drink it. No need for modesty. Out of all the candidates, you were the only one who focused on the common people. As for the others, they might sound profound, but in reality, it's all nonsense. Lord Zhang was a sharp man. He saw right through Brother G's momentary hesitation. You're too kind. I'm just a country boy with limited knowledge. I can only focus on my own little corner of the world. Brother G continued his humble act. Come, eat, eat. This was specifically authorized by His Majesty. He sent the imperial chefs from the palace to help. If you miss this meal, who knows when you'll get to taste it again. Lord Zhang waved his hand. Someone was already going to change the wine, but the food still had to be eaten. Several dishes in this banquet were made by the imperial chefs. They were supposed to be exceptionally delicious. All right then. Brother G took a couple of bites, then put down his chopsticks to watch the dancing. It's tasteless. Kind of gross. I'd better go back for a late-night snack later. Brother G's palate had been spoiled. He couldn't get used to the food outside anymore. Come, try this venison. You usually can't get this anywhere else. Lord Zhang saw Brother G put down his chopsticks again. His heart sank. It was obvious the young man wasn't satisfied. He looked around the room. It seemed like hardly anyone was eating. This was a feast paid for by public funds. If it were just the GUN who was unhappy, he could chalk it up to a difference in taste. But if most people weren't touching the food, could this banquet really be that bad? Sure. Brother G reluctantly took 2 more bites and put them down again. Fortunately, there were snacks on the table. They looked decent enough. He picked one up and took a bite. Good grief. I'm definitely eating when I get back. The other scholars were also whispering among themselves. What do you think of this food? Tasteless. There's no flavor at all. Do you think this is acceptable? Shoo. Keep it down. I heard. This was personally prepared by the imperial chefs. Is this really the level of an imperial chef? Then the emperor isn't eating anything good either. Shoo. Quiet. Do you want to lose your head? Exactly. That's the emperor you're talking about. Do you know what crime it is to speak ill of him? I wasn't talking about him. Besides, am I not just telling the truth? Even so, you can't say it here. Shut up right now. Just shut it. I'm begging you. When we get back, I'll treat you to 3 days and nights at Manager Yu's restaurant. How's that? Just watch the show. Watch the show. Look at that waist move. And those legs. Truly remarkable. The Jiren whispered below. Eventually, they just gave up on the food and focused on the performance. After eating at Manager Yu's, who would want to eat this slop? Go find out what's going on. Lord Zhang waved a subordinate over and whispered in his ear. He had just tasted a few pieces himself. There was nothing wrong with it. It tasted fine. So why wasn't anyone eating? Did they have some kind of problem with him personally? Fortunately, there were maids serving every scholar. They seemed invisible, but their ears were wide open. Soon, the subordinate returned with the information. My lords, a moment please. Aside from Lord Zhang, the Ministry of Rights host, there were also the chief and deputy examiners. Lord Zhang simply pulled them all to the back. Lord Zhang, the banquet is in progress. Calling us all out like this. Has something major happened? Li Zhu, as the chief examiner, wanted to build good relationships with these new Jiren. After all, they could be considered part of his faction in the future. Oh Lord Li, you were so busy chatting that you didn't notice the scholars below? Hardly any of them are eating. Lord Zhang was nearly frantic. That's normal, isn't it? They're probably just feeling a bit constrained in this setting. Li Zhu wasn't as observant as Lord Zhang. Constrained? Not at all. They take one bite and put it right back down. Lord Zhang was a professional host. If this were a diplomatic event with foreign envoys, it would be considered a major disaster. Then does Lord Zhang know the reason? Deputy Examiner Wang quickly asked. I heard the banquet doesn't suit their tastes. They say it's not as good as a place called Yuji Restaurant. Lord Zhang had gathered the info, but he had no idea what this Yuji Restaurant was. Never heard of it. He'd been to all the famous places in the capital, like Taifeng Tower. But this Yuji Restaurant, the name alone sounded cheap. It didn't seem like a place worth eating at. Actually, I've heard my daughter mention this restaurant. Supposedly, their tea and snacks are unparalleled. Deputy Examiner Wang's daughter had happened to attend that tea master's gathering. When she returned, she couldn't stop praising the snacks at Yuji Restaurant. She'd begged her father several times to let her go out. But for a highborn lady, going out wasn't that simple. Lord Wang naturally hadn't agreed. But the name of the restaurant had stuck in his mind. Oh, and where is this restaurant? Lord Zhang's eyes lit up. Finally, someone who knew something. It's in the nearby Kowa town. Lord Wang had refused his daughter precisely because the place was too remote. If she ran into some bad people, and her reputation was ruined, it would bring shame to the Wang family. Good. Excellent. That makes things easy. Everyone, go back out and keep things moving normally. I'll send someone on a fast horse to buy food. Now that we know the place, it's simple. And Kowa town is quite close. But to serve new dishes, we'll have to stall the banquet for a bit. This will be a real test of the Lord's hosting skills. And, of course, The restaurant's speed. Horses galloped like shooting stars. The restaurant had returned to its usual bustle. After all, only a few had passed the exam. Most people couldn't attend the Lu Ming banquet. They were currently having their farewell meals. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Several horses thundered through the long street and skidded to a halt in front of the restaurant. Is this the right place? The leader looked at the small restaurant with a look of doubt. Could a place like this really have good food? Boss, it has to be. The business is booming. And look, they're all scholars. This is definitely it. The others looked at the packed restaurant and replied, I'm just worried they won't make it in time. The Lu Ming banquet started preparations long ago, with so many tables. If they're too slow and we get punished, the leader said worriedly. Well, we can't be blamed for that. Let's just go in and ask. Standing here won't solve anything. The subordinate was right. The leader strode into the shop with an air of authority, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Gentlemen, you'll have to wait in line. Atai stepped forward, frowning. There was a long queue outside. How could these people just cut in? Don't misunderstand. We're here to order a banquet. The Lu Ming banquet needs it urgently. The leader quickly explained. They were currently representing the government's face. We don't do banquets. Yuji looked up. Wait. Manager, please help us out. We're just the messengers. Please don't make it hard on us. The leader pleaded. We're just a small restaurant. We can't handle a full banquet. Please leave. Yuji said with an air of righteous refusal. But we have over 100 tables of people waiting. The leader clearly didn't want to leave. How much could 100 tables even make? No, I'm not doing it. Yuji continued to refuse. This Lu Ming banquet is funded by the palace. The budget is quite high. It's a high-spec event. 100 taels per table. Since Manager Yu is so insistent on refusing, then we can only go back and report to the lords. The leader felt helpless. If he won't take the job, they couldn't exactly force him, could they? That would be bullying the common folk. It wouldn't be proper. As expected of the Ministry of Rights men, they were quite polite. Wait, my lord, hold on. I just gave it some thought. The Lu Ming banquet serves the future pillars of our nation. To be able to host such an event is truly an honor for my humble shop. I just need to know the required dishes. Yuji's attitude did a complete 180. 100 taels a table. With over 100 tables, that's over 10,000 taels. If he didn't take this money, he'd have to wake up and slap himself tonight. The dishes are standard. 4 cold appetizers, 2 vegetarian, 12 meat dishes, 6 vegetarian dishes, 8 fruit platters, 4 plates of snacks, and plenty of wine. As for the specific menu, it's entirely up to you, manager. The only requirement is that the new jiren are satisfied and that they enjoy their meal. Since the palace is footing the bill, the officials naturally wouldn't be stingy. Just serve good food and drink. It wasn't their own money anyway, using the palace's funds to gain personal favors. Why wouldn't they? That's not hard at all. But we don't provide delivery. By the way, if you want the tableware included, that'll be another 20 taels. Yuji calculated that if all went well, he could make a nice bit of pocket money per table. He just happened to have a truckload of porcelain parked outside. The price was dirt cheap. Don't worry, we'll handle the transport. I'm just not sure what the tableware looks like. The budget the lords gave wasn't exactly 100 taels. There was some wiggle room. Adding another 20 taels wasn't a problem, but it had to be worth the price. Otherwise, it would be hard to justify. It looks like this. Yuji casually pulled out a plate. The pattern on it was vibrant and beautiful. The man was instantly stunned. Is it all like this? The leader was actually stuttering. Yep, what Yuji brought out was actually just a plate with a nice design. The actual cost was very low. How expensive could mass-produced stuff be? They were basically clearance sale rejects. Of course, the defects weren't obvious. They might not compare to the finest official kills, but the leader was just a common soldier. He'd never seen such fine things. His eyes practically popped out. Good, great. The leader hurriedly agreed. He was terrified of missing out on such a deal. All right, then I'll go get things ready. Yuji said he was getting ready, but he was actually planning to pick out which pre-prepared dishes he had too much stock of. It was the perfect time to clear out some inventory. Of course, he also had to haggle with the porcelain seller outside. Buying in bulk definitely deserved a discount. 50% off shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Of course. But time is tight for the Lu Ming banquet. Does the manager need any other help? The leader was a bit hesitant. If the food came out too slowly, it would be a disaster. Don't worry, it'll be perfect. Take the wine first. Then get some carriages and containers for the food ready. Yuji waved him off, completely unconcerned. These people were seriously underestimating him. 10 microwave chefs hadn't even gone all out lately. Today was the perfect day to show off their prowess. The 6 cold plates were easy. Braised beef would be 1. For the other 3, Yuji just used canned seafood. Wholesale price, $2 a pop. Spicy clams, garlic scallops, and marinated oysters in small bowls. They looked mouth-watering. For the vegetarian dishes, marinated jellyfish was a must, plus some cheap pickled radishes. The carriages hadn't even arrived yet, and the cold plates were already done. He even had time to get the water boiling. To serve food truly fast, boiling water was his best friend. Bag after bag of pre-prepared food was tossed into the large wooden tubs of boiling water. Thick white steam instantly filled the air. Yuji didn't even let the steam go to waste. He stacked steamers on top. Anything that could be steamed was put in there. The 10 microwave chefs were at full throttle. One stove could produce 5 dishes at once. The looming banquet obviously needed venison. He just happened to have a few crates of venison-flavored canned meat. He sliced it up and heated it. Then came the classics: kung pao chicken, shredded pork with garlic sauce, eggplant with minced pork, cola chicken wings, braised pork hock, sauerkraut fish, braised chicken legs, and so on. For the vegetarian side, home-style tofu, boiled broccoli, aged 2.5 years, and 3 treasures of the earth. Not a single dish was missing. He had beef, lamb, fish, and pork. Naturally, he couldn't forget chicken and duck. 2 Dajo braised chickens and some soy sauce duck were added. The wholesale price for a whole bird was less than $13. In just over an hour, all the hot dishes were ready. As for the snacks, that was even easier. Yuji just ordered some pastries online. He happened to have several trendy items from the tea gathering, like 7 white cake, snowflake crisps, cranberry cookies, and nougat. Each bag averaged less than $1. After all that work, Yuji still felt like he had energy to spare. Having martial arts skills is great. Not only are you faster, but you don't even need to rest. Back at the looming banquet, Lord Zhang was still trying to figure out how to stall. To his surprise, the fine wine was delivered back very quickly. Sure enough, once the wine was swapped, the new Jiren immediately began drinking merrily. This is the good stuff. It has to be manager-used wine. I really couldn't stomach that other stuff. Yuji's wine was incredibly easy to recognize. The aroma was intoxicating. They didn't even need to taste it. One whiff was all it took. The scent was just that pure. What kind of flavor could make so many scholars crave it? It truly made one curious. Lord Zhang couldn't wait to take a sip himself. With one taste, his eyes widened instantly. This wine is incredible. No wonder they looked down on the palace's wine. They really did. Now he just wondered how the food would be. If the service was too slow, how was he supposed to stall? But before he could even think of a plan, the cold plates were already being served. 6 palm-sized white porcelain bowls were arranged neatly on the table. The glaze was so white it was dazzling. It made the food inside look even more enticing. The scallop meat was plump and tender. The golden garlic sauce was mixed with bits of emerald green onions. Glistening oil trickled down. Amidst the rising steam, the scent of garlic and fresh seafood filled the air. In the center was a bowl of spicy clams. The brownish shells held tender meat, coated in red oil and minced spices. Before they even picked up their chopsticks, a tingling sensation already danced on the tips of their tongues. The marinated oysters at the front were the most refreshing. The pale, plump oyster meat was submerged in amber-colored marinade. The savory, salty aroma waited in delicate threads. Lord Zhang picked up a piece. The tangy sauce coated the oyster meat. As it slid right into his mouth, the sensation was purely refreshing. And then, there was no then. By the time he wanted another bite, the dishes had already vanished before everyone's eyes. The food had already vanished before everyone's eyes. Where's the food? Lord Zhang asked, unable to believe his eyes. Were these the same people who refused to even pick up their chopsticks earlier? Oh man, this is delicious. Is this the true skill of the imperial chefs? It's too good. It's almost as good as the food from Manager Yu's place. Are you guys stupid? This obviously is from Manager Yu's place. Exactly. Can't you even recognize the braised beef? I was wondering why the quality changed so much. This is the taste. This is the one. Manager Yu must have released new dishes. The scholars whispered among themselves. But this time, they were much bolder. Grabbing food? What's there to be afraid of? Lord Zhang's side was a bit awkward. He had planned to stall for time if the food came out slowly. But now, well, this was great. The food came out fast enough. The problem was, it disappeared even faster. Lord Zhang cleared his throat. Just as he was about to speak again, the sound of cartwheels echoed from outside once more. Yuxiang shredded pork, chili fried pork, cola chicken wings. I knew it. These are all Manager Yu's famous signature dishes. This is the taste. This is the one. This flavor. It's unmistakable. Hey, don't fight me for that braised pork hock. Why not? There's only one hock. Finders keepers. Put down my chicken leg. The scholars were shouting and clamoring. In an instant, all sense of decorum vanished in the scramble for food. Lord Zhang frowned at the chaotic scene. He couldn't help but scowl. How scandalous. Absolutely scandalous. He was about to scold them. But then he saw the old fogies next to him. They were even more ruthless than the youngsters. They were just taking the whole plates. What the? Lord Li, watch your manners. Your manners. Lord Zhang was fuming. What on earth was going on? He hadn't even had a single bite yet. You don't know Jack. I'm just sharing the joy with the people. Li Zhu didn't care about any of that. He was getting old. Everything he ate tasted bland. Now that he finally found something flavorful, why would he care about decorum? Does decorum put food on the table? Besides, everyone was scrambling for food. Why should he act all dignified? No one was in a position to judge anyone else. Hey, don't do that. Save a leg for me. Seeing that words were useless, Lord Zhang joined the fray. Since everyone else had lost their shame. What was the point of him staying dignified? He wasn't about to lose out. He'd been an official for so many years. If he couldn't even adapt to this, then he'd been an official for nothing. In the crowd, the silent Wang Fupei tucked his plate further down. On his plate was a whole Dijon braised chicken. Just now, relying on his strength and youth, he had snatched it right as it came out. Before the chicken could even reach the table, it was already in his hands. A fresh Dijon braised chicken. Its oily, brownish-red skin shimmered with an irresistible glaze. With a gentle pull on the leg, the whole chicken fell apart right at the bone. Even the bones were infused with the aroma of the brine. Tearing off a piece of breast meat, the well-defined fibers were so tender they didn't stick to his teeth. Mixed with the savory saltiness of the old brine, and a hint of perfectly balanced herbal sweetness. The skin was the best part. Thin as a cicada's wing. Soft, but not greasy. It melted in his mouth, releasing a burst of rich oils. Layers upon layers of fragrance. The savory aroma lingered between his teeth for a long time. He could still feel the crispy, fragrant, and tender texture on his tongue. It was incredibly soft. Lord Wang lowered his head and carefully licked the plate clean. It took a good while before he realized how unrefined he looked. He felt a gaze fixed intently on him. Glancing to the side, he saw it was the new top scholar, Jigu. Jigu stood there, jaw dropped, staring at the chaotic mess on the table. His idealized image of officialdom was completely shattered. Are these really high-ranking officials from the 6 ministries? They look no different from a ragtag bunch of actors. He had only managed to grab a single piece of potato earlier. And now, there wasn't a single green vegetable left on the table. Hey, top scholar, please eat up. Wang Fupei had been accompanying them all this time, and he hadn't forgotten his duty as a host. He was certainly dedicated to his role. I appreciate the offer, sir, but what exactly am I supposed to eat? Jigu scanned the empty table with his eyes. Good grief. Even the sauce that was left on the plates just a moment ago had vanished into thin air. The table was now truly picked clean, completely and utterly bare. Well, don't stop now. The top scholar hasn't even had a few bites yet. Wang Fupei looked left and right, noticing that official Li still had half a soy sauce duck wing in his hand. This old man might be up there in years, but he sure is fast when it comes to grabbing food. Unfortunately for him, he'd met his match. That duck wing was proving to be a bit too much for his old teeth. Wang reached out and snatched it, tearing off a piece of the wing and handing it to Jigu. I appreciate the gesture, but please, have it yourself. Jigu looked at Wang Fupei's greasy hands, smeared with dark sauce, and ultimately decided to decline. He was an old employee of the restaurant, after all. He didn't need to act like a starving ghost reborn like this lot. Though, thinking back to when he first started, he probably wasn't much better. Oh, top scholar, don't be so formal. We're all on the same side now. Despite what Wang Fupei said, he didn't actually put the duck wing down. He stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. The amber skin was coated in a glossy, savory glaze, and the sweet and salty aroma of the brine exploded between his teeth. It was incredibly chewy and satisfying. No wonder official Li had been struggling with it for so long before it was snatched. A single duck wing. I can't bite through it. I just can't. Official Wang. He continued to savor the delicious morsel, sucking the sauce off his fingers. Official Wang, I have something I'd like to ask. Jigu finally couldn't take it anymore. Top scholar, please, speak your mind. Wang Fupei was in a great mood after eating, so he didn't mind offering a bit of guidance. Is everyone usually this wild? Jigu still held a sense of deep respect for the imperial court. He imagined it to be a sacred place, solemn and dignified. Officials were supposed to be prim and proper, discussing grand politics in the halls, and debating philosophy with one another. How could it be like this? What's the difference between this and old folks? Fighting over cheap vegetables at the market? I know what you're going to say. There's no need to be so stiff. You're thinking we have no dignity as high-ranking officials, aren't you? Wang had finished eating, and he didn't care much for appearances at the moment. He simply started picking his teeth. Yes, Ji Ge was stunned. He hadn't expected official Wang to be so blunt. He could only nod blankly. Top scholar, you're still missing the point. We are officials, but we aren't saints. An official doesn't always have to be poised or carry himself with absolute grace. That's just a fantasy, held by you common folk. Compared to ordinary people, we've just spent a few more years reading books. We still need to eat and drink. And we still have nature's call to answer. Doing well on the exams doesn't mean you have a perfect character. To put it bluntly, if the exams could filter out everything bad, there wouldn't be any corrupt officials in this world. We would have achieved a perfect utopia long ago. Official Wang had completely dropped the act. He had intended to put on a show for these new graduates. But since things had turned out like this, he couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Exactly. Look, you all are the best of the best in this exam. By the time the spring exams come around, many of you will surely rise in rank. Tell me, if you can fight for food now, will you suddenly stop once you become an official? A title doesn't change who a person is. That's just not how the world works. Official Li finally managed to finish the duck wing and came over to join the conversation. Right. Do you think officials don't need to eat? Don't be fooled by our titles. We were just born a few years earlier than you. At our core, we're no different. You didn't actually think. The imperial court was all harmony and politeness, did you? If you really believe that, then I suggest you go home now. You're not cut out for politics. Official Zhang chimed in as well. Your words are wise, sirs. I have much to learn. Ji Ge listened to them and finally began to understand. No one is a saint. Perhaps the whole world is just one giant, makeshift stage. Thinking about his own situation, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity. He was the top scholar now, with one foot already in the door of officialdom. But so what? Did that make him better than anyone else? Not necessarily. It was mostly just a stroke of good luck. Oh, there's dessert too. Official Zhang, I have to say, ordering from that restaurant was the best decision you've ever made in your life. As Official Wang spoke, his eyes drifted toward the carriage nearby. Another load of food had arrived. It looked like some kind of pastries, unlike anything they had seen before. But according to his daughter, they were supposed to be incredibly delicious. What is this? I've never had this. Officially hesitated slightly. Sir, you can't eat anymore. You ate so much just now. You won't be able to fit another bite. Give me that. Official Zhang grabbed one in each hand, and the plate was empty in an instant. Whoa, why is the center of this cake like liquid? This is way too delicious. Official Wang had managed to grab the most lava cakes. The pale white cake sat on celadone plates, looking as delicate as crushed moonlight, with a faint milky white and lustrous sheen. Even before taking a bite, a fresh fragrance wafted up. With a gentle bite, the milky white lava inside flowed out slowly, as smooth as melted milk. With a swirl of the tongue, the sweetness of the cake blended with the richness of the lava melting in the mouth. It wasn't too heavy or cloying, leaving a delicate, sweet aroma lingering on the palate. The aftertaste was endless. Official Wang had served in the Ministry of Rites for many years and had hosted countless guests. He had tasted innumerable pastries, of course, but he could honestly say that no dessert had ever made him feel this satisfied. This is simply divine. Official Zhang felt the same way. He wasn't usually a fan of sweets, but after the previous dishes, he had to try the desserts from Yuji's restaurant. What he had was a buttery, fragrant, sweet and sour cranberry cookie. The edges of the cookie were baked to a slight crisp, giving it a satisfying crunch, while the center was a dense, milky yellow, studded with dark red, translucent dried cranberries. It looked like it was sprinkled with tiny rubies. Taking a bite, the buttery crumbs melted away. The richness of the butter and the milky aroma wrapped around the refreshing tartness of the cranberries, spreading across his tongue. It wasn't greasy at all. He couldn't help but lick his fingers after finishing. Do you guys always eat this well? After finishing, Official Zhang couldn't help but look at the graduates below. He knew these people had been stationed in Kowa town for a while. He was burning with envy. To answer your question, sir, the food from shopkeeper Yu's place is actually quite expensive. We can only afford to eat there once in a while. It's not like we have it every day. Ji Ge scratched his head. Well, he actually ate there every day, but he hadn't realized the shopkeeper was hiding so many other delicacies. I'd really like to see what kind of person this shopkeeper is. Official Zhang sighed with deep emotion. To produce such flavors in this world, it truly makes one yearn to meet them. That's easy enough. Shopkeeper Yu is always at the restaurant. As long as you don't go in the morning, he's basically always there. Why don't I introduce you to him? After the banquet is over, having seen a different side of these officials, Jiga felt their relationship had become much more relaxed. Well, maybe another time. We have to head back and report our duties. Official Zhang was tempted, but work came first. No matter how much he wanted to go, we spent quite a bit today. I need to get these expenses reimbursed quickly. If I wait too long and the public funds run dry, I'll be in trouble. True. We've eaten plenty today anyway. Let's make it another day. We'll go together then, Official Zhang. Official Wang was mostly just too full to move. Even though the portions at Yuji's weren't huge, there were so many dishes. It was more than enough to fill anyone up. Besides, these officials didn't know beforehand that the food from Yuji's restaurant would be this good, so they had already eaten a round of other food. Right now, their stomachs were bursting, and their appetites had vanished. Oh, here's the final fruit platter. Strange, this box of fruit. I've never seen these kinds before. The fruit platter was the last thing served. Of course, it wasn't whole fruit. Whole fruit is expensive and a pain to arrange. Yuji had just ordered pre-cut fruit platters. The suppliers delivered them already sliced. Yuji just had to plate them. It was quick and easy, but mostly it was cheap. He'd heard that these were made from the parts of fruit that hadn't gone bad yet, which wasn't great for one's health. But Yuji used to eat them all the time himself, and he never noticed anything wrong. Again, it all came down to being cheap. As for what fruits were actually in the platter, even Yuji probably couldn't identify them all. The taste is good, though. Very refreshing. Come, let the music continue. They were now thoroughly wine-fed and meat-satisfied. Since this was a public event, certain types of entertainment weren't arranged. Everyone just watched the dancing and enjoyed the atmosphere. As the banquet ended, everyone headed home. While some were happy, others were naturally distressed. And who was distressed? The chefs who had been hired for this event, of course. It must be said that because of the disasters in the south, the emperor placed great importance on these surviving scholars. It wasn't easy for them to travel so far from their homes. With war and famine raging back there, they might not even have homes to return to. Therefore, an incredibly high standard was set to host these new graduates from the south. Even the imperial chefs from the palace had been dispatched. Niu Tang was the head chef in charge of this banquet. Chef Niu was a veteran of the imperial kitchen. While the emperor didn't eat his cooking every day, he would still sample a dish every now and then. With his profound skills and reputation, he hadn't thought much of leaving the palace today. They were just a bunch of new graduates, after all. Impressing them should have been a walk in the park. As the head chef, it was impossible for him to cook every single dish himself. He would have worked himself to death. So, he was mainly responsible for quality control. However, given the emperor's level of concern, he did personally prepare one soup. Even princes and high officials would have to beg. This was the standard he always maintained. Everything had been going perfectly fine until now. He never imagined there would be any issues. But today was different. Completely different. The banquet wasn't even over yet. But tray after tray of leftovers was being brought back. One or two wouldn't have mattered much. After all, the looming banquet was a place for socializing. Eating was usually secondary to the networking. But as more and more dishes were returned untouched, especially that mutton soup, the one he took the most pride in, when that was brought back, he couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed to the front to take a look. Good grief, his dishes were sitting on the table in perfect order. It looked like not a single bite had been taken. They looked exactly the same as when they were first served. Master Nyo's vision suddenly went dark. He nearly fainted right then and there. What a humiliating disgrace. An absolute disgrace. In all his years dominating the culinary world, he had never encountered a situation like this. Master! Master! Seeing him collapse, his disciples rushed forward. They scrambled to support him. Only then did he manage to avoid hitting the floor. Quick, go find out what's going on. Chef Nyo didn't hold back when ordering his disciples around. In this era, culinary skills were passed down through lineage. A disciple was basically treated like half a son. Supported by his disciples, he returned to the hall. He rested for a long time. After taking a few sips of water, his body finally began to recover. Master, I've looked into it. Soon, a disciple came running back, panting heavily. He began to recount everything that had happened at the banquet. He explained it bit by bit. Yuji restaurant? I've never heard of them. Is there even a master chef named Yu in this world? Wait, where's the food? Bring me a sample so I can taste it. Niotang suddenly thought of something. There's no food left, the disciple said with a miserable face. No food? How is that possible? Didn't they order over 100 tables? Niotang's face darkened. Did they eat it all? The disciple looked at his master nervously. He was terrified that the old man wouldn't be able to take the blow and just pass out again. They finished it all? How is that possible? What about the plates? Even some scraps would do. Niotang was still desperately struggling to believe it. There's nothing left. The plates were licked clean at least 3 times. They're cleaner than my own face right now. Forget scraps. There isn't even a drop of sauce left. The disciple was practically sobbing as he spoke. This was supposed to be a chef's greatest achievement. Why had they never experienced this? Could it be that their master's skills were lacking? I. Niotang couldn't catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he finally fainted for real. Yuji had no idea what was happening after the looming banquet. He was completely oblivious. At this moment, he was frantically calculating his accounts. I'm rich. I'm filthy rich. Yuji fiddled with his calculator. His fingers were a blur as he tapped away. No matter how he crunched the numbers, the profit was insane. Let's start with the cold appetizers. Braised beef, $5. Plus 3 types of canned goods at $2 each. Add jellyfish and pickled radish at $3 each. That's $14 total. Now for the hot dishes. 18 dishes, meat and veg combined. Even at an average of $10, that's $180. Fruit platters. 8 platters. Yuji bought those pre-cut fruit platters on clearance. For $1 a box. Wholesale price was $3.50, so 8 platters is $28. For platters of pastries. Since the sizes vary, let's say $5 worth per plate. For plates is only $20. As for the drinks, it looks like a lot, but I know the truth, it's all watered down. Even with 200 bottles, all the drinks combined cost less than $500. That's only about $5 worth per table. 14 for appetizers, 180 for hot dishes, 28 for fruit, 20 for pastries, plus $5 for drinks. The total cost for one banquet table is less than $250. Even if I throw in the cost of a few cheap plates, it's $400 or $500 at the absolute most. But I'm getting 120 taels of silver per table. Converted to cash, that's over $500,000. The expenses are barely a fraction of that. Mwahaha. Making money like this feels almost criminal. In just one day, he had raked in nearly $50 million through his tears and hard work. Of course, the reason he was making so much was mainly due to the price difference between the two worlds. It was much better than those regular restaurants that take cheap pre-made meals and package them as a $5,000 wedding banquet. Way better. What's wrong with the boss? Zhang Guan and Ji Gu returned, only to see Yuji laughing like a complete maniac. They were so spooked they didn't know if they should even come in. No idea. Maybe he went crazy from counting all that money. Atai stood there with a broom in one hand and a rag draped over his shoulder. He looked exactly like a typical shop waiter. He had adapted well over the past few days. Honestly, life felt pretty fulfilling. He could even overhear news and rumors that he'd never hear inside the palace. Keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't pass out. Zhang Guan was still traumatized by this. The boss seemed to faint every other day. Don't worry, I've got this. Hey, can you take over for a second? I really gotta go. Atai was mid-sentence when he suddenly looked toward the door. A group of people were supporting a trembling old man, walking straight toward the restaurant. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't that his family's imperial chef? Time to bail. They both worked in the palace. It was hard to say if the old man would recognize him. He'd have to ask the boss for a mask later. But knowing how stingy that guy was, he'd probably charge a fortune for it. Where's the manager? The imperial chef sat down in the restaurant with an imposing air. He shouted toward the back. Are you looking for me? Yuji looked up, feeling a bit puzzled. I don't know you. Your manager you, I presume? I heard your culinary skills are godlike. I, Nyo, have come to request a challenge. Chef Nyo's face was slightly twitching. He was so angry he'd nearly given himself a stroke earlier. A challenge? From you? I don't know how to cook. Yuji didn't fight meaningless battles. Besides, he really didn't know how to cook. Back during the college entrance exams, he didn't choose a career that would lead to a lucky marriage. Instead, he chose the most glorious sect in the world at the time, the Grand Sacred Sect. It was a place of endless geniuses, with millions of disciples under its banner, and over 10 million outer disciples. Even the Een sect and the Joyous sect were once mere vassals to the Sacred Sect. Unfortunately, at the height of its power, it encountered the extraterrestrial demons. For the sake of the world, the sect's elite forces were all deployed. They exhausted their destiny, trading their lives to wound the enemy. In a single night, the world's foundation was drained. Eventually, the sun set on their glory, leaving them to linger on the brink of extinction. It was truly a tragic tale. He later realized that even if he had joined the Eastern sect, the result would have been the same. The sacred sect faced unstoppable demons, while the Eastern sect faced technological monsters. Both were barely hanging on. Thud! A cleaver was slammed violently into the table. Holy crap! My old elmwood table. Do you people have to take your anger out on an innocent table? Yuji was speechless. He only had a few tables to begin with. Why did everyone feel the need to damage them? Enough talk. I'll bet my black iron cleaver. Do you dare to wager? Neo Tang's eyes were wide with rage. His face was flushed with anger. Black iron? Is it really made of black iron? Black iron is forged from fallen meteors. There's a saying, an ounce of black iron is worth 10 ounces of gold. This was personally bestowed by His Majesty. How could it be fake? Neo Tang scoffed disdainfully. He looked at Yuji with contempt. But you might not know how to make my dishes, and I might not know how to make yours. Yuji only had pre-made meal kits. He could only see if he could get them wholesale. If you want real cooking, you should go to a stir-fry place. Humph, it doesn't matter. We're both chefs. Making broth is a basic skill. I heard you make an incredible chicken soup. Clear as water, yet as fresh as fish. They say you've reached the pinnacle where one sees the soup, but not the chicken. Coincidentally, I also specialize in broth, though mine is mutton soup. Since they're both broths, we can still compare them. Neo Tang had come prepared. He had gathered information early on. He knew how to make chicken soup too, but trying to make a soup without a single speck of chicken residue was far too difficult. He didn't dare to be careless, so he decided to use his best dish, mutton soup, for the challenge. The mutton soup he stewed was milky white and tasted divine. Mutton soup? What a coincidence. I might not know other things, but I'm an expert at mutton soup. Yuji really didn't know how to cook most things, but mutton soup? That was one of the few things he actually knew. Fine. Then we'll compete with mutton soup. In 3 days. Right here in front of the restaurant. We'll let everyone be the judge. Making mutton soup takes time. Besides buying the freshest meat and bones, the most important part is the slow simmer over a low flame. Furthermore, Chef Neo's secret recipe for mutton soup was very particular. Just one of the main ingredients, beef marrow bones, wasn't something an ordinary person could get their hands on. Of course, these were all his secret techniques that he hadn't even passed down to his apprentices. In 3 days, Chef Neo was confident he could produce the most delicious pot of mutton soup in the world. Whatever. Yuji waved his hand, not really caring. He just wasn't good at traditional cooking. That didn't mean he didn't know how to use technology. With 1 scoop of 3 flour evaporated milk. Isn't this guy just walking into a trap? Shopkeeper, are you really going to compete with him? After Chef Neo left, Atai crawled out from wherever he'd been hiding. Of course, that knife looks like it's worth a lot of money. Yuji was always more interested in the profit. Oh, do you even know who he is? He's the famous Imperial Chef Neo. Back in the day, he was a legend who dominated with a single dish. The mutton soup he makes is so fresh it'll make you bite your tongue. Maybe we should just drop this. Atai planned to step in himself and settle the matter peacefully. He figured with his influence, Chef Neo wouldn't dare to refuse. Is he really that good? Compared to that chicken soup? Yuji was a bit surprised. It seemed this Imperial chef really did have some skills. Atai fell silent. The food from Shopkeeper Yu's place. How should I put it? It has a kind of magic. Once you eat it, you can't stand eating anything made by anyone else. No matter how fresh it is, it doesn't matter. Atai had once suspected that something had been added to the food. He even sent some back to be tested in secret. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything, which was to be expected. If there really was a problem, the guy would have run away long ago. He wouldn't be here every day joking around. But he just couldn't figure it out. It's all just food. So why does the shopkeeper's cooking make everything else taste like cardboard? Is his skill really that much higher? If Yuji knew what he was thinking, he'd definitely tell him. It's not just skill. The technological content here is off the charts. Forget them. Even I can't resist it. Fried chicken, hot pot, and barbecue every day? I won't even mention what's actually in them. He didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. All right. Hurry up and clean. I'll handle the rest. Yuji waved him off and went back to his room to watch mutton soup tutorials. The days passed by uneventfully. Chef Neo borrowed a kitchen across the street and buried himself in his work, except for coming out occasionally to ask for ingredients. He basically never left, and he wouldn't let anyone in. He was using his secret recipe. He couldn't let anyone into the kitchen, lest they steal his secrets. Inside the kitchen, Chef Neo carefully sprinkled various spices into the pot. Those spices were worth their weight in gold. There were also large marrow bones in the pot. Not just beef and mutton, there was even a tiger bone in there. The soup stewed from that would be truly powerful. The key was its medicinal effects. That was one of his secret weapons. When a normal person ate it, those effects alone would earn him a lot of points. With tiger bone, he naturally couldn't forget red dates and goji berries. Of course, these were consumables. They would all be strained out at the end. Otherwise, his secret recipe would be exposed. He let the pot full of ingredients simmer. Niu Tang didn't dare to relax for a second. He was even more meticulous than when he cooked for the emperor. Every time foam rose to the surface, he carefully skimmed it off, bit by bit, terrified that if he skimmed too much, the flavor would weaken. This single pot of soup took a full day and 2 nights to prepare. Finally, it was done. Niu Tang removed the tiger bone and other secret ingredients, then let it simmer over a low flame for another hour. Only then did he walk out of the kitchen, satisfied. On the other side, Yuji received news that Chef Niu had finished. Only then did he leisurely start boiling some water. If he knew how much effort Chef Niu had put in, Yuji would really want to say, "Old man, your soup isn't fast enough, and it's definitely not ruthless enough." With 1 scoop of 3-flour evaporated milk, just look at how white this soup is. Add another scoop of 50x concentrated mutton bone paste. Is that mutton flavor strong enough for you? Add a scoop of premium mutton tendon powder, a scoop of savory mutton essence, a scoop of super umami king, a scoop of concentrated chicken powder, and finally, a scoop of aftertaste flavor enhancer. A pot of fragrant, rich, milky white, and non-gamey mutton soup was ready. The whole process took less than 15 minutes, mostly because the pot was big, so boiling the water took some time. For this, Yuji had even spent 5 minutes watching a video a few days ago to learn how to make mutton soup. It was truly simple, easy to make, and quick to master. Delicious and cheap, it's hard to even criticize. That core mutton bone concentrate was only $16 a bucket. The other seasonings were less than 15 a bag. So cheap. Here it comes, here it comes. Yuji had the disguised Atai carry the mutton soup out. The intense aroma instantly filled the entire street, completely overshadowing Chef Niu's soup across the way. Such white soup, such a strong aroma. How is this possible? Chef Niu. The moment he saw Yuji's technological mutton soup, his heart skipped a beat. This smell was far more fragrant than his own. The color was also much richer. It looked like the ultimate mutton soup. But he wouldn't give up easily. As they say, food is about color, aroma, and taste. Even if he couldn't win on color or aroma, Niu Tang had absolute confidence in the taste. He had some real stuff in his soup. The power of that tiger bone was not to be underestimated. As long as the tastes were close, he would win, even if he was slightly weaker. With the tiger bone's boost, he definitely wouldn't lose. Wait, why are there so many beggars on the street today? Yuji's focus was elsewhere. He noticed that today, there were 7 or 8 beggars on the street. There are actually 7 or 8 more beggars now. This has never happened before. Before he opened the tavern, Kahua Town was practically a ghost town. The beggars had all fled long ago. But after he opened for business, he single-handedly jump-started the local economy, mainly because the things he sold were so expensive. People could only afford to visit occasionally. However, the cheap rent kept people from leaving. It's fair to say that as long as someone in Kahua Town was even slightly industrious, they could make a living. There was no way there should be any beggars. To have so many suddenly appear today is truly bizarre. Manager, they arrived last night. I heard they're refugees fleeing a famine. Atai actually felt a bit heavy-hearted. The great Qin dynasty was his family's empire, yet here were all these beggars. It would have been one thing if he hadn't seen them, but now they were standing right in front of him in the flesh. It felt unsettling. That's why he had already looked into the situation. Has the famine gotten that serious? The autumn harvest just ended, didn't it? Yuji also found it a bit strange. Normally, this should be the time when grain stores are at their peak. Are we doing this or not? Niu Tang had long since lost his patience. Seeing Yuji still whispering over there, he immediately started shouting. Fine, fine. How do you want to settle this? The matter of the refugees wasn't Yuji's responsibility. He was just purely curious. It's simple. With so many people here, we'll just pick a few at random to have a bowl. Whoever's soup gets the higher praise wins. He knew he couldn't beat him in appearance or aroma, so Niu Tang decided to completely ignore those disadvantages. He was betting everything on pure flavor. All right then, Atai, serve the soup. Yuji didn't really care. If he could still lose after adding all those additives, then every culinary chemistry shop on the streets back home should have gone bankrupt long ago. If someone could actually defeat modern science, he'd just buy their recipe. and open a top-tier restaurant in the modern world. He'd be set for life. Niu Tang might be able to beat science, but he could never beat capital. And if all else failed, Yuji could always go for a chemical analysis. The bottom line was, you might win, but I definitely won't lose. Come on, everyone. Soup's ready. Step right up. Atai began calling out with enthusiastic warmth. The onlookers had been waiting for this, and they swarmed forward immediately. That aroma from earlier was just too overpowering. It had already hooked everyone's soul. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You filthy peasants. Get lost. This isn't something the likes of you are fit to eat. A few beggars had squeezed forward in the crowd. Who wouldn't want a free bowl of mutton soup? But as soon as they reached the front, they were ruthlessly driven back by Niu Tang's side. Niu Tang waved his hand in disgust, and several of his disciples immediately grabbed sticks to start chasing them away. Is this a joke? He had used the finest ingredients to craft this pot of premium mutton soup. It might not be a spoonful of essence for every spoonful of soup, but it was worth at least a silver tael per scoop. This wasn't meant for beggars. Technically, even scholars of the Shokai rank didn't have the right to drink this soup. But for the sake of the competition with Yuji, he allowed it. At least those scholars had potential, right? But what were these beggars? He was an imperial chef. A bunch of beggars. Didn't deserve to taste a soup fit for an emperor. Manager. Atai looked on, unable to bear the sight. Over these past few days, he had truly come to realize how difficult life was for the working class. Not only did they have to wake up early and work late, they practically had to pay just to have a job. They worked like beasts of burden all day and still couldn't make any money. He had gained a deep understanding of the hardships faced by the common people. It made him feel a sense of compassion, even for beggars. If the world is in chaos, the fault lies with the throne. Though he wasn't the emperor yet, it was only a matter of time. Whatever. Yuji didn't mind. It's just a bit of mutton soup. I'm just regretting one thing right now. I forgot to sprinkle on the chopped green onions. The tutorial specifically emphasized that adding green onions is the best way to fake that freshly made look. As for why? Because only the green onions are actually fresh. Everything else is pure chemistry. Without the onions, this is just a pot of pure industrial science. Come on, come on. Drink over here. Having received Yuji's permission, Atai hurriedly called the people over. Thank you, thank you. You truly are a great philanthropist. Such a good man. May you live a long and healthy life. This group of beggars included the old and the young, men and women alike. They immediately began bowing and kowtowing. No need for that. No need at all. If you want to thank someone, thank my manager. Atai was experiencing such sincere gratitude for the first time. It was actually quite embarrassing. Humph. Serve them a bowl of our mutton soup as well. Since Yuji had given some out, Niu Tang naturally couldn't refuse. No matter how displeased he was, this was still a competition. The beggars bowed in thanks again, before taking the 2 bowls of soup to the side. With just one sip, the soup was incredibly fresh and savory. It was a flavor they had never tasted before, so fresh. It felt like it could pull your very soul out. As it slid down their throats, their pores seemed to snap open all at once. Ordinary people had never tasted anything like this. They were instantly conquered. One bowl down, and the aftertaste was endless. They thought mutton soup was supposed to taste like this, so they eagerly picked up the second bowl. But how should I put it? The second bowl was good, sure, but it felt like it was missing a bit of soul. It didn't have that same kick. Of course, some tried Niu Tang's soup first. At first, they were naturally amazed. But in the face of Yuji's technology and tricks, it just couldn't compare. It was the difference between a good bowl of soup and a bowl that made you crave another immediately. All right, let the voting begin. If you think a soup is better, stand behind that person. Whoosh. As soon as Niu Tang finished speaking, Yuji's side was swamped with people. In contrast, Niu Tang's side was completely empty. Even his own disciples had joined the wrong line. Niu Tang felt his vision go dark, then darker still. Whoa, brother. This mutton soup of yours is amazing. What's the recipe? It's delicious, truly delicious. At some point, Yuji had picked up a bowl of Niu Tang's soup and started drinking. Naturally, he wasn't drinking his own muttonless chemical soup. I really have to say, real ingredients. Now that's what I call authentic. After drinking it, his whole body felt warm and cozy. If you had a bowl of this in the dead of winter, it would be pure bliss. This feeling was something a chemical soup could never match. But as for the taste, compared to those strange extracts and concentrates, it just didn't stand a chance. Yuji had experimented before with his cooking skills. Even with fried rice, no matter how he adjusted the ratios, It was never as tasty as just adding a spoonful of MSG. And don't even get me started on soup. MSG, chicken bouillon. This essence, that essence. If it's not delicious, it just means you were too stingy and didn't add enough. With all these essences combined, how could it not be good? I don't accept this. Neo Tang decided he had to taste it for himself. He refused to believe that the culinary skills he had practiced for so many years, learning to handle a ladle at 3, practicing his stance at 5, and cooking his first pot of soup at 7, could be beaten like this. This soup carries 50 years of my life's work. How could I possibly lose to a mere youngster? If Eugene knew what he was thinking, he'd definitely tell the old man. Old-timer, this soup of mine has 5,000 years of history behind it. What's 50 years compared to that? Neo Yuchu's hands trembled as he personally picked up a bowl of that high-tech mutton soup. The moment the bowl reached his face, the aroma hit him like a savory flavor bomb, exploding right into his nostrils. In an instant, the gamey smell he'd grown used to over the last 3 days was completely washed away. It was the concentrated essence of mutton simmered down to the very marrow, intertwined with the velvety richness of the bones. The flavor was so intense it made the root of his tongue go numb and tingle. That deep, nutty fragrance didn't just linger in his mouth. It slid down his throat, coursing through his veins and spreading to his entire body. The richness made his temples throb, and his ears rang with the sheer intensity of the aroma. This wasn't just soup. It was as if an entire sheep had been crushed and distilled into this single bowl. The flavor was so profound it made his eyes sting, making him want to swallow his own tongue just to keep the taste. That mutton fragrance swirled between his teeth, leaving even his breath smelling soul-hookingly good. Swallowing felt like a waste of such a masterpiece. With just one taste, Neo Yuchu felt like he had lived the first half of his life in vain. Oh, Neo Yuchu, your soup is truly excellent. Handmade, 0 additives. It actually tastes like real mutton. Yuji genuinely admired the recipe. In all his years, he'd mostly eaten food filled with additives. He'd never tasted mutton soup this pure. After finishing the bowl, he felt a surge of warmth radiating through his entire body. Natural mutton soup really is the best. Those additives only enhance the flavor. They could never provide this kind of medicinal effect. He'd heard that real mutton soup could nourish the kidneys and boost vitality, replenishing both energy and blood. He never expected the effect to be this potent. He really had been missing out by eating all those chemicals. Humph, shopkeeper you, my skills are inferior. I admit it, your soup is indeed superior. The mountains remain unchanged, and the green waters flow on. The days ahead are long, and we shall meet again. Neo Yuchu thought Yuji was mocking him, unaware that Yuji was being completely sincere. If this soup could be sold to high-end clients at a wellness center, it would earn far more than this place. Leaving already? Wait, why don't we talk about that mutton soup recipe? I'm willing to pay for it. Yuji was still obsessed with that soup that gave instant results. He couldn't let it go. It's an ancestral secret. I have nothing to say to you. Neo Yuchu snapped back defiantly and turned to leave. Wait. Yuji called out again to stop him. I told you I won't sell. Neo Yuchu turned back impatiently. No, it's not that. You haven't given me my black iron cleaver yet. Yuji spoke reasonably. He hadn't forgotten the stakes of this bet. What do you mean, your black iron cleaver? This cleaver was bestowed by the emperor himself. How could it be handed over to a commoner? Neo Yuchu used the emperor as his shield. Are you trying to back out of our bet? Yuji's face darkened. This was the first time he'd met someone trying to welsh on a deal. Of course not. However, since this is an imperial gift, it must be officially removed from the palace records first. Once I report this to His Majesty, we can discuss it then. Neo Yuchu shifted the blame directly to the emperor. He was betting that an ordinary person wouldn't dare disrespect the sovereign. And when exactly will that be? Yuji's expression grew even grimmer. His Majesty is occupied with 1,000 state affairs. I can't say for sure. Neo Yuchu felt a smug sense of triumph. Once he was back in the palace, he was just a small tavern owner. Would he really dare enter the palace to confront the emperor? By then, the story would be whatever Neo Yuchu said it was. Then there's no need to wait. Give it to me right now. How could Yuji not see what Lu Yuchu was thinking? The guy just wanted to dodge the debt. All that this and that talk was pure nonsense. A dark shadow flickered past. The black iron cleaver was already in Xiaohei's hand. He rolled his eyes in annoyance, as if to say, why are you wasting your breath on him? How dare you? You're stealing a gift from the emperor. I will report this to His Majesty. Your entire family will be executed. Lu Yuchu was scared out of his wits. This was daylight robbery. Look at you talking. I'm just keeping the cleaver safe for now. If His Majesty says he doesn't approve, I'll give it back. Yuji threw his own logic right back at him. You just wait. Whenever Lu Yuchu went out in the past, wasn't he always treated with the utmost respect? He had never met such a reckless brat. This was a cleaver gifted by the Emperor, yet he dared to take it in broad daylight. Even using the Emperor's name didn't work. Yuji couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned and walked back into the inn. Eitai, on the other hand, hung his head in shame. This was his family's chef, yet he was shameless enough to try and welsh on a bet. Not only that, he even tried to drag Eitai's father into it. People might think the Emperor told him to skip out on the debt. He definitely needed to be taught a lesson. 3 days later, at the restaurant. What's this? Yuji looked at the piece of paper Eitai handed him. It's Lu Yuchu's secret recipe. Someone just came from the palace. They said Lu Yuchu was dismissed for his poor conduct and sent back to his hometown. His Majesty heard about your bet and sent his secret recipe as an apology. Eitai had a please praise me look on his face. This Emperor is pretty chill. He even manages trivial stuff like this. Yuji glanced at the recipe and tossed it aside. It actually listed tiger bone as an ingredient. Even if he had that, he wouldn't dare use it openly. But seriously, the old Emperor must be bored out of his mind, ignoring big issues to handle this. It's not that Yuji was ungrateful, but over the last 3 days, wave after wave of beggars had arrived at the door. Of course, they didn't stay in Koha town. Most were heading toward the capital. Some thought about staying here, waiting for leftovers from Yuji's restaurant. Unfortunately, they were dreaming. Yuji's restaurant was a place that practiced the clean plate club to the extreme. There were rarely any leftovers, unless shopkeeper Yu ate them himself. But his leftovers went to Wang Kai. Speaking of Wang Kai, he was one lucky dog. Ever since he started following Yuji, he'd been getting bigger and stronger every day. When that tiger was brought back, Yuji hadn't decided what to do with it yet, so he just left it in the backyard. Who would have thought that when he went back to check, only Wang Kai was there, gnawing on the bones. Good lord, they say a newborn calf doesn't fear a tiger. But nobody said a dog would be brave enough to eat one. Yuji didn't really mind, though. Even if he had the tiger, he wouldn't know how to cook it. Whatever. At least it didn't go to waste. The only thing giving Yuji a headache lately was the thing in his hand. Hey, shopkeeper. What are you eating all by yourself? Eitai had clearly noticed the thing in Yuji's hand. Mooncakes. They're a pain. Yuji stared at the mooncakes, looking miserable. These mooncakes were gifts from others during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gifts are fine, but why give mooncakes? And why these old-fashioned ones? They're so hard that in a few days, you could use them as bricks to crack walnuts. Every Mid-Autumn Festival, mooncakes are always a source of grief. It's like having too many zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. You just can't finish them all. Is that what a mooncake looks like? Eitai was curious. They have the Mid-Autumn Festival here too. They even have mooncakes. But compared to the one in Yuji's hand, it's not the same thing at all. Local customs vary. So naturally, the mooncakes are different too. Yuji waved his hand dismissively. Is it good? Eitai asked curiously. He had been watching Yuji eat them for days. If you ask again, I'll whip up a batch of stir-fried mooncakes with oranges for you. It wasn't just Yuji. In fact, lately, mooncakes had become a nightmare for everyone, especially in those school cafeterias that loved making dark cuisine. Mooncakes were once a lingering trauma from his student days. Are stir-fried mooncakes with oranges tasty? Eitai had no concept of dark cuisine. He only knew that every dish the boss made was delicious. It's not a matter of whether it's tasty or not. It's really one of those rare kinds of hiss. The flavor is sweet. It tastes sweet and sour. A bit. Yuji. He tried his best to describe the sheer horror of stir-fried mooncakes with oranges. But unfortunately, his vocabulary was too limited. He really couldn't find the words to describe that feeling of utter darkness and despair. It's just pure despair. He truly admired the first person who decided to stir-fry oranges and mooncakes together. Just what kind of trauma did they go through to come up with such a brilliant idea? Boss, have mercy. Another beggar appeared outside the door. Yuji immediately tossed the mooncake out. The moment he thought of that nightmare from his student days, he couldn't take another bite of the mooncake in his hand. It felt nauseating. Help me get rid of all of these. Yuji had gone back to the modern world and cleared out the mooncake stock at his house. After eating mooncakes for several days straight, he really couldn't stomach them anymore. He originally wanted to avoid waste and just force them down. But now, he'd rather have fried chicken, barbecue, or a small hot pot. Can I eat them? Eitai looked at the pile of mooncakes with envy. Whatever, Yuji waved him off. He felt completely drained. These mooncakes, most of them were sent over by the Seed Research Institute. supposedly the director, to show his gratitude for Yu saving the institute from the brink of collapse. Got so excited that he practically emptied his house. For someone in his position, school benefits and social gifts were naturally abundant. An entire cartload of mooncakes. It nearly buried Yu alive. Today, he was finally free of them. Crack. Boss, is this thing really edible? A Thai held a broken tooth, trembling as he spoke. Oh, my bad. That one's from last year. I forgot to throw it out. Help me toss it. Yu glanced at the expiration date. Good grief. Last year's mooncake hadn't even grown mold. It looked brand new. Just how many additives did they put in this? Even bacteria couldn't survive in it. Of course, it wasn't without flaws. After a year, it had become rock hard. It even chipped one of Atai's teeth. My tooth. Atai cried, as he threw all the rock-hard mooncakes out the door. These aren't good things. He never wanted to touch them again. Atai didn't want them, but the beggars outside were scrambling for them. In these times, people were eating dirt, let alone a few mooncakes. Even if they were rock-hard, the beggars fought over them without hesitation. Oh, it's sweet. Good stuff. This is great stuff. Beggar A hugged a mooncake and took a few licks. His eyes lit up instantly. This thing is actually sweet. So sweet and sugary. It tastes amazing. It's just a bit hard. But that's okay. It's still edible if you soak it in water. He scooped up a bowl of water. Beggar A took small sips, while letting his saliva soften the mooncake. To be honest, it didn't look like much, but it was surprisingly filling. But as he ate, his eyelids started to get heavy. The next second, everything went black. And that was it. Shopkeeper, something's wrong. Beggar A had been eating right in front of the restaurant. He was waiting for the next batch of mooncakes. As soon as he passed out, a Thai spotted him. This was terrifying. He just ate a mooncake and fainted. If people didn't know better, they'd think the mooncakes were poisoned. What's all the shouting about? Yu was happily munching on a fried chicken leg. Fried food really is the best. Shopkeeper, you're sneaking snacks again. A Thai clutched his jaw, his eyes full of resentment. This thing was nothing like a mooncake. Just the smell alone was heavenly. One bite, golden and crispy, shattering into delicious crumbs. Too bad his tooth hurt. He wouldn't be eating any today. I'm not sneaking. I'm eating right in front of you. Yu said matter-of-factly. Anyway, stop talking. He fainted. Based on my deduction, he was poisoned to death by that toxic mooncake. A Thai had zero good impressions of mooncakes. Not only were they hard, they were poisonous. That can't be right. Go check his pulse. See if he's still alive. Yu was a bit unsure now too. Technically, even a year-old mooncake shouldn't kill anyone. It just has too many preservatives. It's not like it's moldy or toxic. But the man was lying right there, still chewing on the filling. It was hard to say it had nothing to do with his mooncakes. He's still alive. A Thai frowned and checked for breath. His breathing is steady. His pulse is normal. It doesn't look like poisoning. Then he just passed out. Maybe he hasn't slept well lately. It's no big deal. Yu rolled his eyes. He thought it was something serious. But it was just this. A Thai frowned. He felt like there was more to it. Go, go, go. We have customers. Go greet them. Yu gave A Thai a little kick. Is this the place? Several well-dressed gentlemen stood at the door. Yes, this is it. This is definitely the place. Ah, I've heard the name for so long, but I've never seen it in person. Finally, I get to see the real deal. One of the well-dressed men spoke with a hint of excitement. Keep it down, you guys. I snuck out without telling my family. My daughter has been pestering me for ages. If she finds out, I came here alone without her. She'll never let me hear the end of it. Another gentleman was trying to stay low profile. Oh, my lords, what brings you here? Jiga spotted them from a distance. They were in plain clothes, but they still stood out in the crowd. After all, they were all riding tall, noble horses. These men were none other than the ones from the looming banquet. Ha ha, Xie Yuanlang is here. Zhang Shi let out a hearty laugh. Is this shop yours? Lord Wang followed up with a question. No, I'm just working here for shopkeeper Yu. Jiga shook his head. The men were all stunned. The great Xie Yuanlang was actually working for a mere merchant? Word of this would be quite a blow to his reputation. Come in, come in. Please, have a seat. Gigi didn't feel awkward at all. Shopkeeper Yu provided him with room and board. In just a few months, the food alone had saved him hundreds of taels of silver. Was this just an ordinary merchant? He was practically his provider, his benefactor. One must always be respectful to those who provide. Wait, Xie Yuanlang, go on with your business. We can just have the waiter look after us. The officials didn't know what to say. They couldn't exactly tell him to stop working, but they also felt bad having a top scholar like Xie Yuanlang serving them tea. It was better to just call for the waiter. Coming. For distinguished guests, right this way. Would you gentlemen like a private room or a table down here? Atai shouted at the top of his lungs toward the back. A private room, obviously. The men looked at Atai as if he'd just said something incredibly stupid. I should warn you first. The private rooms are expensive. Each dish starts at 1 tael of silver. Atai said, dutifully performing his job. Fine, fine. We get it. Start with a braised pork hock. And bring a dajo braised chicken too. Also make it quick. Zhang Shi said impatiently. They were high-ranking officials. It wasn't like they were poor. Who among them couldn't afford a single meal? You got it. The food will be right out. Please, head upstairs. He led the 4 of them upstairs. The moment they sat down. All right, here are your dishes. Atai immediately brought the food out. That fast. The men were stunned. From the moment they walked in until now. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, had it? Speed is our specialty here. Atai looked a bit smug. He loved seeing the look on people who hadn't seen the world. All right, that's enough. You can head down now. Don't come back in. Unless we call for you. Zhang Shi waved him away with the same impatience. The others didn't start scrambling for the food like they usually did. Instead, they all looked like they had heavy hearts. Once Atai had retreated, Zhang Shi went to the door and looked out. After making sure no one was eavesdropping, he finally closed the door. The whole process was secretive, like they were a bunch of thieves. I assume you've all heard the rumors? The moment the door shut, Lord Zhang Shi's expression shifted instantly. The reason they gathered here wasn't just to eat and drink. They had major business to discuss. We've heard, and it's troubling. Lord Wang looked like he was hesitating to speak. This is going to be difficult to handle. Lord Li's face was also full of worry. Gentlemen, this matter is of grave importance. If something goes wrong, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. We need to find a solution, and fast. Zhang Shi was so anxious he was breaking into a sweat. They had just received word from above. Because the looming banquet they hosted was so well received by the scholars. His Majesty was very pleased with this year's spring examination. They were being considered for the panel of examiners. Even though it was just a rumor, there's no smoke without fire. Since the word was out, it was basically 70% certain. If it were just a normal exam, it would be fine. The problem was, some people wouldn't allow it to be fair. That group, they don't want a legitimate, fair examination. What can we even do? Are you suggesting we defy an imperial decree? Lord Li looked helpless. He was getting close to the age where he'd retire in a few years. He just wanted peace and stability. He really didn't want to get dragged into this mess. Defying a decree is obviously out of the question. But on the other hand, Zhang Shi trailed off. What? Are you saying you can afford to offend the other side either, Lord Zhang? The Cui family must have already approached you, haven't they? Lord Li said with a sneer. Yes. If they hadn't, why would I have invited you all here to discuss this? And don't tell me the Wang family hasn't looked for you. Zhang Shi shot back. Of course they did. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Lord Li replied as if it were obvious. Look, I'm the junior here, so I'll be the one to say the unpleasant truth. The great families are being far too greedy this time. I cannot, and will not participate in this. What about the rest of you? Wang Fupei stated his position clearly. Indeed, if they had even a shred of shame, they wouldn't be trying to pack the spring exam with their own people. If they fill every slot, what happens to everyone else? They're leaving no room at all. This imperial examination is bound to become a massive scandal. Losing our reputations in our old age is one thing. But if our families get dragged down with us, we'll never forgive ourselves. Lord Li agreed. To put it bluntly, none of us are direct blood relatives of those families. That's why they're so bold in demanding we commit exam fraud. It's true that without their support, I might not have reached this position, but I've served them faithfully all these years. I won't say I've done great deeds, but I've done my job. I've done everything I was supposed to do. But since they don't even treat me like a human being, then they shouldn't blame me for walking away. Zhang Shi was a natural leader. He had the guts to say what needed to be said. Ever since the rumors about the spring examiners started, the great families had begun approaching them. They all had different backers, so the people they spoke to were different. But the message was essentially the same. They intended to monopolize the imperial examination. If they actually succeeded, commoners would never have a path to advancement again. From then on, the imperial court would only serve the interests of the great families. Even the emperor himself could be turned into a mere figurehead. How could they possibly agree to such a thing? It wasn't that they were exceptionally loyal or patriotic, but the emperor wasn't a fool. How could he not see through something so blatant? Therefore, this year's spring exam was actually a test for His Majesty. A test to see if the tiger's claws were still sharp, and if his ears could still hear. If they let this slide, well, The consequences go without saying. But if it didn't slide, these men would be the cannon fodder used to test the waters. Walking away sounds nice in theory. But do you have the guts? The Emperor can punish your family. But do you think the great families are any easier to deal with? Lord Li threw a bucket of cold water on the idea. So what do? If we do what they say and get caught, it's a crime that wipes out 9 generations. Lord Zhang was just venting his frustration. If he really had to go head-to-head with those great families, he knew he didn't have the weight. Yeah, what do? Lord Huang, what do you think? Lord Huang. Wang Fupei wanted to ask for the opinion of Lord Huang, who hadn't spoken yet, only to realize that the man had fainted at some point. This. Quick, get some sweets for Lord Huang. This is an old ailment of his. If he goes too long without eating, at best, his limbs go weak. At worst, he passes out. Li Zhu was a seasoned veteran of the bureaucracy. He even knew the details of Lord Huang's medical condition. After a frantic effort by the officials, they finally managed to pull the man back from the brink. Thank you. Thank you all for your help. Otherwise Lord Huang looked utterly ashamed. He'd been at court since early this morning. He hadn't even had breakfast. He'd planned to rush home after court. But Zhang sure dragged him here for this meeting. A meeting is one thing, but these men spent the whole time talking without eating. He'd literally starved until he fainted. He'd completely lost face. No need for thanks. Actually, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of such a perfect plan. Gentlemen, I don't know if you still care about your dignity, but I have a plan. But we can make Han Shiyu famous again. Zhang suddenly spoke up. Compared to one's life, what does face matter? Lord Wang shook his head. You can't be a proper official if you lose face. Unless you're planning to. No, that's not right. There will definitely be imperial physicians present. You might not be able to wake someone pretending to be unconscious, but an imperial physician certainly can. Lord Li shook his head. He was a crafty old fox, and he never dared to underestimate an imperial physician. A few needles in the right spots, and you wouldn't be able to hold it in. If only there was something we could eat to actually pass out. Zhang also understood Li Zhu's hesitation. Faking it is easy to see through. But if we really pass out, even if such a thing existed, we couldn't just eat it. Otherwise, it would be easily discovered. It would be best if it were a dish. Something we accidentally ate. Lord Wang added his thoughts. But where would we find such a thing? Li Zhu shook his head. Fine, let's all go back and think about it. The food is getting cold. Let's not let it go to waste. The serious talk was over. Finally, it was time to eat. Oh ho, I've been wanting to eat this for ages. Look at how glistening it is. Hey, don't fight me for it. Lord Wang moved first. He reached his chopsticks toward the eggplant with minced pork. This dish. He had been craving it since Lu Mingyin's banquet. But back then, he was too busy grabbing the porridge and chicken. He didn't get a single bite. The glossy eggplant was coated in a rich, dark sauce. It lay soft and tender on the white porcelain plate. The edges were slightly charred and fragrant. A gentle squeeze of the chopsticks made it split open. The eggplant flesh inside, soaked in meat aroma, tumbled out mixed with bits of minced pork. The sweet and savory sauce clung to every fiber, paired with freshly steamed rice. One bite, and his tongue began to dance. Zhang also couldn't wait, and reached for the other vegetable dish. Decent xian. On the blue porcelain plate, the eggplant was moist. The potatoes were golden, and the green peppers were vibrant. It looked so elegant. The eggplant was soft, but not mushy. The potatoes were crispy outside and fluffy inside. The green peppers were crisp and slightly spicy. The sauce was savory and perfectly balanced. With one bite, all their previous worries seemed to melt away. Now that's what I call authentic. Wonderful. Simply marvelous. Thinking about how the top scholar gets to taste such delicacies every day, I can suddenly understand why he's willing to work in a place like this. Zhang suddenly sighed. Indeed, we may look successful on the outside, but in reality, aren't we just working for others? Every day they just give us impossible problems. It's really exhausting. Wang Fupei was also full of resentment. When I retire in a couple of years, I'm staying right here. I'm not leaving Koa Town. Li Zhu was already imagining his beautiful life after retirement. The three of them toasted each other, glass after glass. They finished every last bit of the food. Only then did they stand up unsteadily. Gentlemen, do not forget what we discussed. Everyone, go back and look for a solution. The next day at noon, Yuji lazily opened the door. Why is that beggar still there? He checked the surveillance footage. Good grief, he hasn't moved all day. He's not dead, is he? Yuji nervously checked the beggar's breathing. Well, what do you know? He's actually still alive. Gave me a heart attack. This guy can really sleep. But as long as he's alive, it's fine. At least it proves it had nothing to do with my expired mooncakes. The restaurant is open. Customers were pouring in. Naturally, it was going to be a busy shift. But Yuji kept an eye out. He wanted to see when that beggar would wake up. Surprisingly, it wasn't until the afternoon that the beggar finally stirred. Huh? How did I fall asleep without realizing it? Phew, thank goodness. Looks like not much time has passed. And no one stole my cake. I'm just a bit hungry. This thing really doesn't keep you full for long. The beggar looked up at the sky, talking to himself. He let out a sigh. The beggar took another bite of the mooncake with some water. A few minutes passed. He wasn't hungry anymore. But drowsiness hit him again. The beggar fell right back to sleep. Manager. He's asleep again. Eitai had also been keeping a close watch on every move the beggar made. Who would have thought that after being up for just a few minutes, he'd be out cold again? This guy can really sleep. Let him sleep. As long as he's not dead, leave him be. There are so many beggars in the world. We can't look after all of them. Yuji waved his hand, not really caring. Another day passed. The beggar woke up once more, looking at the remaining 3/5 of the mooncake. He let out a long sigh. This cake disappears too fast. Half a day hasn't even passed. And I've already woken up hungry twice. But I have to eat it. If I don't, the hunger is unbearable. Another bite, another day. Manager, we can't keep going like this. That beggar has been sleeping at our door for 5 days now. Eitai complained to Yuji while wiping the tables. In times like these, sleeping more is a good thing. Less movement means less energy spent. Most people wish they could sleep like that. Yuji continued to fiddle with his gadgets. Hibernation can reduce the body's energy consumption. Animals proved that a long time ago. For a beggar who usually goes hungry 9 times in 3 days, being able to sleep is a blessing. You. Just as Yuji finished speaking, several people burst through the door in a hurry. It was Shue Xinyue, whom he hadn't seen in a while, ever since summer ended, and the weather cooled down. She had gone back home. After all, over 100 taels a day wasn't pocket change. If not for that, Yuji wouldn't have been able to close the shop at night. Speaking of which, she and Zhao Wu had been busy with farming. It had been a long time since they visited. Well, look at that. Did the sun rise in the west today? What do you want to eat? Yuji put down the gadget he was working on. The ice, that thing. Shue Xinyue was so excited she was flailing her arms. She couldn't even speak clearly. Finally, she pointed at the beggar's cake outside. Oh, you mean the mooncakes? You want to eat those? Yuji was a bit stunned. It wasn't that mooncakes were bad, but eating too many of those cloyingly sweet things gets sickening. Mooncakes? Yes. Are there any left? Shue Xinyue finally nodded. Nope. Yuji shook his head. He had just cleared out his inventory. But you have to have some. Shue Xinyue said firmly. I really don't. Yuji shook his head. He didn't want to see another mooncake for a few days. He was sick of them. Say that again. Do you have them, or not? Shue Xinyue didn't waste words. She slammed down 100 taels of silver. Damn. What do you even want those things for? Yuji went silent for a moment, before finally asking. You don't know? Shue Xinyue then explained everything that had happened lately. She told him the whole story. It turned out they had been working outside the city these past few days, dealing with the potatoes. They happened to pass by a ruined temple. That was where the beggars were camped out. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But a strange thing happened recently. A few beggars ate those mooncakes and just laid down. They slept for an entire day. At first, everyone thought the mooncakes were poisoned. No one dared to eat them. But they soon realized the people were just asleep, and they'd stay out for a whole day. The key was, they only needed 1/5 of a cake to last a day. This made the beggars ecstatic. They weren't like those rich lords. They didn't care about the quality of food. Just being able to survive was a miracle. One mooncake could last them 5 days. With just 10 or 20 cakes, they could survive the entire winter. As for how they survived, they didn't care at all, as long as they were alive. But the problem was, it seemed not all mooncakes had this effect. Only those rock-hard ones could make someone sleep for a whole day. Are you saying you want those expired mooncakes? Yuji covered his mouth in disbelief. Those things are expired. Are they even edible? Expired. Shue Xinyue blinked her innocent, wide eyes. It just means the mooncakes have been sitting around for a long time. Yuji didn't know how to explain the concept of a shelf life. It was hard to explain clearly. He couldn't just say they only last 2 or 3 months. What if she asked why they only last that long? It doesn't matter if they're old, as long as they don't kill anyone. I just want to know, are expired mooncakes cheaper? Shue Xinyue was more concerned about the price. People who are struggling to survive don't care about anything else. It's not about whether they're cheap. The problem is, no one dares to sell this stuff openly. Expired food is always sold under the table. But if it's a year past its date, who would dare sell it? Why? Shui Xinhua looked completely clueless. How about I try to find some first? If I can get my hands on them. The price shouldn't be too high. Yuji thought about it. It was currently the peak season for mooncakes to expire. Getting some wouldn't be hard. They have to be the rock-hard ones. The others don't work. Shui Xinhua emphasized. Okay, I'll go check. Yuji didn't believe the rock-hard part was just because they were old. It's not like they mutated. How could they have such an effect? The issue must be with the mooncakes themselves. Luckily, he remembered finding a few leftovers at home last time. He quickly went to check them. And sure enough, he found a problem. Propylene glycol, a preservative and humectant used in mooncake crusts. Excessive intake can cause dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and other discomforts. Those expired mooncakes clearly had way too much propylene glycol. Combined with the excessive sugar in the mooncakes, they had accidentally become something like a sedative. The only downside was the extreme drowsiness. All right, no problem. Yuji returned to the shop. Now that he knew the cause, it was easy to handle. He just had to wait until he got back from the recycling point. By the way, when can the potatoes be harvested? There have been more and more refugees lately. I'm getting worried. The potatoes have been in the ground for months. We've been busy watering and fertilizing according to your steps. But we haven't seen the final product yet. Shui Xinhua was truly anxious. What if they don't grow? Or what if the yield is too small? Everything about the potatoes came from Yuji's mouth. There was no other proof. It was hard to feel completely at ease. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The potatoes should be ready for harvest in a few days. Just be careful when storing them. They aren't like the usual crops. If they aren't stored right, they'll sprout, which means they'll turn into seeds. Yuji calculated the time. The potatoes were about ready. Good. We'll get ready then. We start digging tomorrow. Shui Xinhua was overjoyed. After working for so long, she could finally see what exactly they had grown. A good night's sleep. As soon as Yuji opened the door, he was startled by the person outside. Oh my, isn't this eunuch Chow? What wind blew you here? Seeing the familiar white beard and pale face, Yuji was ecstatic. He had been waiting and waiting. And finally, the eunuch had arrived. Well, isn't today the great potato harvest? His Majesty insisted I come take a look. He said if it's done well, there will be plenty of rewards. Also, regarding His Majesty's illness last time, it was thanks to manager Yu's sauerkraut fish. The reward has been delayed. We were afraid you'd get impatient. So I've come. There's also a small matter I wanted to ask you about. Eunuch Chow was the emperor's personal bodyguard. He rarely left the palace. When he did, it was always for something big. Oh, it's a small thing. What did you want to ask, eunuch? Yuji rubbed his hands excitedly. How could he not be? The reward-giving NPC was back. Basically, any request could be fulfilled. After all, it was the power of a whole nation granting one person's wish. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, wishes could generally be granted. A few days ago, several lords visited your restaurant. I wanted to ask about the contents of their conversation. I wonder if your waiter heard anything. Of course, I'm just asking. It's fine if he didn't. The palace's powerful intelligence network already knew about Lord Wang and the others' dinner. Naturally, they also knew that they had all been taken aside by the great families for a talk. Of course, no one could guess what those men were thinking. The emperor suspected they were siding with the great families. The great families also felt they had the upper hand. If that were true, the emperor was already considering replacing them. As for the crown prince, being a waiter in the shop, eunuch Chow knew about that too. Therefore, the waiter he was asking about wasn't actually the crown prince, a Thai, but the other one, Xiao He. This person had martial arts skills. He might have overheard something. You want to know what they talked about? Give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'll go ask. Yuji turned and went into the kitchen. Then he opened his phone. The private rooms had surveillance cameras. You know, just in case someone damaged property. He'd know who to ask for compensation. After a while, eunuch. The great families plan to monopolize the imperial examinations. And those four lords intend to play dumb. Yuji walked out after watching the video, looking a bit strange. Is the emperor so unreliable these days? He can't even handle the great families? I wonder if they use family trees around here. Just chop them down according to the family tree. Once you're done with that batch, I guarantee no one will cause trouble anymore. Eunuch Chow was stunned. What on earth was he talking about? It's like this. Yuji briefly explained what happened in the private room. Of course, the source was supposedly Xiao Hei's account. I see. It seems those few still have some self-awareness. In that case, I will report this to His Majesty. Manager, you deserve the top credit for this. Eunuch Chow was satisfied. As for the manager, he truly was a remarkable man. He hadn't held much hope for this. With so many people coming and going, how could one remember everyone? He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Even the schemes of the lords were known in detail. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Once you know certain things, they're easier to handle. These days, no matter what you do, sometimes it's all about intelligence. Whoever has better intel has the advantage. Eunuch, I have a small question I'd like to ask. The potatoes hadn't arrived yet. With nothing to do, Yuji leaned in with a grin. Manager, feel free to speak. Eunuch Chow was very polite to Yuji. If nothing went wrong, this man would at least be the crown prince's tutor. He might even become the imperial preceptor. Don't look at his low status now. He'll be extraordinary in the future. It's just, well, I've been practicing the manual you gave me, but the results seem a bit different from everyone else's. Xiaohei, come here for a second. Yuji beckoned. Xiaohei appeared out of nowhere. A flash of amazement appeared in Eunuch Chao's eyes. This kid, is he for real? If you give him to me for 10 years, I guarantee he'll become the new #1 in the world. Eunuch Chao looked at Xiaohei. His gaze grew more and more intense. Does it really take that long? Yuji was a bit stunned. 10 years was enough for him to turn Zhao Chuliang, a martial arts idiot, into one of the top 10 in the world. Well, martial arts is a gradual process, and Eunuch Chao didn't know how to explain it to a restaurant owner. In his eyes, Yuji had only had the manual for a few months. He was a total martial arts newbie, and he was already so old. He had missed the prime age for training. He was basically a lost cause. There was no point explaining it to him. As for the martial arts question Yuji wanted to ask, it was probably some basic stuff. He'd rather answer something challenging. No need. I like it here. And I don't need training. Xiaohei's face darkened, looking even blacker than before. He didn't want to leave this place. The food here was too good. All right, enough nonsense. Show Eunuch Chao that indestructible divine art you've been practicing. Yuji waved his hand, not wanting to continue that topic. Xiaohei only ate and didn't ask for wages. He was a hard worker too. Good employees like him were hard to find. Xiaohei's internal energy surged. A golden light erupted. His whole body looked like it was made of gold. This. If I remember correctly, the manager only got this manual a few months ago, right? How long has this young brother been practicing? Eunuch Chao's eyes were full of admiration. About a month or two? Yuji counted on his fingers. He wasn't entirely sure. 1 or 2 months. A genius. A true genius. Manager, are you sure you can't part with him? I'll give you whatever you want. I can even take him as my godson and pass everything I know to him. Eunuch Chao grew more delighted the more he looked. What was this? This was top-tier talent. Becoming a eunuch like you? That doesn't seem right. Yuji rubbed his hands awkwardly. Wouldn't that end the kid's bloodline? That's not necessary. I'll just take him as a godson. If he's willing, he can even take my surname, Chao, and carry on the Chao family line for me. Eunuch Chao shook his head quickly. But your divine art is powerful, sure. But doesn't it fail if you lose your virginity? Yuji rolled his eyes. He remembered Eunuch Chao mentioning that before. Oh well. Actually, I have more than one technique. Since he hasn't been at it long, it's not too late to switch. As long as he's willing, I will teach him everything I know. Eunuch Chao said urgently. Well, having the world's #1 expert and the ultimate head eunuch as a mentor, the benefits go without saying. No need. Xiaohei said coldly and arrogantly. Even without a manual, I'm confident I can reach the top. #2. Why #2? Because even though everyone calls him a genius, he always felt the manager was progressing faster than him. He's not interested. Nothing I can do about that. Let's talk about my problem first. Yuji was more concerned about himself. Fine. What's your problem? Eunuch Chao's eyes were still fixed on Xiaohei. He was a bit distracted. It's like this, when they practice the indestructible divine art. They all glow gold. But I'm all soft and squishy. No golden light at all. And I followed the diagrams exactly. Yuji pulled out the tattered manual. He showed it to him. Show him how you practice. Eunuch Chao looked at Xiaohei dotingly. Open to the first page first. Xiaohei turned to the first page, intending to demonstrate step by step. Wait, isn't this the last page? This is the first page. Yuji flipped the manual over to the other side. You didn't start practicing from this page, did you? Eunuch Chao, who hadn't been paying attention, suddenly looked horrified. Of course, books are flipped from left to right, aren't they? What the? A possibility suddenly occurred to Yuji. It seemed in ancient times, people had the habit of reading from right to left. Could it be the same in this world? Holy crap, how are you not dead? Eunuch Chow was breaking into a cold sweat. Speaking of which, he had to take primary responsibility. If he hadn't used the cover to wipe his butt, this problem wouldn't have happened. Of course, Yuji was also to blame. First, why didn't he flip the book properly? Second, why didn't he ask first? Damn it, does that mean I have chi deviation? Yuji looked terrified. In energy cultivation, the worst thing is a blockage. Now it wasn't just a blockage. It was a total reversal of the meridians. No wonder Eunuch Chow asked that question. How are you not dead? Don't panic. According to normal energy flow, you should have died long ago. At the very least, you'd be paralyzed. The fact that you're standing here just fine means there must be another reason. Let me see. Eunuch Chow was also sweating. Normally, this should never happen. Reversing energy flow is extremely dangerous, especially with this technique. One wrong move leads to paralysis. So a normal person couldn't have practiced it for so long. They would have noticed the problem long ago. He never imagined that someone could practice a wrong technique for such a long time. Eunuch, save me. Yuji was inexplicably panicked. He had just started making money. He hadn't even spent much of it yet. He wasn't about to kick the bucket, was he? Don't worry. Mew. Eunuch Chow took Yuji's pulse. Then his expression turned solemn. How is it? Yuji was incredibly nervous. Your pulse is steady. There's nothing unusual. The key is, the internal energy in your whole body is perfectly integrated. It's circulating on its own. Incredible, truly incredible. Manager, before you started practicing, did you already have very strong internal energy? Eunuch Chow was amazed. He suddenly asked, I guess. Why do you ask? Yuji's internal energy came entirely from the toxins accumulated in his body from his own cooking. He indeed had strong internal energy before he even started training. I see. I understand now. Eunuch Chow laughed toward the sky. Understand what? Yuji was confused. It's like this. When you first started, Eunuch Chow explained the whole situation. It turned out, Yuji's attempt to practice backward hadn't succeeded at all. As soon as the reversed energy tried to move, it was pushed back by his original, powerful internal energy. Every time it tried, it was pushed back. But even so, the human body has powerful self-healing functions. Although the reversed energy didn't break through, it stirred up the circulation of his internal energy. Day after day, his internal energy actually began to circulate slowly on its own. This unique phenomenon is usually called innate breath. Normally, one is born with it. It's extremely rare, because he doesn't need to meditate or practice. It's just there. The body is simply running in the way that suits it best, circulating on its own, not just in terms of cultivation speed. It's much stronger than other techniques in every aspect. Of course, Yuji's technique couldn't be copied, because it was tailor-made for him. It would be useless for anyone else. The key was that this situation was incredibly rare. No one could meet the prerequisites. How could a normal person have such massive internal energy before they even started practicing? Without enough internal energy, the self-driving force could never reach the conditions for self-circulation. I see. Yuji sort of understood. The only strange thing was, normally, the first time internal energy circulates unconsciously, it wouldn't be smooth sailing. The pain of internal energy running wild is not something an ordinary person can endure. How did you get through it? Eunuch Chow was also curious. Yuji didn't look like a tough guy. How could he bear it? I thought I caught COVID again those few days. So I popped a few extra ibuprofens. I even dreamed about my ancestors. It was rough. Yuji suddenly realized. What are you talking about? I didn't understand a word of that. Eunuch Chow looked at the two in front of him with envy. One with God-tier talent. One with God-tier luck. But for now, it seemed God-tier luck was even more impressive. With this self-circulating internal energy, no matter how talented someone was, it would be hard to catch up in terms of raw power. Harvest. It's a harvest. Atai's voice rang out from outside. He had gone to the fields to help early this morning. Who knew why he was so happy? Let's go take a look. Eunuch Chow's main purpose for coming was still to check on the potatoes, so he could report back to the emperor. Yuji wasn't that interested. What's so special about potatoes? It's not like he hadn't seen them before. Could they have mutated or something? Wait, what was that thing Atai was holding? That yellowish watermelon-looking thing. What the hell is that? A harvest. A massive harvest, manager. Atai held the yellowish watermelon, dancing with excitement. Is this a potato? The biggest potato Yuji had ever seen was about the size of 2 water bottles. He had never seen a potato melon before. Of course it's a potato. Manager, weren't these the seeds you gave us? Atai was also surprised. Do all the potatoes in the field look like this? The seeds were indeed from Yuji. The problem was, the seeds weren't his either. They were developed by the Research Institute. To be honest, before this, Yuji thought potatoes could only grow from their own sprouts. He had never even heard of potato seeds. Not exactly. This one is the biggest. The others are mostly a bit smaller than this. Atai gestured with the potato. What about the yield? What's the yield per mu? Eunuch Chow cared more about the total yield. As for this giant potato, he could take it back as an auspicious omen. The emperor would surely be delighted. From what we can see so far, the yield per mu might exceed 10,000 caddies. Atai's hands were trembling. He had just dug up this giant potato and rushed back. He hadn't had time to check the rest. 10,000 caddies. Eunuch Chow's tongue was tied. In an era where grain yield was only around 200 caddies per mu, to suddenly have something that yielded 10,000. The impact was no less than a tornado, sweeping through the entire dynasty. Yuji was also stunned. Didn't we agree on 5 or 6,000? How did it suddenly jump to over 10,000? Is this from that experimental plot? Yuji suddenly thought of something and asked. Because the land was so vast, most other places used local fertilizers since they couldn't get modern ones, like growth agents or nutrient solutions. Most of them were told to use whatever they could find, like wood ash, human waste, horse manure, cow dung, and a bunch of other random fertilizers. Only a few experimental plots had fertilizers specifically formulated by the Research Institute and sent over. Purely modern technology. He mainly wanted to compare the difference in yield between different fertilizers. If it was from those plots, a yield of 10,000 caddies would be normal. Modern potato yields have already peaked at over 17,000 caddies. No, we haven't even touched the experimental plots yet. This is from the regular fields. Oh, I can't talk anymore. I have to get back to work. Atai waved his hand, put down the giant potato, and ran off in a flash. He was enjoying being a commoner more and more. Manager, on behalf of all the people of Dakian, I thank you. Eunuch Chow suddenly knelt down. Whoa, don't do that. I can't accept this. Yuji quickly tried to help him up, but Eunuch Chow was the world's top expert. He wasn't someone you could just move. As soon as he was lifted a bit, he used a 1,000-pound weight technique to stay down. Manager, I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. You might not know how great your contribution is. You haven't just saved 1 or 100 people, but millions upon millions of Dakian citizens. If my family hadn't been starving back then, I wouldn't have had to. Eunuch Chow looked back in a daze, remembering that rainy day. In a dim, ruined shack, several children lay weakly on the straw, skinny and malnourished. Someone came to the door and discussed something with his parents. As the eldest child, he already understood what entering the palace meant. At the thought of being able to eat his fill, he made up his mind instantly. He stood up and said to the man outside, I'll go, not for anything else, just to be able to eat. That year, the harvest had failed. His family hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. So many mouths to feed. If things continued, they would just wait for death. His parents held him and cried for a long time. In the end, he still left with the man. After that, he didn't remember much. He only remembered a flash of cold light. And then he finally had enough to eat. The man hadn't lied to him. He ate his fill, and his family ate their fill too. He knew people like him weren't a minority. Many eunuchs in the palace entered this way. He had even personally gone out a few times. Every trip felt like returning to that rainy day. Eunuch, why are you crying? It's really not that big a deal. Yuji didn't know why a powerful eunuch was crying like a child. He didn't have Eunuch Chow's experiences, so he couldn't truly empathize. I lost my composure. My apologies. Manager, don't worry. I will definitely report this to His Majesty. The rewards Miss Shue promised you before will be even greater. The rest will depend on His Majesty's decision. Of course, you can also state your own needs. Eunuch Chow's attitude became increasingly respectful. I don't have many needs. I just like a bit of money. Also, I only got that internal art last time. I'm still missing a few other things. Is there something that can protect me even if I practice it wrong? A hard body technique or the world's best light work would be fine. Yuji rubbed his hands, waiting for the NPC to give out rewards. Money was a small matter. To be honest, Manager, you don't really need those. What you're practicing now, let's call it acquired breath for now. It has already opened all your meridians. Your internal energy moves on its own. If any attack hits you, your body will react automatically. First by contracting, then by redirecting the force. It's the ultimate way of overcoming hardness with softness. Eunuch Chow said with some difficulty. I get it. Like if someone shoots an arrow at me, it'll just slide off my body automatically. Yuji had felt that sensation before. Exactly. So there's no need. As for light work. To be honest, manager, I don't have any powerful ones either. As you know, my main duty is to protect the emperor. I'm not particularly good at that. Those who excel in that area are mostly petty thieves. I could go to the imperial prison and help you look around, though. Eunuch Chow laughed. All right. Yuji could understand that. Simply put, Eunuch Chow was a giant human shield. He didn't need to run fast. With the emperor's massive entourage, not running was the safest option. His role was to block a fatal blow from an assassin. That was enough. Others would handle the rest. However, I have a secret art that allows you to create fire with your bare hands. Manager, you might be interested in that. Eunuch Chow thought that a cook should naturally be interested in fire. Actually, I'm not that interested. Yuji pulled out a lighter. Click. A flame instantly shot out. Oh, so you already have it. Eunuch Chow continued to laugh awkwardly. He didn't understand the lighter. But fire had indeed appeared out of thin air. Fine. I'll reluctantly learn it. This time, I want one with a cover. Yuji waved his hand. Don't worry. Eunuch Chow continued his awkward laughter. He had to take the blame for this one. All day long, Atai and the others were busy harvesting potatoes. Even the beggars in town were put to work. Work for food. Why would the beggars refuse? The reason they left their homes to beg wasn't because they were lazy. It was purely due to natural disasters and wars. Laziness is a luxury only the upper class can enjoy. Lower class people like them don't have the capital to be lazy. If they were lazy, they'd have starved long ago. With food provided, everyone naturally worked a bit slower. But the more potatoes they dug up, the more shocked they became. The potatoes underground seemed endless, growing like crazy. They couldn't finish digging. They just couldn't. If the grains they grew at home had this kind of yield, why would they have wandered so far and lived as beggars? Excuse me. May I ask what this is? The potatoes they dug up were clearly edible. As they dug, the beggars suddenly knelt down. They wanted to confirm the thoughts in their hearts. Potatoes, something you can eat. Atai naturally understood what they were thinking. Could we take this divine object back? If they could take this back, how could they be beggars again next year? Don't worry, everyone. The imperial court will definitely promote this in the future. No need to worry. This place was just for a trial run. The results are great. When the time comes, everyone will get seeds to take back. Don't worry. Atai shouted. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a good man. A living dragon. If they weren't afraid to shout, long live, someone probably would have tried to drape a yellow robe over Atai right then and there. Oh, please, don't be like that. I'm just a worker. This thing was invented by my manager. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Atai didn't dare take the credit. That would be too shameless. Besides, the face he was wearing wasn't even his own. Is it manager you from the restaurant in town? These beggars had been in town for a long time. Naturally, they knew there was only one such restaurant. The manager's surname was Yu. They heard his cooking was incredibly delicious. Even the cakes he threw out could keep a man alive for 5 days. He was practically a god. Yes. Our manager is going to have a temple built for him in a few days. You all must come and show your support. Everyone who comes gets an egg. Building a temple for the god of grain had already been discussed. As the second-in-command of Dakian, Atai could certainly make that decision. An egg, my lord, will definitely be there. I'll go back and make a dirt incense burner to pray to the manager. I'll count out 108 times every day. Can I have an extra egg? I'll do 200. I'll do 300. With an egg on the line, their faith was unshakable. After a busy day, everyone returned to the restaurant. Manager, we broke the record again, Atai said tiredly. He came back carrying a giant, yellowish winter melon-sized potato. Everyone else looked exhausted too. No one was surprised anymore. Well, after breaking 32 records in one day, no one would be interested anymore. This giant melon was from the experimental plot. The experimental plot had been fully harvested. This giant melon was the biggest product. The yield per moo was as high as 20,000 caddies. As for the other fields, the average was just over 10,000. But for the Dakian dynasty, this was already an incredible achievement. How is that possible? Wasn't the maximum supposed to be 5 or 6,000? After hearing the report, Yuji was a bit stunned. Potatoes planted in autumn usually have a much lower yield than normal. That's why the Research Institute gave an estimate of 5 or 6,000 caddies. Moreover, the other places used ancient manure. Logically, the fertility shouldn't have been enough. Could it be that the technology from his world mutated here? Not only did it work on living beings, but it also worked on plants? By the way, didn't I tell you to scatter some on the mountain? How's the situation up there? The mountain was just a random idea Yuji had, so no fertilizer was added. They were just left to grow on their own. The ones on the mountain. The situation there isn't great, but the mountain is all rocks. It's normal that the potatoes didn't grow big. Atai scratched his head awkwardly. They had checked the mountain too. The potatoes did grow, but the results were pathetic. The biggest was only about the size of 2 water bottles. The others, some were even as small as ping pong balls. It was a sad sight. Compared to the ones at the foot of the mountain, it didn't even look like they came from the same batch of seeds. But the mountain is the mountain, after all. They were already satisfied with this harvest, considering they did nothing but sow the seeds. As for the yield per moo, breaking 1,000 pounds was already impressive. The situation was so dire that they didn't even bother reporting it. In such a barren land, where normal crops couldn't even grow, being able to get over 1,000 pounds of food, what more could they ask for? I knew it. Are the potatoes roasted? Let me have a taste. Yuji nodded. He had already confirmed his suspicions. Without the boost of modern technology, the yield was back to normal. Atai handed him a piece of potato. Why just a piece? Because he couldn't roast a whole one through. It was too big. So he cut it up to make it cook faster. Tui, what does this taste? Yuji took one bite and spat it out. Man, these oversized potatoes taste awful. They lack that sweet, clean potato flavor entirely. Even a handful of cumin couldn't save this. Of course, it would be a different story if he added some MSG or flavor enhancers. With enough chemical seasoning, even a shoe sole would taste good. But these potatoes were truly terrible. They were even a bit bitter. Ugh. It felt like a completely different species from the ones he usually ate. The others also found it hard to swallow. Yuji had spoiled their palates, and now they could hardly eat anything subhuman. Forget it, forget it. I'll let you taste what a real potato is supposed to taste like. Yuji walked into the kitchen. He rummaged through the fridge for a while. He soon pulled out a bag of something rock hard. Pre-prepared mashed potatoes. It barely counts as a dish. As for the peak of mashed potatoes, let's just say, it's delicious. He poured the bagged mashed potatoes into a bowl. He put it in the microwave. Worst start. Ding! After the crisp sound, the fragrance of potatoes exploded in the kitchen. The golden potatoes looked like actual gold. The white porcelain bowl was bright and translucent, with light gold patterns along the rim. It made the mashed potatoes inside look even more enticing. The smooth, creamy yellow color had a texture as fine as silk. The aroma reached the table before the dish did. A rich, milky scent drifted into everyone's noses. Soft and alluring. It made their mouths water. Even Eunuch Chow, who usually didn't care for food, felt a spark of interest. He gently scooped up a spoonful of mashed potatoes. The soft, sweet flavor immediately mixed with a savory touch and flowed into his mouth. The taste spread across his tongue. It was as dense and smooth as melted cream. It slid down his throat almost without needing to chew. The richness of the milk intertwined with the starchiness of the potato, creating a deep, complex flavor. It was a sensation one would never forget. It even gave a profound sense of fullness. It was a feeling of pure satisfaction and a feeling of peace. Damn it, why do the potatoes you make, shopkeeper, taste like this, while mine tastes like that? Atai indignantly threw down the charred, blackened potato in his hand. This is just too gross. Yeah, are these really the same thing? Shui Xingyue also began to have her doubts. Well, they're both potatoes. Maybe the varieties are different. Anyway, the yield is what matters. Yuji shrugged helplessly. It was hard to explain why the taste was so different, but if he added a little more science, the taste would probably be similar. True enough. Shui Xingyue nodded in agreement. As long as it's edible. Just staying alive is a luxury. Who cares about the taste? Besides, it's only us who are used to eating such good food. For those who eat husks and wild greens all day, they probably wouldn't even care about the taste. Wonderful. I have seen today's potato harvest. I cannot leave His Majesty's side for too long. It is time for me to go. Xiaohei, the unfettered divine art doesn't suit you. Take this manual instead. You are a natural-born assassin. You were born to strike from the shadows. In the night, you are invincible, even without a night suit. Eunuch Chow looked at Xiaohei's skin tone and pulled out a manual he had just written. It was a set of techniques he had memorized from a top-tier assassin. That man had failed to assassinate the emperor, and this was stripped from his body. To be able to break into the imperial palace and reach the emperor to deliver a fatal blow was proof enough of his skill. Got it, got it. Thank you, Godfather. Wait, thank you, Eunuch Chow. Yuji took the manual with a beaming smile and stuffed it into Xiaohei's arms. Xiaohei touched the manual and ultimately didn't refuse. Shopkeeper Yu, I will arrange your rewards as soon as possible. Farewell. Eunuch Chao was certainly fast. A few days later, a massive chest full of gold was delivered. Judging by its value, it was worth a small fortune. The local spirits also began to rise. The first place to break ground was the center of Kohua town. Without even being asked, just by putting potatoes and eggs at the door, the beggars built a temple for their potato god, Yuji. The statue of the potato god, Yuji, held a small black brick. His gaze looked toward the horizon. Filled with compassion, he stepped upon a giant yellow dog. To his left was a boy, grinning while holding a wintermelon-sized potato. To his right was a girl, carrying a cloth sack on her back. The temple was large, and the incense was burning bright. Yuji finally found a moment of free time to visit the Seed Research Institute. It was already nearing the end of the year. Everyone had done a great job over the past 6 months, especially with the potatoes. They had earned him hundreds of millions. Yuji was very satisfied. It was time to give these employees some benefits. President Yu, why did you come without giving us a heads up? Come. Everyone, come greet President Yu. Kuhua was beyond satisfied with Yuji. As long as he kept investing and didn't micromanage, he was the perfect boss. It's nothing. Isn't it the end of the year? You've all worked hard for 6 months. I came to show my appreciation. Yuji set the giant potato aside. Appreciation? Kuhua gave Yuji a strange look, then glanced toward the door. He didn't bring any gifts. Could this potato be the gift? Well, a potato that huge is rare anywhere. Maybe it has some research value. The boss always has a business mind. I need to think about this. Yes, appreciation. That task I gave you last time. You completed it very well. I'm very satisfied. Yuji nodded. It was only our duty. Kuhua was still pondering the giant potato business. That project, I believe it was done by someone named Fongen, right? Who is Fongen? Yuji scanned the room. Even though there weren't many people, he rarely visited, so he didn't know anyone. He only remembered a southern little potato. The only reason he remembered her was because she was the only woman. I am. Fongen stepped forward hurriedly. Excellent. You look very sharp, young man. Transfer 100,000 to his card. Yuji waved his hand, and 100,000 was gone. 100,000. Fongen was just a grad student who hadn't even finished his degree. He had never seen that much money. He almost fainted on the spot from the shock. That's right. Keep up the good work. Of course, Director Ku's contribution cannot be overlooked. You get 200,000. Everyone else gets 10,000 each. Yuji waved his hand again, and over 300,000 was distributed. But he didn't feel a bit of regret. He had already pocketed several small fortunes. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. It's important to boost employee morale. That way, people will be willing to work for him. In the future, long live the boss. Long live the boss. They were all students who hadn't seen much of the world. Seeing Yuji hand out money so generously, they almost wanted to hang his portrait on the wall. If they weren't atheists, they would have genuinely kowtowed to this god of wealth. Long live might be a bit much. Anyway, you all performed excellently this year. I've decided to invest another 10 million. Also, I need a lot more seeds. I wonder if you can handle that. The ones from before were pretty good, but I need them in larger quantities and bigger sizes. This year was just for emergencies. Next year is when we officially distribute seeds to the commoners. However, no need for the fertilizer. We don't need the yield per moo to be that exaggerated. No problem. That's a small matter. We have a dedicated breeding center. Kuhua nodded repeatedly. He had already decided. The god of wealth statue in his house needed to be replaced. The old one didn't do anything. The new god of wealth was much more effective. Oh right. Do you have other seeds? For those, they don't need to be too special. Just normal wheat. And rice seeds will do. The yield doesn't need to be too high either. Just about 10 or 20% higher than normal. But the quantity needs to be large. Yuji said, as if he had just thought of something. Miracles like hybrid rice definitely couldn't be handed out just like that. Take it step by step. That way, he could make more money. Increase it by 10% this year. Give them 20% in 3 years. Keep it rising in cycles every 6 years. He could sell them for a high price every time. If he gave out the best stuff right away, he wouldn't be able to sell anything else later. Boss, you might not know, but our institute mainly specializes in tubers. Fongen kindly stepped forward to explain. Their research focus was mainly on potatoes and yams. As for grains, it's not that they had none, but they did very little research on them. They couldn't produce that many seeds. But before he could finish, he was smacked hard on the back of the head. The blow almost sent him face first into the floor. He looked back and saw his fellow students, looking at him like he was an idiot. Ahem, the kid doesn't know any better. No problem at all, President Q. Just send over the requirements. We can get you whatever you need. Kuhwa said with a fawning smile. Great. I trust you to handle it. Money is no object. Yuji nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave. Wait, President Yu. I'd like to ask for a task. The southern little potato, seeing Yuji about to leave, hurriedly spoke up. She wanted to earn some of that bonus money too. Increasing yields and improving varieties, can you do it? Yuji was a bit surprised. This was the first time someone had actively asked for work. Could there be another talent in this institute? The southern little potato was a bit stunned. She just wanted to earn some pocket money. She wasn't planning on becoming a legend. Manage my finances? Earn 100 million a year. Can you do that? Yuji saw that the little potato didn't answer. So he asked again. Good grief. Is this even human language? Why did her senior brother only have to write a paper? To earn 100,000? You can earn 100,000. But this is hell mode. Listen, Xiao Tudo. Help me grow some multicolored potatoes. The more mottled the colors, the better. The richer the layers, the better. It would be best if you could get some words on them. Something like eternal longevity. Or rule for 1,000 generations. Now get to it. Yuji suddenly remembered. Ancient emperors loved seeing auspicious omens. If he presented this and made the emperor happy, there's no telling how much money he could rake in. As for whether it could actually be done, that wasn't his problem to worry about. Anyway, he had already assigned the task. When the others saw the mission, they immediately pulled back the feet they had just stepped forward. They wanted to earn hundreds of thousands too. But this difficulty was just too insane. Thank you for your grace, boss. Xiao Tudo wasn't discouraged at all. This was much easier than hitting a small goal for yield per acre. I'm tired. This potato is your reward. The one grown from your previous plan. I don't know what happened, but it actually grew that big. It's just that the taste is absolutely terrible. If you need to, you can study it. After saying that, Yuji slipped away, leaving the group at the institute staring at each other. Hey, why did you hit me just now? Our institute specializes in tuber crops. For rice and wheat. We don't have that many seed options. Fongan looked aggrieved. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Why was he getting hit every day? You still have the nerve to ask? I swear I want to beat you to death, you unfilial disciple. I told you repeatedly that the boss's word is law. If he asks for something, you give it to him. You took that 100,000, so why don't you use your brain? If you don't have it, does the outside world not have it? Can't you go to other institutes to get it? What does the boss pay you for? To just sit around and eat? Kuhua unleashed a barrage of insults at Fongan. This student was truly beyond stupid. Oh, so I can get them from outside. Then junior sister, what about that multicolored potato? And it needs to have words on it. Isn't the boss just making things difficult? Fongan had a sudden realization, then turned to ask his junior sister. Don't tell anyone you know me when we're out. Master, do you have the number for that institute in Yunnan? I remember they just developed a type of multicolored potato. And I think there's a blackboard assassin variety in Tibet, using seed technology to layer the colors. I'll go consult them later and see how to complete the boss's request. Xiao Tudo rolled her eyes at her senior brother, then turned to her teacher. Yes, I have it. Do a good job. From what I can tell, the boss seems to want a dynastic-style potato. Add some creativity. Make them in the shape of an imperial seal or something. Kuhua nodded and added. Don't worry. I've already thought it through. I'll just put a mold over the potatoes. Whatever shape we want is up to us. Xiao Tudo said smugly. Not bad, not bad. You're much more reliable than your senior brother. This project has an unlimited budget. Pick whoever you need to help you. Don't do anything else for a while. Just focus on this subject. Kuhua showed a proud expression. Master, Fongan still wanted to struggle. You useless trash. You can't get anything done. Go take down that statue of the god of wealth. Use the boss's photo from the internet. And custom order a new god of wealth. Then get me the best incense. Offer it 3 times a day. The incense must never go out. If you can't even handle this small task, believe it or not, I'll kick you out. Kuhua had no patience for this student. He was constantly giving the boss a headache. He even wanted to hang the boss's picture. Don't hit me. I'm going. I'm going right now. Fongan wanted to say a few more words, but Kuhua had already taken off his shoe. He hurriedly greased his heels and slipped away. Hey, old Fong. It's Kuhua. Got time to come out for a meal? Is this the Triplex Research Institute? Hello. In an instant, everyone in the institute was working with feverish intensity. Yuji, who had already left the scene, had no idea that so much had happened at the institute. He had simply gone there to hand out some money and assign a few tasks. Shopkeeper, The Potato God Temple is finished. Do you want to go take a look? The restaurant had just opened when a Thai came running back with the news. I'm not going. Looking at my own statue feels weird. Tell me, shopkeeper, is there anything else that needs doing? Lately, everyone's enthusiasm for work is very high. These past few days, we've been giving out grain and eggs. With their bellies full. Naturally, everyone is eager to work. Working is better than starving to death. What work could I have? Maybe have them renovate the whole town? Yuji rolled his eyes. He was just a guy selling pre-prepared meals. He couldn't exactly lead everyone into a rebellion. Oh, shopkeeper. My life has been so bitter lately. Before a Thai could respond, a familiar figure dashed inside. Wang Jun, why do you look like this? Yuji looked at the soot-covered man, and his heart sank. In the past, Wang Jun might have been a bit unkempt, but he was never this much of a mess. He looked like he had been ransacked. Shopkeeper, my life is miserable. They aren't human. Wang Jun cried like an 8-year-old child. Come, sit down and tell me slowly. Yuji casually served Wang Jun a bowl of Maoshui Wang. At this, the tears on Wang Jun's face flowed even faster. But as he ate and talked, he finally managed to recount his experiences. It turned out that since the day the wolf disappeared, he had run back to the main headquarters in the capital to see what the situation was. He found that the wolf hadn't gone there. After waiting for a long time, there happened to be a shipment heading south. Since they couldn't find anyone else, he, the young master, had to reluctantly take the job. It was perfect, since he could look for traces of the wolf along the way. Of course, that was just a pipe dream. He couldn't find it at all. On the way back, he ran into the army conscripting soldiers. He was almost drafted by the Jiangnan rebels. Luckily, he ran fast. Otherwise, he'd be a rebel by now. Of course, even though he escaped, he lost everything he had. On the way back, if it weren't for his superior skills and being able to hunt wild game for food, he would have starved to death long ago. It was truly tragic. Is it really that dangerous outside these days? Yuji was shocked after hearing the story. He had almost forgotten about forced conscription. Should he go hide somewhere? It's more than just conscription. It's terrifying. I heard the imperial court has produced 2 formidable armies. They directly smashed through the rebels, who were previously unstoppable. Now the rebels are scattered in all directions. They're avoiding those 2 armies. If they need men, they kidnap them. If they need food, they let the soldiers pillage. The people in the south are either starving to death or being forced into the army. On my way here, I saw waves upon waves of refugees. They'll probably be here in a month or so. Wang Jun said while devouring his food. No way, no way. Aren't they just bandits then? Yuji was absolutely shocked. Stealing people and grain? If they're that good at looting, why don't they just go and steal the throne? Oh wait, they actually are fighting for the throne right now. How are they any better than common bandits? Sigh, just be careful out there. If they ever close in on the capital, this small town definitely won't be able to hold them off. Shopkeeper, why don't you come back to the capital with me? Farming in the capital? The Imperial Army will definitely be there to protect you. Even though Wang Jun had an ulterior motive of wanting to trick Yuji into going back with him, it really was for his own good. Kahua Town is just a tiny place. It's not even within the county walls. There are absolutely no defensive measures here. Once an army arrives, everyone will be slaughtered. There's no need for that just yet. No place is safer than this restaurant. If he hides in the modern world, Qiang Yifeng would be quite safe. You. Hey, what the hell? What are you doing here? Wang Jun wanted to keep persuading him, but his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something completely impossible. What's up? You 2 know each other? This is our shop's new waiter. Xiaohei. Yuji glanced at Xiaohei, who was busy cleaning up. Know him? How could I not? He's the chief of the Heavenly Wolf Fortress. Why did you end up here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the capital? Wang Jun said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have nearly died out there. I never agreed to be an escort. Xiaohei said matter-of-factly. Wait, don't you love instant noodles? I can give you as much as you can eat. Wang Jun said, struggling to find an argument. They give me plenty here too. And the other dishes taste even better. Xiaohei replied calmly. What about martial arts? Wang Jun tried one last time. Xiaohei whipped out a whole set of secret martial arts manuals. They were all things Yuji had taken from eunuch Chao and basically forced upon him. That. Wang Jun was suddenly speechless. What else could he say? What was there left to say? Why did he suddenly feel like he had absolutely nothing to offer? This isn't right. He's the young master of the prestigious Wei Yuan escort agency. How could he not even compete with a tiny restaurant? Sigh, what a mess. Do you want anything else to eat? Yuji waved his hand. interrupting their conversation, trying to poach his staff right in front of his face. Does he think I'm invisible? Give me 10 more bowls. Wang Zhen turned his frustration into an appetite, mainly because this Manhwa Wang was just too delicious. The red oil bubbled with a fine froth, simmering and popping along the edge of the bowl. The duck blood was dark, glossy, and silky smooth. There was crunchy fresh tripe, chewy yellow throat, soft, tender intestines, and crisp bean sprouts. The numbing aroma of Sichuan peppercorns mixed with the smoky scent of chilies hit his nose. Just getting close made his tongue tingle with anticipation. He picked up a piece of duck blood with his chopsticks. It was so tender it practically melted in his mouth like savory jelly. There wasn't a hint of gaminess. Only the rich braised flavor and the spicy kick remained. With one bite, the spicy broth exploded in his mouth. Layers of savory, numbing, and spicy flavors surged forward. As it slid down his throat, the heat made his forehead break into a sweat. Yet he couldn't stop himself from taking another bite. On this freezing winter day, having a bowl of Manhwa Wang like this was pure, unadulterated bliss. 10 bowls. I'll spice you to death, you little brat. How dare you try to poach my worker right in front of me? Yuji muttered to himself in the kitchen, while adding an extra spicy sauce to the Manhwa Wang. He poured in nearly half a bottle. Only then did he serve the 10 bowls. Whoa, with just one bite. Wang Zhen was moved to tears by the spice. It didn't seem this spicy just a moment ago. But man, I have to say, this really hits the spot. In the middle of winter, he was actually sweating all over. Boss, I think it's snowing. Atai stared blankly out the window. Snowflakes were drifting down outside. Normally, it should have been a beautiful scene. But when paired with the sight of beggars everywhere, the snow didn't seem so beautiful anymore. Holy, are they still wearing summer clothes? Yuji stared out the shop door in shock. Although he was also in summer clothes, the inn had air conditioning. It was actually quite warm. But those people outside were still wearing thin, single layers. Some didn't even cover their arms. The clothes were full of holes, letting the wind whistle through. It looked truly pitiful. Boss, what should we do? Atai looked out the door with a heavy heart. What do you mean, what should we do? What can I possibly do? Yuji rolled his eyes speechlessly. It's not just 1 or 2 people. There are so many of them. Do you really think I'm some kind of savior? If anyone should save them, it's the government. Even if I wanted to help, it's not like they're giving me the throne. But, Atai looked at the people outside, feeling dejected. He had spent these days digging potatoes with them and building the god of potatoes temple. He had grown attached to them. All right. Hurry up and clean the dishes. If the emperor isn't worried, why are you? Yuji rolled his eyes again. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. It's not like this is his family's business. What's there to get so worked up about? Atai was left speechless. The night passed without incident. Yuji slept soundly in his air-conditioned room. The next day, he didn't slowly open the door until noon. Boss, this is bad. People are freezing to death. As soon as the restaurant opened, Atai, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, walked in with a tragic look in his eyes. What? Yuji looked out the door. The world outside was covered in white. The trees, the eaves, and the ground were all buried under a thick layer of snow. There were several beggars huddled under the eaves, and it was impossible to tell if they were dead or alive. So many people died last night. Atai had woken up early. Some beggars he was familiar with had gone to find him at dawn. Look, it's useless to tell me this. Yuji was a bit speechless. This is a disaster. I'm just a guy selling pre-made meals. What's the use of telling me? I just feel like they died just like that. It's a bit. In Atai's heart, there was an indescribable feeling. A heavy, suffocating feeling. It's really useless to tell me. I only have a few houses, and they're all occupied. If the government doesn't care, why do you care so much? Yuji was also helpless. He had already done his best regarding food. He even brought the potatoes over. What more did they want? As for housing, he only owned that one street. It was already full of scholars. Even if they moved in, it wouldn't help much. They'd still be shivering from the cold, unless they had cotton quilts. The inside wasn't much different from the outside at night. And even if he wanted to let them in, it was impossible. Yuji had already seen another group of thugs pushing their way in from outside. In this situation, the best thing to do is stay out of it. If they have no way to survive, they'll naturally go to the capital. That place is at the foot of the sun of heaven. Their chances of survival are much higher than here. Who says the government doesn't care? Atai retorted, though his voice lacked confidence. Mainly because his father really hadn't shown much of a reaction yet. He had seen the previous memorials. They were nothing more than allocating funds for disaster relief. But the cold numbers on a formal report can't compare to the weight of actual lives. Seeing people die right before your eyes is far more shocking. All right, the court will handle it. Why are you worrying about that? Clean up the inn. We're staying open for business. Yuji waved his hand dismissively. Wait, I'll pay. I'll pay. Is money enough? Boss, please, can you find a way to help them? Atai was frantic with worry. He knew Yuji claimed to have no way. But after all this time, he felt his boss was capable of anything. There was nothing he couldn't accomplish. His only flaw was his greed for money. If this man were an official, he'd be a total crook, but a very capable one. Pay. How much? As expected, Yuji's eyes lit up the moment money was mentioned. At his age, the money-making gene in his blood had fully awakened. 1,000 taels of gold. If you can find a way to settle these people, I'll give you 1,000 taels. Atai held up one finger. 1,000 taels, huh? Yuji looked at the massive crowd and looked a bit conflicted. He definitely had a way, but for 1,000 taels, taking over this entire mess, the price wasn't quite right. This wasn't just 1 or 2 refugees. There were thousands of them. And from what Wang Jin said, there were even more, constantly streaming toward the capital. 1,000 taels definitely wouldn't solve the problem. You'll have to add more. Just give me the idea, and the 1,000 taels are yours. I'll find someone else to handle the rest. Atai spoke seriously. What are you trying to pull? Don't tell me you want to be emperor. Careful, or the real one will come for your head. Fine. For the sake of the money, I might have a way. But I'll need these items. See if you can get them. Yuji thought for a moment and wrote out a list. They were all essentials for basic infrastructure. What do you need these for? Atai looked at the list. It was all stone and iron. He found it strange. You can't eat or drink this stuff. What good will it do? TCH, you don't understand. If you want to save people, you can't just think about saving them. Giving them a bowl of rice is easy. But what happens when you can't afford to give anymore? Charity creates resentment if it stops. If you want them to survive, you have to give them a path. The rest is up to them to earn. In this freezing weather, Yuji really couldn't just stand by and watch. Crowds of people dying in front of him. Of course, that was secondary. The most important thing was, as Wang Jin mentioned, if an enemy actually attacked, he couldn't be completely unprepared. Otherwise, he'd really have to hide back in the modern world. Fine. I'll give you an answer regarding these items in 2 days. Atai frowned, wondering where he could source the things Yuji requested. Whatever, just as fast as possible. I can hold out, but I don't know if they can. Yuji glanced toward the door. He wondered how many more souls had departed in the time they'd been talking. Shopkeeper. The rumbling of carriage wheels sounded outside. It was the Shui family's convoy. Miss Shui, what brings you here today? Stepping down from the carriage was Shui Xinyue, draped in luxurious sable fur. Her pristine furs stood in stark contrast to the beggars lying outside. Yuji quickly hurried to welcome her in. This was a VIP, the kind of guest who spent a lot of money on dinner. Actually, it's about my grandmother's birthday. I'd like to ask you to handle the preparations. I know you prepared a banquet for Lu Mingyan before. Since you did it for her, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Shui Xinyue said, looking a bit embarrassed. This is like bringing up old business again. Your grandmother's birthday hasn't passed yet? Yuji was a bit surprised. It had been several months since Shui Xinyue first mentioned this. You're joking, shopkeeper. It's my grandmother's 60th birthday. A banquet like that requires months of preparation. Everything must follow tradition and etiquette. It can't be rushed. Sometimes Shui Xinyue really didn't understand him. Why was Yuji so meticulous about some things, yet so careless about others? His tableware was elegantly terrifying, but when it came to other forms of etiquette, he seemed completely clueless. Hosting a 60th birthday banquet isn't a big deal, but the rules are the same as they were for Lu Mingyan. I only handle the food from the shop. You'll have to provide the extra staff yourselves. Yuji thought it over. The main reason he didn't agree before was because he felt that for his 60th birthday, serving pre-prepared food wasn't right. Besides, for a 60-year-old lady, he wasn't sure if she could even handle this kind of food. Now, those concerns were completely gone. Who knows, it might even help her live a few years longer. Agreeing to it wasn't a big sacrifice. Then I must thank you, shopkeeper you. As for the menu, I wonder if it could be different from Lu Mingyan's? Shui Xinyue had seen Lu Mingyan's dishes. It's not that they weren't delicious, but they felt a bit lacking in flair. Well, that depends on how much you're paying per table. If the price is right, forget pre-prepared meals. I'd even go to a luxury hotel to order a full spread. Though hotels these days aren't necessarily reliable, at least they look sophisticated. 1,000 taels. We don't need many tables. About 10 should do. But the quality must be top tier. Ideally, something most people have never heard of, let alone seen. Shui Xingyue was truly devoted to her grandmother. After all, her family owed their fortune to this matriarch. Otherwise, they'd just be local bullies in the county at best, never able to rub shoulders with powerful families like the Zhao clan. The guests for the 60th birthday would all be rich and powerful. So, the prestige of the event had to be immense. If the hospitality was lacking, others might think the Shui family was on its last legs, which would bring a mountain of trouble, not to mention those looking to scavenge their remains. Even current business partners would have to reconsider the risks of working with them. Conversely, if the birthday was a success, everyone would see the Shui family's incredible strength. If even the food served was something they'd never seen before, they would look at the Shui family with awe and respect. All other doubts would vanish. These matters weren't just about a few dishes on a table. They concerned the psychological vitality behind the family. In short, it was very complicated. Don't worry, I guarantee they've never seen it. It's just that the names of the dishes might be an issue. They might be a bit taboo. Yuji scratched his head. If we're talking about things ancient people haven't seen, the first thing Yuji thought of was seafood, like Australian lobster or king crab. But with names like dragon and king, isn't that just asking for a death sentence? Don't worry, I'll handle the names. That's a minor detail. Shui Xingyue didn't seem to care. Anyway, with their family's dishes, you can't tell what they are just by hearing the name. Even a simple plate of pickles could be given a grand, resounding name. Of course, if she let Yuji name them, Shui Xingyue wouldn't feel at ease. She felt like this man had never seen anything truly high class. How does the saying go? If this man wrote a novel, the poverty before getting rich would be very specific, but the wealth after getting rich would be very vague. All right then, just leave it to me. When the time comes, I'll let you have a taste first. We'll call them whatever you say. Yuji nodded and bowed. Sigh, now that business is done. Shui Xingyue looked at the heavy snow outside the door and let out another deep sigh. What's wrong now? I feel like everyone's been so worried about the country lately. Yuji found it a bit odd. Grain prices around the capital have risen again. The major families know about the situation in the south and are planning to use this opportunity to make a killing. Shui Xingyue sighed. The Shui family is on the emperor's side. Normally, we should try to keep grain prices down, but there are too many of them. We can't win against them alone. That's easy. I know this trick. Shui Xingyue understood Yuji better than Atai did. She immediately pulled out a 1,000-tael banknote. Hee. If they raise prices, you raise them too. In fact, you have to raise them even higher than they do. Yuji gave a sly smile. But then the ordinary people in the capital won't be able to afford food at all. Shui Xingyue was startled, thinking Yuji was joking. That's only in the short term. High grain prices will definitely attract grain merchants from other regions to swarm in. When that happens, you sell everything immediately, crash the market, and the prices will plummet. Don't you still have all those potatoes? When the time comes, just flip the table. Let's see who can outplay whom. Yuji found it hard to explain market economics, or the invisible hand. He could only put it in simple terms. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Manager, you truly are a genius. Shui Xingyue, being a skilled merchant, instantly saw the logic in it. It's nothing really. Just third best in the world. Yuji said modestly. All right, I'll get to work then. Shui Xingyue waved her hand, got into her carriage, and left. Yuji didn't try to keep her. He had other things to do. Regarding the refugees, Atai was willing to pay, so he had to find a way. Actually, Yuji had already considered this problem. For beggars facing the freezing winter, the biggest issue isn't hunger. It's the cold. Many freeze to death in their sleep. Yuji had checked prices on a shopping app. The cheapest down jackets were less than 30 yuan each. To be honest, it wasn't expensive. Since someone was paying, he could help place an order. But it felt weird. He remembered there were even cheaper options. Where was that again? As Yuji was thinking, he unconsciously walked next door to the seed station he had opened. The place was tucked away and quiet. As soon as he entered, the lively sounds of voices hit him. Several college students were huddled together playing games. The air conditioning was set just right. They had to have it on. It was too cold to play games otherwise. It was a stark contrast to the freezing conditions in the ancient world. Welcome. Oh, boss. Hey, the boss is here. As soon as Yuji walked in, someone noticed. They quickly alerted the others who were gaming. It felt exactly like a teacher catching students slacking in class. Boss, we didn't mean to. We just thought since there were no customers. The group stammered, looking quite embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. Go ahead and keep playing. Just make sure someone's here to help if a customer shows up. How could Yuji blame them? They were all unpaid interns. They were practically paying him to work there. What more could he ask for? Besides, they weren't all gaming. They were smart enough to leave someone on watch. If anyone was to blame, it was Yuji for having such a small, slow shop. Having so many people for such a tiny shop was indeed a bit extravagant. But he was the only one who could sign off on their internship credits. In this economy, it's hard enough for college students to find jobs, let alone one that provides the necessary paperwork. No wonder they all crowded here. Boss, this is their leader, Daoteng. He was personally recommended by the Research Institute. He's planning to take the postgraduate exam under Kuhua's name. This guy is planning to take the grad school entrance exam under Kuhua. He's working hard on his studies right now. He only came here because he heard there wasn't much actual work to do, while everyone else is playing games. He's busy doing practice exams. He's really dedicated. Yuji recalled hearing something about him. His family is quite poor. He comes from a small mountain village. He's a very hardworking person. No need to explain. I get it. If there are no customers, just play your games. Just don't ignore people when they actually show up. Yuji had been through it too, so he understood. Don't worry about it. If things get busy, we definitely won't be like this. Daoteng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried the boss would get angry and refuse to sign off on their internship papers. Hey, that outfit. Yuji suddenly noticed something and glanced at Daoteng's clothes. It was definitely a piece of clothing, but it looked strange and misshapen. It didn't fit right, and it looked quite old. Oh, this? It's new. I just bought it. Daoteng looked a bit embarrassed. Poverty was his biggest source of insecurity. New? You must have been scammed. Yuji was genuinely shocked. Boss, please don't ask. This jacket only cost $5. The seller isn't even making a profit. I have a big family to support. I can't afford those down jackets that cost hundreds. Daoteng whispered. $5? Where did you find it so cheap? Yuji instinctively lowered his voice too, as if they were discussing something illicit. The clearance markets. They sell clothes by the pound there. 20 cents a pound. You just have to handle the shipping yourself. I heard they're salvaged from landfills. Daoteng said softly. Poor people have their own information networks. Quick, go get me a whole truckload. Run. No, wait. Take the car. Yuji was so excited his tongue was tripping over his words. This was exactly what he needed. Cheap was the name of the game. I don't have a driver's license yet. Daoteng looked awkward. With his grades and situation, where would he get the money for a license? If it weren't for the upcoming exams, he wouldn't even be doing this unpaid internship. A license? I have one. I've even got a class A commercial license. Boss, you got work for us? Just because Daoteng didn't have one didn't mean the others didn't. They were so bored they'd started gaming, and were itching for something to do. Good. You take him. Go and fill up those warehouses next door. I'll pay you $1 per pound. Whatever profit you make is yours to keep. Yuji had already bought up this entire street. Aside from the seed shop, most of the buildings were currently being used as storage space. Don't worry, consider it done. The others didn't realize the profit margin yet, but Daoteng's eyes were already lighting up. If they did what the boss said, he wouldn't have to worry about his grad school tuition anymore. Yuji had vehicles. Since opening the seed shop, he had specifically equipped himself with several trucks, vans, flatbeds. He had them all. He left a few people without licenses behind, and everyone else who could drive headed out. When it was time to get things done, this group didn't mess around. Manager, I found everything. Not long after returning to the restaurant, Atai came running back, huffing and puffing. That fast. Yuji was stunned. It had only been half a day. He'd never seen this kid work so enthusiastically before. There's a market nearby. That fits exactly what you described, manager. How could I not hurry? Every minute we wait, more people might die. Then let's get started. Yuji nodded. Disaster relief. Disaster relief. Before Atai could finish shouting, Yuji covered his mouth. You little brat. Is disaster relief something you can just shout about? I think you really do want to be the emperor. Yuji was breaking out in a cold sweat. If the wrong person heard that, they'd send an army to wipe him out. I can't say it. Atai didn't realize the implications. Nonsense. If you provide disaster relief, the people will remember your kindness. Who knows? One night, they might just drape a yellow robe over you. Do you think the emperor could sleep soundly then? In other words, you have money and food, and you've gathered a crowd right next to the imperial city. Today it's a few thousand. Tomorrow it'll be tens of thousands. The day after, hundreds of thousands. What do you think the emperor will think? How can he let another man sleep soundly beside his bed? Yuji said, frustrated by Atai's lack of foresight. But we don't have any ulterior motives. Atai muttered. I know you don't have any, and I certainly don't. But can you guarantee that others won't? What about those powerful families? How do you know what they're thinking? And how do you know If the people gathered out, there are real refugees. Or soldiers in disguise. This was exactly why Yuji hadn't dared to save them before. If he dared to provide food and shelter, people would dare to stay. Hundreds today, hundreds tomorrow. In less than a month, the court would send an army to crush him. Then what do we do? Atai was stunned. He just wanted to save some people. Why was it so difficult? We can't do disaster relief. But we can hire people for work. Just post a notice. Say I need to renovate these houses. Those who work get a uniform and daily meals. Those who don't work don't get a single grain of rice. And you have to control the scale. Don't take in too many, or the emperor will come looking for you. Yuji really didn't want to cause trouble. But what if the emperor agrees to this? Atai rolled his eyes. Is he out of his mind? Why would he agree to something like this? Yuji rolled his eyes back. What emperor would be that careless? Isn't that just letting someone raise a private army? Aren't they afraid of hearing foxes crying in the night? Just say, if the emperor agrees, then what? Atai didn't care about any of that. Then I wouldn't mind. But they still have to work. At most, we can hire more people. If too many idle people gather, it's bound to cause trouble. Yuji thought for a moment and replied, fine. I'll go out and start recruiting. What's written on this notice at the God of War temple? The temple was packed with beggars. Who could blame them? The incense was strong here, and it was a solid building. Anyone who could squeeze and did so to stay warm. So, as soon as Atai posted the notice, a crowd gathered. Hiring. Manager Yu is planning to renovate some houses and needs workers. Uniforms provided and meals every day. And this is what you'll be eating. Atai banged on a large bucket he'd brought over. Inside was bright yellow potato mash, cooked until it was soft and creamy, mixed with white rice. The soup next to it was even more incredible. It was golden yellow, and one whiff revealed a powerful chicken aroma. Is this chicken soup? It really is chicken soup. I can't believe there's chicken soup. The food is actually thick, and there's white rice. You're not tricking us, are you? Can we really eat this? It looks too good to be true. Even the small landlords back in my village don't get a bowl of chicken soup with every meal. Are you sure it's just for work? You're not sending us to war for this food, are you? We'll do whatever you want. The watching beggars were all talking at once. The aroma of the chicken soup was so thick it drifted for miles. More and more people were being drawn in. It's just labor. I'm not asking you to go to war. But let's be clear, you get 2 meals a day. Each meal is 1 bowl of rice and 1 bowl of soup. If you want better food, you have to provide more value. Also, if you don't work, you don't eat. Atai announced loudly. They had originally planned for 3 meals. But the reason for 2 was mainly because Yuji couldn't wake up early. So they just settled on 2. What? We can actually eat twice a day? Is that for real? And we get chicken soup every time? No way, right? I don't quite believe it either. Who cares? Just start working. I'm starving to death here. Didn't they say there were clothes too? I'm so cold. Me too. I almost didn't wake up last night. Man, that chicken soup smells incredible. I really want a sip. The beggars were buzzing with excitement. As for the 2 meals a day, they had no complaints at all. Back home, they only ever got 2 decent meals when they were doing heavy labor. The rest of the time, especially when food was scarce, they'd save as much as possible. They'd just sleep more to make the day pass faster. I won't waste any more words. Everyone, come register with me. Once you're registered, you'll get your first bowl of rice and soup. The clothes will be handed out tomorrow when work officially begins. Atai waved his hand, and several men immediately stepped forward to maintain order. They were secret guards disguised as beggars. As the prince, how could he not have people working under him? Line up. Get in line. First come, first served. With food as the bait, the refugees quickly formed several orderly lines. Bowl after bowl of sweet, tempting chicken soup and potato rice was handed out. So good. This is amazing. I've never tasted chicken soup this delicious. And I can actually get full. I'm full. It's so good. This flavor is incredible. The course, large bowls were piled high with steaming potato rice. The chicken soup glistened with oil. There were no fancy garnishes. Just pure, simple deliciousness. The chicken soup spoke for itself. But the potato rice wasn't even made by Yuji, since the potatoes tasted bland before. He'd given Atai several boxes of MSG. He told him to just throw in some salt and MSG and call it a day. Atai was very obedient. He didn't dare add too much salt, but he really went to town with the MSG. The refugees crouched on the ground with their bowls. Ignoring the heat, they shoveled the food into their mouths as fast as they could. This meal was beyond delicious. The fluffy mashed potatoes mixed with the chewy rice. With every bite, a comforting warmth spread from their tongues to their stomachs. soothing the hunger and cold of the past few days. Some people, when they finished, even used their tongues to lick every last bit of potato from the edges of the bowl. The chicken soup was even better. Some who had never tasted chicken in their lives licked their coarse porcelain bowls until they shone. They nearly scraped a layer off their tongues doing it. So this is what chicken soup tastes like. I've lived my whole life for nothing until now. If I could eat like this every day, I'd do anything they asked. Shopkeeper Yu is a true saint. What shopkeeper Yu? That's the god of bean. You got your egg for nothing. Oh right, I almost forgot there's an egg too. Hey, what do you think it tastes like if you put the egg in the soup? Do you even have to ask? It's gotta be amazing. The group of people, now with full bellies, lay around the god of bean temple, looking up at the massive statue and chatting away. Back at the inn, Yuji was feeling a bit dazed. 8,000. Where did all these people come from? Didn't I tell you to take it easy? Yuji looked at the registration ledger, his head throbbing. He was now more powerful than a warlord. With 8,000 men, he could practically take over the neighboring county. Even Li Shimin at Xuanwu Gate couldn't compare. He only had 800. Go ahead and try to top that. No, manager, you can't look at it that way. This includes the elderly, women, and children. We can't just let them starve to death, can we? Atai quickly explained. He wanted to stop too, but seeing those pitiful eyes outside, he lost his resolve, and it turned into 8,000. Then why didn't you just bring me 8 million? What's 8,000? It's neither here nor there. Yuji's head was really spinning. He felt like if this continued, it wouldn't just be a headache. It would be time to move. Manager, you want 8 million? That's easy. I'll send someone to call all the beggars in the capital back. And then, Atai hadn't finished his sentence when Yuji launched a flying kick. I'll give you, and then Yuji pinned Atai to the ground and gave him a thorough thrashing. The next day, Atai had wrapped himself up tightly from head to toe. Uniforms. We're handing out uniforms. One for everyone. Don't push. Once you have your clothes, follow me to the south. There's a quarry there that needs stone. Atai grimaced, his body aching all over. The manager had really held nothing back. He'd barely been able to get up this morning. If it weren't for the important business today, he would have stayed in bed, nursing his injuries. He really couldn't get up. Clothes? Whoa. What on earth is this? It looks so strange. It doesn't even look like a proper garment. Don't say that. It's fabric. As long as it's fabric, it's fine. The beggars looked at the massive pile of clothes, stacked like a small mountain. They were a bit hesitant. This was quite different from the rags they usually wore. Some of them even looked a bit shiny. These were all scavenged from the market by Dao Teng and his team. They just bought whatever was cheapest. Some were even picked out of trash cans. They hadn't even had time to sort or wash them before bringing them back. If they'd waited for them to be cleaned and sorted, the price wouldn't have been so low. So, it looked like a small mountain of trash. The only advantage was the price. 20 cents a pound. No cheating, no lying. At that price, what more could you expect? It's cold, but wait, it seems to be warming up. It's actually quite warm. Oh, this jacket is great. Even if it does look a bit weird. The beggars hesitantly put the clothes on. I really have to say, it wasn't warm at first, but the temperature rose quickly. With a crowd of thousands, they obviously couldn't finish all at once. Those who got their clothes first were immediately taken out of the city. The others just had to wait. Looking at the massive quarry, everyone fell silent. With the chicken soup, the clothes, and the full meals, everyone thought they were going to war. But it turned out to be this, quarrying stone and breaking it up. Everyone work hard. Don't slack off. I'll get you even bigger bowls later. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor, dressed in his yellow robes, lay in bed reviewing reports. His health just wouldn't recover. He was getting old, and the potent medicines of his youth had taken their toll. Plus, the bone parasites had drained his vitality. He was only alive thanks to powerful tonics. This was just to keep him going for a few more years. He had to last until the crown prince came of age, didn't he? He was just really craving that pickled fish from before. That stuff was truly delicious. What's the situation with the crown prince? The emperor was looking through the memorials, when he suddenly stopped. He looked at the scroll in his hand, appearing a bit hesitant. I heard he's using potatoes to conduct large-scale disaster relief. He's already gathered nearly 10,000 refugees. Eunuch Chao, who controlled the power of the Eastern Depot, was naturally keeping a close eye on things. 10,000 people and no chaos. The emperor looked at the memorial again. The fact that there's no trouble is because of the method Lord Zhao mentioned before. The treating the people with respect strategy. Eunuch Chao replied with his head bowed submissively. Good kid, he's actually got some skill. Treating the people with respect. I believe that shopkeeper Yu was the first one to suggest that. right? He truly is an extraordinary man. Look at this. The crown prince has sent another memorial. He wants me to grant him a fief and a title of nobility. Tell me, should I approve this title? The emperor held the memorial, seemingly asking for advice. But in reality, he had already made up his mind. How would a lowly servant like me dare to speak on matters of state? Everything is according to your majesty's divine judgment. Eunuch Chow naturally knew the emperor had already decided, so he didn't say a word this time. Then let's set it aside for now. He's still too young. It's just a handful of refugees. It's not that serious yet. I've already sent men to open the Taiping and Chongping granaries. Once the grain arrives, I can settle this disaster in the blink of an eye. By the way, how are the southern rebels doing? The emperor felt a bit relieved. Luckily, he was prepared. No matter how hard these years were, he had stockpiled grain. Now it was finally going to be put to good use. The war is going well. The main force of the rebels has been crushed. They are currently scattering in all directions. Eunuch Chow quickly snapped back to attention. Good. Very good. It wasn't a waste of that massive military budget I allocated a while ago. That was money I struggled to squeeze out from other departments. The emperor sighed with relief. Your Majesty is truly wise. What do you mean, logistics department? No military pay again? Didn't they say a new batch just came from above? Hu Bin himself wasn't lacking. But now that he was an official, his men were all waiting expectantly. Oh, please, where did these rumors come from? Don't you know? Refugees are everywhere now. The emperor is busy with disaster relief. Even the landlords don't have surplus grain. You two came at the right time. You performed well before. So congratulations, you've both been promoted again. You are now official 1,000-man commanders. You can have 1,000 men under your command now. Congratulations, congratulations. Congrats to the 2,000-man commanders. The people in the logistics department had certainly heard of these two's reputations. Don't be fooled by the small number of men they had. They were incredibly ruthless. Without the two of them leading the charge and risking their lives, those battles would never have been won. This 1,000-man commander position was actually a lowball offer considering their merits. With their strength, being anything less than a general is an insult. What the hell is a 1,000-man commander good for? Walking out of the tent. Xiong Shuang spat on the ground. Exactly. My original 200 brothers don't even want to work with me anymore. They said they've worked for half a year without seeing a single silver coin. If they leave, how am I supposed to enjoy the fight? Seriously, this emperor. If he has no money, why is he even the emperor? He's poorer than I am. Hu Bin was also fuming. On the battlefield, individual strength matters, but only to a point. Even if they were exceptionally strong, they still needed a place to catch their breath. If no one was willing to fight to the death alongside them, they couldn't win alone. Hey, what if we pay them ourselves? It's not that much money, right? Xiong Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. A classic idea struck him. That makes sense. We might as well get our own equipment too. That pile of scrap metal they gave us makes me angry just looking at it. Several of my brothers died right after charging with me. It hurt so much I couldn't sleep for nights. Hu Bin's eyes lit up as well. You're right. Anyway, no one's watching us. Let's go, let's go. I remember shopkeeper Yu's Kohua Town is somewhere nearby. Let's go ask him. Normally, this kind of thing would be illegal. But for an army that doesn't even pay its soldiers, the higher-ups are already rotten to the core. As long as they can win, the superiors will turn a blind eye. Actually, they'd probably close both eyes. At a time like this, anyone trying to enforce military discipline would just be begging for a mutiny. This is bad, this is bad. Sirs, someone ran away. He said he's going to the capital to file an imperial petition. The commander ordered you two to stop him at all costs, or it'll be your heads. It was another peaceful day, with the Thai's steady arrangements. After the initial chaos of the first few days, things gradually got on the right track. The coal miners went to mine coal, the stone cutters to the quarry, the sand collectors to the river, the iron transporters to the forge. Of course, there were still many beggars in town, but Yu Ji refused to recruit anymore. If he took in more, he'd have over 10,000 people. What would the emperor think then? Does he want to be a king among my people? Even with just this many, Yu Ji was still on edge, terrified that an army would march in any day now. Clop, 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 clop. Just what I was afraid of. Inside the inn, Yu Ji heard the rapid thundering of horse hooves in the distance. He closed his eyes. This day has finally come. Time to leave this world. Yu Ji opened the door. He was about to speak, but he was shocked by the scene of people shoving each other outside. Come on, it's just 80 coins. I'll pay it. I'll just pay it, okay? It's no big deal. Just come back with us. We've got more fighting to do. Two burly men were grabbing a man with a determined gaze, refusing to let go. This isn't about the money. This is about the future of Great Qian. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for the thousands upon thousands of Great Qian soldiers. That money should be paid by the emperor himself. The man looked toward the capital with a resolute gaze, determined to seek his own death. In the Great Qian dynasty, there was indeed a way to face the emperor directly. As long as you beat the drum at the palace gate, the emperor had to appear, even if he was on the toilet. Of course, there were conditions. First, you had to roll over a bed of nails, climb a mountain of blades, and jump into a vat of boiling oil. Most importantly, even if the petition was successful, the petitioner had to die. In other words, success or failure, you die either way. That was the price. What are you guys doing? Yuji was a bit dazed, not understanding the situation, but he recognized the people. Luo Wengang was hard to miss. Oh, shopkeeper you're just in time. Get this brave warrior something to eat. The tastier, the better. Hu Bin was overjoyed to see Yuji with the delicious food from this restaurant. Even someone on their way to see the king of hell could be stopped. Handling a mere soldier? Easy peasy. Since the imperial army hasn't arrived yet, he should be able to keep his business going for a few more days. Damn that a tie. Seeing a tie nearby, Yuji got angry and gave him 2 hard kicks. If it weren't for his overflowing sympathy, Yuji could have just had 100 people working for him, and no one would have said a word. But now, 8,000. If he gave them a bit more training and some tech, they could probably take down the capital. The thing is, it's like this. When there are few people, it's fine. Everyone looks around. And with so few people, they don't get many ideas. But once they realize there are a lot of people around them, especially a crowd so big you can't see the end of it, and they have full bellies and nothing to do, they start bragging and talking big at night. It's a recipe for disaster. Strength in numbers is no joke. If he really had 8 million death soldiers under him, Yuji might actually start having some other ideas. Even if he didn't, others would force him to. But right now, it's just about 8,000 people, including the old, weak, and sick. He'd better just stay honest and sell his pre-packaged meals. In the dead of winter, you can't go without something hot. Yuji brought out 3 bowls of Manhwa Wang. The bright red chili oil made everyone's mouth water. Come on, try it. I've been craving. Shopkeeper used food for so long. Hu Bin pushed the Manhwa Wang toward the young soldier and started digging in himself. The soldier hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't resist the aroma. It smelled incredible. The spicy fragrance from the microwave hit his nose first, followed by the sharp, numbing scent of Sichuan peppercorns, mingled with the smoky heat of roasted chilies, and the rich, savory aroma of fermented bean paste. It rushed straight into his nostrils. For a soldier who had been chewing on coarse rice and salted vegetables for a year, how could he possibly resist? Holy crap, this is food for the gods. One bite, and it was a burst of spicy, numbing, fresh, and savory flavors. It was piping hot and intense. He started sweating all over. Man, that felt good. Yuji watched with a bit of alarm. Why is he eating the chilies too? You should know, the last person who ate the Manhwa Wang, Wang Zhan, had diarrhea for 3 days. His backside was burning like fire. It was also his own fault for adding too many insanity peppers before. Who told him to try and poach his workers right in front of him? I hope these 3 will be okay when they go to the bathroom tomorrow. Shopkeeper, don't just stand there. Bring 10 more bowls for each of us. 1 bowl isn't enough for these rough guys. Yuji brought out 10 bowls for each person. Everyone buried their heads and ate like crazy. It wasn't until the 8th bowl that they slowed down. I appreciate the kindness of the 2,000-man commanders, but this is a matter of the great Qian dynasty's survival. I, Lu Pu, must still go to the capital. It's not for myself. His heart was solely for the dynasty. If the army continues like this, I'm afraid everyone in the military will eventually revolt. When that happens, the trouble will be immense. Not to mention anything else. The emperor's throne won't be secure, and we soldiers won't get anything out of it either. No money, but we still have to fight. The commoners are being conscripted day and night. It's a lose-lose-lose situation. The only ones benefiting are probably those parasites filling their own pockets. So now, he just wanted to bypass those parasites and reach the emperor directly. He didn't believe the emperor would just let his throne be handed over to someone else. Oh, come on. If you go, it makes things very difficult for us. That 80 coins is on me. Forget about the emperor. Let's just close the doors and do our own thing. I promise I'll keep your bellies full. Just follow us and enjoy the fight. Hu Bin didn't really care who sat on the dragon throne. Well, that's not entirely true. At least he was very dissatisfied with the current one. He can't even be a good emperor. He should at least pay the military on time. Delaying it every single day, what's that about? It's completely ruining my fighting spirit. Can't he just let me have some peace of mind? It's not that. Lupu felt like talking about this with these two meatheads. Was like playing a lute to a cow. Hey, what did you mean by 80 just now? Atai had been standing aside, his ears sharp as ever. He immediately leaned in. Isn't it because that dog emperor didn't pay the troops? Isn't that why this brother is making a fuss about filing a petition? We're trying to talk him out of it. Xiong Shuang replied. Dog, 800,000, right? Listen, you guys go back and prepare a detailed list of names. Submit a memorial. We'll have the Ministry of Revenue verify it. When the time comes. Atai coughed twice, interrupting everyone's momentum. He couldn't just stand there and watch them. Insult his own father, could he? Wait, what are you talking about? It's just 80. No, 1,000. Hu Ben frowned. If it were 800,000, he wouldn't even try to stop him. 80? No, 1,000. Then it's 80 taels. Atai's pupils dilated. Has my family become this poor? We can't even pay 80 taels? Oh, what are you saying? It's not taels either. Just 80 copper coins. This is what I earned from working hard all year. I've been keeping track with knots on a rope. This is my... Lupu didn't know how to write and had no paper or pen, so he used the ancient method of tying knots to keep records. 80, no 1,000, no taels. Ha ha ha. Here's 10 taels of silver. Consider it military pay. Go back. Atai listened and suddenly started laughing almost hysterically. Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. Who are you to the emperor? No, I can't take this money. I must report this situation to the emperor in person. Lupu decisively pushed the silver back. He was a man of principle. You don't need to worry about who I am. Rest assured, the emperor will definitely find out about this. If you go to the capital to petition, you'll lose your life. I don't need to. Don't worry. Just leave this matter to my shopkeeper. I guarantee the emperor will know about this. Let me tell you a secret. My shopkeeper is the emperor's savior. The eunuchs from the palace and the lords from the capital are all regulars here. Atai promised. Well, all right. But I can't take your money. It's not easy for you to earn money either. Once the emperor knows, he'll surely pay us. I'll just go back and wait. Lupu looked at Atai's waiter outfit and patted his shoulder sympathetically. Atai felt strangely wronged. Haha, now you can relax, right? Shopkeeper Yu is a man of great influence. You keep eating. We have something to discuss with the shopkeeper. Hu Ben saw the matter was resolved and was also very excited. Finally handled this stubborn guy. Now I can enjoy the fight again. Shopkeeper, we wanted to ask about that equipment from last time. Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang pulled Yu Ji into a small room upstairs. After all, reselling weapons required some secrecy. What's wrong with the equipment? Is it not working? Yu Ji was startled. Did I run into a dishonest merchant? Modern equipment shouldn't be able to withstand ancient scrap metal? Didn't they say ancient swords were total garbage? No. It works great. It's just that we want to buy some more. Hu Ben quickly shook his head. Exactly. It's useless if only the two of us have it. My men die in every charge. It's heartbreaking. It's so hard to recruit people these days. The court doesn't pay, and other soldiers usually have some backing. There are plenty of cliques and factions from the same villages, but my men are all just a ragtag bunch. I didn't feel much before, but now that I'm an official, I can't keep changing men. Not only is there no chemistry, but I have to keep training them from scratch. Who can stand that? So you want to buy more? Yu Ji's eyes lit up. These are two big spenders. With their support, money will be pouring into my pockets. We definitely want to buy. It's just that there are a lot of people this time. Hu Ben scratched his head awkwardly. If we go by the last price, we couldn't afford it even if we sold our entire families. How many people? 200? Yu Ji looked at the two fingers the other person held up and calmly took a sip of water. 200 is a bit much, but it's not a huge deal. 2,000. Xiong Shuang gave an embarrassed, silly grin. No way. Are you guys planning a rebellion? Yu Ji's eyes widened. 2,000 soldiers in full armor aren't like ordinary civilians. If they really get armed, they could even challenge the capital. Strange. Why does it seem like in this world anyone can go challenge the capital? Is the capital really that weak? No. Isn't it because the court isn't paying us? We figured since we're paying out of our own pockets anyway, we might as well get better equipment. I've really had enough of that scrap metal the court gives us. Some of the swords are already chipped, and some break with one swing. If the other side didn't have crappy weapons too, we would have lost long ago. Hu Ben said angrily. They were risking their lives on the battlefield, and the logistics department gave them this garbage. They weren't being treated like humans at all. Luckily, the enemy wasn't strong either. Some came at them with hoes, kitchen knives, or even just wooden sticks. But even against enemies like that, Other armies might not necessarily win. Their combat power was generally pathetic. Sometimes they suspected. This world was just one giant, amateur stage play. War was like playing house. It was completely different from the two armies clashing, with silver spears and shields that they had imagined. Isn't this just one group of farmers fighting another? What tactics? What strategy? None of it existed. Doesn't the court care? I remember this kind of thing is illegal. Yuji asked cautiously. Care? My ass. If I had this equipment, I'd cut down anyone who dared to say a word. Worst case, I'll go to the other side. I'll still enjoy the fight. They don't even pay us. Didn't you see my men were about to run away? Xiong Shuang slammed the table. Luckily, Yuji was quick and moved the table away. Otherwise, another piece of furniture would be ruined. It's not impossible. What price are you planning to offer? Yuji rubbed his fingers and asked cautiously. How about 100 taels for a standard set? Hubin asked a bit tentatively, mainly because they had been so generous with money before. This amount felt a bit embarrassing now. That works. But I can't guarantee the quality. It'll definitely be better than that scrap metal, though. Yuji thought for a moment and replied. At least what he'd provide would be new. But calculating for 2,000 people, at 100 taels each, that's 20,000 taels of gold. Converted to cash, that's over $1 billion. A small goal of over $1 billion. What couldn't he do with that? As long as it's better than what the court gives us. We believe in you. Hubin glanced at his own equipment. Good stuff, truly good stuff. But since you want such a large quantity, I definitely can't get it all at once. It'll take some time. Yuji spoke again. No problem, no rush. Right now, they only had about 200 or 300 men between them. They had just been promoted to 1,000-man commanders, and their previous men were either dead or wounded. They hadn't had time to recruit yet. All right, then you guys stay for a while. Eat more at the shop. You've both gotten so thin, Yuji said with concern. Meanwhile, a letter took advantage of the darkness and was quietly sent from the inn to the capital. And at the same time, the night in several counties was lit up as bright as day by raging fires. The flames were like a greedy, venomous snake, devouring everything. The Emperor of Great Qian was still lying in bed in his dragon robes. But the atmosphere in the hall was terrifyingly silent. What's going on? What's going on? What is going on? Where is the military pay I sent out? Gone. How is it all gone? The money. The money. Where is the money? The Emperor's furious voice echoed through the entire palace. He was in a good mood when he first woke up. But as soon as he turned around, he received the news sent by the Crown Prince. Who can tell him what it means that he hasn't paid for 80 days? What does "if you're having trouble, just say so" mean? And what does "don't embarrass him" mean? That money was something he had definitely ordered the Ministry of Revenue to allocate. In the hall, everyone was kneeling on the ground in deathly silence. Lord Zhao, your father is in the Ministry of Revenue. Where did this money go? The Emperor turned his gaze toward Zhao Yi. Your Majesty, you know my family's situation. Anyone might embezzle, but my father never would. That money was definitely transported to the army. Zhao Yi was also sweating profusely. What a mess. Wasn't the situation at the front going well? How did corruption suddenly pop up? Then investigate. Investigate thoroughly. If you can't find out how much is missing, your Zhao family will fill that hole. Also, raise another sum of money immediately. Pay the military right now. The Emperor slammed the memorial down. Your Majesty, the national treasury is truly empty. This year's taxes are already spent. Next year's haven't been collected yet. And looking at the current situation, how much we can collect next year is still unknown. The last military budget was scraped together from everywhere. Zhao Yi kindly reminded him. Then find a way. At the very least, go pay that 80 coins. The Emperor was about to explode with rage. His head was buzzing, and his temples were throbbing. Urgent. Several top priority secret letters, having exhausted who knows how many horses, finally reached the imperial city. Eunuch Chao hurriedly took the letters and presented them. But once he saw them, the Emperor directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This. The Emperor clutched the secret letter, his fingers trembling. The next second, he collapsed and fainted. Your Majesty, your Majesty, the Imperial Physician. Call the Imperial Physician. The hall instantly fell into chaos. It wasn't until a day later that the Emperor, lying on his sickbed, slowly woke up. ABA. The Emperor struggled to speak, but no one could understand a word. Imperial Physician, quick. His Majesty is awake. Quick, check on him. Eunuch Chao was the first to react, hurriedly dragging the Imperial Physician over. Oh no, His Majesty has been struck by a stroke. Right now he cannot speak, and his hands are shaking like sieves. This, what should we do? The Imperial Physician cupped his hands, looking terrified. You're the imperial physician. You're asking me? Eunuch Chow was almost laughing from anger. If he knew how to treat illnesses, he'd have killed all these imperial physicians long ago, eating for free every day and doing nothing. Eunuch, please don't worry. Eunuch, please don't worry. It's not untreatable. I have a technique of using golden needles to stimulate the acupoints, which can treat this stroke. It just needs some time. The imperial physician pulled out a box of golden needles. They were glittering in gold, looking very expensive. How long? Eunuch Chow asked the most critical question. That's hard to say. At least a few months. At most several years. The imperial physician was a bit hesitant. His Majesty's body is a total mess. It's even possible he might never recover. But he didn't dare say that. Otherwise, he'd be dragged down to be buried with him. I'll. Eunuch Chow was furious. Wait, Eunuch, don't be angry. The top priority right now is how to appease so many refugees. And about His Majesty's condition, we must not let the outsiders know. Zhao Yi had already locked down the entire palace. He didn't dare let a single person out. Otherwise, those outsiders would start getting ideas again. But just doing this isn't enough. There are hundreds of thousands, even millions of refugees waiting out there. If they have nothing to eat, something will really happen. ABA. The emperor suddenly moved his eyes, looking toward a certain corner. Eunuch Chow immediately responded. He pulled out a memorial from the corner. It was the memorial that had been set aside earlier. Does His Majesty truly intend to do this? Zhao Yi looked at the memorial, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Granting a merchant a title of nobility? The great Qin dynasty has never had such a precedent. This isn't just an official position. It's a title of nobility. Even the lowest rank, a viscount, is normally passed down through bloodlines, or earned with real swords and spears on the battlefield. Who gives this to a merchant? A title is one thing, but he even gets a fief. It's simply ridiculous. I'm afraid that is exactly what His Majesty means. Before, His Majesty had the Chongping and Taiping granaries, so he didn't care about a few refugees. But now that the granaries are destroyed, if we want to solve the refugee problem, I'm afraid we can only rely on Shopkeeper Yu. If we let all those refugees swarm into the capital, the imperial city will surely fall into chaos. It's better to hand this problem over to Shopkeeper Yu and isolate them in Tongyi County. Most importantly, such a big move definitely won't escape the eyes of those great families. Let them shift their attention over there. That way, the capital can remain safe. Eunuch Chow had followed the emperor the longest and knew the most. He naturally understood the emperor's intentions. But what if? Zhao Yi was still uneasy. It's true he's on good terms with Yu Ji, but people change once they have power. There is no what if. The crown prince is there, with him as a witness. It shouldn't lead to any uncontrollable factors. I heard that Shopkeeper Yu is very sensible. He hasn't personally handled the disaster relief even once. It's always the crown prince who steps forward. And we can arrange for our two most elite armies to be stationed nearby. If Shopkeeper Yu ever has thoughts of rebellion. Humph. Eunuch Chow let out a cold snort. Even though he thought highly of Yu Ji, he still had to protect the imperial power. This isn't something that can be decided by friendship. All right then, but with His Majesty like this, do we really not need to call the crown prince back? Just in case. Zhao Yi was still a bit worried. At a time like this, the crown prince is a very crucial figure. The emperor on the dragon bed shook his head and made the ABA sound again. His Majesty says that in the current situation, calling the crown prince back would be useless. It's better to let him handle the refugee matter. If anything happens, he can still. Eunuch Chow didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. If anything happens, as long as the crown prince can win over the people's hearts, he still has the capital to make a comeback. If he comes back and the refugee problem isn't solved, then even if he returns, it won't be of much use. Fine. But now that His Majesty is seriously ill, how will he review the memorials? Zhao Yi nodded and asked again. ABA. The emperor moved again. Make a copy and send it to the inn. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. In the west, there is a famine and refugees are everywhere. The commoner Yu Ji has donated grain and potatoes, bringing peace to the people. To reward his merit, he is hereby granted the title of Viscount of Tongyi County, with a fief of 1,300 households. The Viscount shall protect the land and the people, extending our imperial grace. This is a matter of great importance. Do not act selfishly, but be a model for future generations. Failure to perform your duties will result in punishment. Let this be known to all, so let it be heard. Respect this. How about it? I told you the emperor would agree. Now you can relax, right? Atai took the imperial decree and looked at it over and over. That old man finally listened for once. Wait, is there something wrong with the emperor's head? Has he sat on the throne too long and doesn't want to do it anymore? Yuji looked at the imperial decree, feeling baffled. Besides the decree, the messenger eunuch also left a specific message, saying he could take in as many refugees as possible. Isn't this just letting him win over the people's hearts? He's really not treating me like an outsider. Shopkeeper, watch your words. That is treasonous talk. Atai whispered a warning. This shopkeeper really doesn't treat him like an outsider. How could he say such things to him? He doesn't even care about the throne. So why should I care what I say? I'm actually hoping he'll take back the decree. Then everyone would be happy. Everyone could just relax. Yuji really felt like something was wrong with the emperor's brain. The decree has already been announced to the world. It's impossible to take it back. What do we do now? Hey, Tai had long since gotten used to the shopkeeper's attitude. This man seemed to never care about imperial power. Instead, his eyes often showed a longing for money. What else can we do? Since the old emperor is okay with me doing this, then I'll do it. Just recruit people. Unlimited recruitment. We have more potatoes than we can eat anyway. Yuji had planted an entire county's worth of potatoes before, and he had stockpiled a massive amount of grain. Besides, even though Great Qian says there's a grain shortage, you can still buy grain normally. It's just that the price has stayed sky high. I don't even know where all that grain is coming from. It's really strange. With the potatoes and grain he has stockpiled now, it's enough to last until the next harvest. Then should we still have them work? Atai asked innocently. Isn't that obvious? Since it's a fief, it has to look like one. I think. The city walls are a bit too low. Kahua town actually had city walls, but that was a long time ago. Now, only some ruins remain. You could say there's zero protection. Before, with 8,000 people, building houses could keep them busy. But now that the emperor wants him to take in more refugees, those houses won't be enough. Building a massive city wall to use up the labor isn't a bad idea. Wait, how did that saying go? Build high walls, store grain everywhere. What was the other part? I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Great. Then I'll go recruit people. Over the past few days, thousands more refugees have arrived. They were all waiting expectantly for shopkeeper Yu to recruit. But before, Yuji didn't dare. Some had no choice but to head toward the capital. But most still planned to stay and try their luck. Anyway, in the town, many people had already frozen to death and been thrown out. Seeing that, Atai felt his heartache. These were all his Great Shin subjects. Shopkeeper. Atai had just left when Hu Bin and Xiong Shuang both arrived. Oh, what brings you two here today? I haven't finished preparing the stuff yet. Yuji had been looking for suitable equipment these past few days. How could he get thousands of sets ready so quickly? No. We just wanted to let the shopkeeper know that our army will be stationed nearby for a long time. It seems to be an order from above. In the future, we'll be bringing our men over to eat often. Hu Bin quickly shook his head. They weren't here to rush the equipment. That was life-saving stuff. How would they dare to rush him? It would be a disaster if they got a defective product. Sigh, we just can't seem to recruit anyone. It's frustrating. The two of them have no foundation in the army, and their men are all just scattered soldiers. They can't even pull a decent team together. They can only wait for the higher-ups to assign people. But the higher-ups won't even pay them. How could they be kind enough to give them more men? Forget about giving them men. They're already getting fat off embezzling the pay for non-existent soldiers. Short on people? No way. Isn't the street full of people? Yuji glanced out the door. The snow was still falling. The beggars were still there. With the streets full of people, how can you say there's no one? Well, we've tried. They just won't listen to us. Hu Bin looked dejected. Atai, go to the quarry and ask if anyone is willing to join the army. Tell them there will be extra meals. Yuji happened to have a lot of pre-packaged meals that were about to expire. He planned to solve the problem for his two big clients. Got it. Atai hurriedly ran toward the quarry outside the town. He brought the news to the burly men who were working up a sweat. Every day when he made food lately, Atai had been filling their bowls to the brim. The ratio of meat to potatoes was 1-to-1, with chicken soup and potato rice. It was salty, savory, oily, and full of ingredients. The people who were originally skin and bones had already grown strong. What? The army is recruiting? Did the shopkeeper tell us to go? Has the shopkeeper finally made up his mind? I told you, what's the point of just doing this here? We have to fight for the shopkeeper. That emperor doesn't care if we live or die. If shopkeeper you ruled the world, would we be able to eat food like this every day? That goes without saying. Shopkeeper Yu is the god of cooking. I'll serve the shopkeeper to the death. I'll serve the shopkeeper to the death. The quarry was filled with cheers. Actually, forget it. You can't say things like that anymore. It'll cause trouble for the shopkeeper. Atai originally wanted to explain things for his father, but after watching for so many days, his father really hadn't done anything. He didn't even have the strength to argue back. Don't worry, don't worry. From now on, we'll keep these words buried in our hearts. Just one thing. If the shopkeeper ever has a use for us, just say the word. Exactly, exactly. I, Zhang the Third, don't know much. But whatever the shopkeeper says goes. The shopkeeper gave me this life. There's nothing more to say. Everyone expressed their understanding. They had all survived the heavy snow by wearing Yuji's clothes and eating Yuji's food. They all knew what was right. All right. Those willing to join the army, follow me. The shopkeeper has prepared delicious food over there. Those who aren't willing, stay here and cut stone. The food will be the same as before. Atai waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him. Quite a few were willing to join the army, but many also chose to stay. Not everyone had the same ideas. Most just wanted to survive. The crowd at the quarry suddenly thinned out by more than half. But it didn't matter. New people would soon come to fill the spots. Nowadays, the one thing they didn't lack was people. A massive crowd of people walked toward the town. People saw them from far away. Yuji also spotted this huge wave of people from a distance. What's going on? Yuji pulled Atai aside and whispered, "Didn't you tell me to call them?" Atai was confused. "I told you to call some people." "Who told you to call so many? Did you tell them they were going to join the army?" Yuji was a bit dazed. He remembered that many people became refugees, precisely because of forced conscription. Why are they suddenly volunteering to join the army now? "I did. I guess you just have a lot of influence, shopkeeper." As soon as I said it was your idea, everyone was very eager. Atai said excitedly, "Good, very good. Look at these muscles, these strong men." Hu Bin and Xiong Shuang looked at the people before them, inspecting them with satisfaction. They're all good prospects. All good prospects. Of course they were. Drinking chicken soup made with modern tech every day. Those with a bit of talent had already developed internal energy. They weren't ordinary soldiers. Damn, the food I prepared might not be enough. I'll go get some more. Yuji's heart ached. He originally wanted to show off in front of his two big clients and clear out some inventory. Now he was really going to lose a lot. Back in the kitchen, Yuji got to work. Because there were too many people, he didn't even bother bringing out individual dishes. He just opened the food bags and dumped them all into large vats. He carried the vats out one by one and heated them up outside. The others naturally didn't see any flaws. They just thought the food cooled down quickly because of the cold weather. It's not like the food could just appear out of thin air, right? Wow, I thought the previous chicken soup was already unbeatable. I didn't expect there to be something even better. Isn't that obvious? Shopkeeper used cooking is divine. I was already hooked just by drinking that chicken soup. Forget the chicken soup. Could you even make that potato rice? Wasn't that made by the waiter? Well, about that. It seems the waiter has also learned half of the shopkeeper's skills. Absolutely. To be able to eat a dish like this, I can die with no regrets. Stop talking nonsense. With a good man like the shopkeeper, involved with the army, how could they not pay us? Exactly. When the time comes, we'll kill a few more enemies. Once I've earned some money, I'm going to come here and have a proper meal. Me too. We're men with pride. What's the point of begging? I want to earn it myself. As the pre-packaged meals were handed out bowl by bowl, everyone's faces were glowing with satisfaction. Even their courage seemed to have grown. Don't worry, everyone. Our military pay is calculated daily. 8 coins a day, with food and housing included. During wartime, it's 80 coins a day, and battle merits are calculated separately. You can settle your pay at any time. The shopkeeper's dishes aren't expensive either. 50 coins for a dish. You can afford one after working for a few days. Hu Bin didn't bother with empty promises. He just gave them clear prices. Anyway, he didn't have to look at the old emperor's face. Using his own money felt great. Hooray! Everyone was excited. Whoa, you're not taking all of them, are you? It seems like you're over the limit. Yuji pulled the two of them aside and whispered. So what? We're paying out of our own pockets. Besides, we're being promoted quickly. It's fine. We might even need more people later. Hu Bin shook his head dismissively. Yeah, don't worry. No one cares at all. If anyone cared, we wouldn't have to come out and recruit people ourselves. Sigh, all right then. Yuji understood this world less and less. Outside the capital city, dense crowds of refugees were being kept outside the city walls. One by one, the pale-faced refugees numbly followed the crowd, walking forward. At the very front were rows of tents serving porridge. Those were the representatives sent by the various lords' families. Disaster relief like this definitely couldn't be done privately. But when it's done openly and everyone is doing it, it's different. The emperor would even call for everyone to join in the disaster relief. At a time like this, most people were willing to come out, to make their presence known, at least to show off in front of the commoners. He considers himself a good man. Mainly, he's doing this to boost his reputation. Otherwise, if you just argue in court all day, who's going to know who you are? So, outside the city of Tianjin, you can see Zhou Peng handing out porridge all day long. Even some nobles deign to visit the scene in person. As for their real motives, that's hard to say. Where there are people, there are schemes. At the Wang family's porridge shed. Hey, why is this porridge so thin? Exactly. The water is so clear I can see my own reflection. Isn't there a saying that if the chopsticks float, heads should roll? It's this watery. Are you trying to starve us to death? In the crowd, Lu Ming shouted loudly. Quiet. Everyone quiet down. The imperial court does have a rule about chopsticks floating, heads rolling. But that's for official government relief. This is a private porridge shed. Those rules don't apply here. Right now, the price of grain in the capital changes every hour. My master is being compassionate toward your hardships. If you want thick porridge, do you see that over there? That's the official government relief station. Go line up there. A man who looked like a steward came out to explain. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. The official line was incredibly long. By the time they reached the front, they'd probably be dead from hunger. Besides, the official relief has specific hours. Once the city gates close, no one will be handing out porridge anymore. It would be another night of hunger and cold. Behind the shed, by the base of the wall, several young men were wrapped in thick coats, looking relaxed. They watched the rowdy crowd. I say, young Master Wang, your Wang family isn't short on a few coins, right? Is this really necessary? The young masters saw the commotion and started teasing the Wang heir. Humph. A bunch of peasants. They should be grateful we're giving them anything at all. Instead of being thankful, they're being picky. Peasants will always be peasants. Besides, you want to talk. Look at your own porridge. Is it any better? The young master's name was Wang Lang, born of the Langyao Wang clan. Naturally arrogant, he felt nothing but loathing for the refugees before him. His eyes were filled with unmistakable disgust. You can't put it like that. You know the price of rice in the city. It goes up every hour. Why feed these refugees so well? Lu Fan of the Fanyang Lu clan chimed in. You guys have some nerve. If you hadn't been so quick to sell off the grain in those warehouses for cheap, we'd be making a fortune right now. Now look at us. We let those underlings reap all the benefits. Li Shi of the Longxi Li clan added with dissatisfaction. All right. That's in the past. Let's not mention it again. If we hadn't come up with the fire dragon burning the granary plan, we'd all be having a massive headache right now. Now it's all settled. One fire burned everything clean, so we earned a little less. Our families aren't hurting for that kind of money. The leader was Chui He of the Qinghe Chui clan. The Taiping and Chongping granaries were divided up by these families under his lead. Such massive granaries. The grain was just sitting there anyway. They took it out to sell and line their pockets. Originally, when the emperor sent people to investigate, they were supposed to buy grain back and replace it. But once money is in their pockets, how could they ever bear to spit it back out? Add to that the famine, and the price of grain skyrocketed. Unwilling to take a loss, they simply burned it all to wipe the slate clean. Their only regret now was selling it too early. Your families might not be short on cash, but I am. Family money is family money. I can't just take it whenever I want to use it. Wang Lang spoke the truth for all of them. Hey, this disaster is just getting started. Grain prices are definitely going to keep rising. How about our families buy up some more? We can team up to hike the prices and make another killing. An idea flashed through Lu Fan's mind. Great. I'm salivating just looking at these grain prices. We might as well buy back what we sold for cheap before. With so many refugees flooding the capital, I bet that old man of an emperor won't dare to ignore it, no matter how high the price gets. He'll have to swallow his pride and pay up. Chui He agreed. Even if no one else covers the cost, the imperial family will have to. Over the years, we've all gotten used to feeding off the national treasury. Wait, but that old emperor seems to have bestowed some kind of noble title recently. Could there be some kind of plot? Wang Lang suddenly remembered something and spoke up. It's nothing more than one more person to share the scraps. If he stays in line, fine. But if he doesn't, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. With a title, he's technically a noble. We'll let him sit at the table and have some soup. As for the meat, is he even worthy? Whether we give him a bite depends on how well he wags his tail. Don't be careless. Have you ever heard of a mere merchant being granted a title out of nowhere? Even the Shui family, who's been working their lives away for the emperor, never got that kind of treatment. I'm actually quite curious to see what kind of person deserves such an honor. Chui narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Since Brother Chui is curious, why don't we go find out for ourselves? I've heard that this shopkeeper Yu's dishes are highly acclaimed. Lu Fan added. Huh, I think you're just getting anxious. Your Lu family owns the biggest share in Typhoon Tower. You've lost a lot of business lately, haven't you? Chui saw right through his little scheme. We're all from the same elite circles. Who are we kidding? Ha ha ha. Brother Chui is as sharp as ever. Fine. This meal is on me. I'll treat everyone so we can see exactly who this sacred being is. Lu Fan didn't deny it. Typhoon Tower had indeed taken a significant hit recently. Many regulars had stopped coming, though the numbers were still small. This kind of bad trend had to be nipped in the bud. If he couldn't poach the man, he wouldn't mind making him disappear permanently. Of course, not in the next few days. If a newly titled noble dies immediately, there would definitely be a thorough investigation. That's a hassle. He could afford to wait. In a few months, once the heat dies down, it'll be like nothing ever happened. While these big shots were chatting away, the beggars weren't idle either. Damn it, those sons of bitches. Giving us this tiny bit of crap to drink. Beggar A held half a bowl of watery soup, his eyes burning with rage. Give it a rest. They don't even see us as human. In this world, just staying alive is enough. Drink up, drink up. At least you'll live after drinking it. If worst comes to worst, tonight, we'll go line up at the government's porridge shed. We might actually get something thick there. Beggar B tried to comfort him. The government side isn't much better. It's still watery porridge. The main thing is how cold it's getting every day. Back when I was home, I never missed a single drop of tax grain. I thought I could live a stable life. Who would have thought? If I'd known, I'd have been better off as a beggar. Thinking about the grain he paid back then. If it weren't for those taxes, he wouldn't have run out of food and been forced to flee. If he'd kept all his harvest in his own hands, he could have at least kept his family fed through the winter. Who wasn't in that boat? The taxes get higher every year. We work ourselves to the bone all year and still end up owing. The landlord's 5-bushel tax is truly pathetic. Beggar B agreed. Well, no need to worry now. In another 2 days, we'll probably freeze to death anyway. Beggar A took a sip of porridge and sighed. After days of drinking nothing but water and sleeping in the snow, he was starting to hallucinate. If you're alone and you die, you die? But we can't die yet. My wife is gone, but the child is still here. I have to find somewhere to get a bite of food. Beggar B's wife and parents had already died on the road during the famine. Everyone had saved their rations, just so he could bring the child to the capital, to find a way to survive. Who would have thought that they wouldn't even be allowed through the city gates? I still have a little grain left. I don't want to live anymore anyway. How about? Beggar A had lost his will to live and planned to do one last good deed. But then he saw many beggars suddenly heading south. What are you two just standing there for? Aren't you going? Beggar C passed by the two of them and called out. Going where? We're already at the capital. If there's no way to live at the foot of the emperor, where else is there to go? Beggar B asked, puzzled. To Kahua Town. Haven't you heard? There's a great benefactor in Kahua Town hiring people for work. 2 meals a day, and there's chicken soup every single time. Beggar C had only just found out from overhearing others. Many beggars had already turned around and headed that way. Wait, I know Kahua Town. Are you talking about shopkeeper Yu of Yuji restaurant? But I remember they weren't hiring anymore. Beggar B had come from that direction. But at the time, they weren't hiring, nor were they giving out porridge. With a child to care for, he didn't dare linger, and headed straight for the capital. It seems you really don't know. That shopkeeper Yu was just granted a noble title. He's hiring people to build city walls right now. Quick, quick, go. If you're late, they might stop taking people. After saying that, Beggar C left without looking back. What did he just say? Beggar C had come from a different route and hadn't passed through Kahua Town, so he really didn't know about this. Oh, heavens have mercy. Heavens have mercy. There's a way to live. There's a way to live, brother. Hurry up and pack your things and come with me. Beggar B's face was covered in tears. Is it true that going to that restaurant means food? And chicken soup? They wouldn't be tricking us, would they? Beggar A was skeptical. We can't even get a meal. How could we get chicken soup? And every single meal? Is that even a life for humans? Oh, there really is chicken soup. Shopkeeper Yu is the god of cooking. As long as you're hired to work, not only do you get 2 big bowls of rice a day, but you also get a bowl of chicken soup. And everyone gets a full serving, regardless of age or gender. Yes, yes, they even give out clothes. I heard they're really warm. When Beggar B came, he had investigated very thoroughly. The only pity was that he arrived too late, and they weren't taking anyone else. Now that shopkeeper Yu is hiring again, it's literally their only hope. Is there really such a thing? Then isn't that shopkeeper you a saint? Beggar A couldn't believe it. He's exactly that, a saint. I'm not going to waste time arguing with you. I have to run. If they get enough people, we're in trouble. Ada, quick, quick. Run. In Kahwa town, Yuji watched the crowd outside. They were coming in wave after wave. In just a few short days of recruitment, the number of workers jumped from 8,000 to 80,000. It had increased more than tenfold, and people were still streaming in from all over. Everything else was fine, but the problem was, he wasn't making any money. That old man of an emperor just used his mouth. He didn't give a single cent. He just brushed him off with an imperial decree. It was simply outrageous. Fortunately, he had earned a lot before, and had a solid foundation. Plus, with the potato business, the Shue family was basically working for free, giving him all the grain. Otherwise, he'd be poor enough to go begging himself by now. Even so, the daily consumption was staggering. Buying clothes by the pound still cost money. Then there was the chicken soup, the MSG, and all that. No matter how concentrated or scientific it was, it still cost several thousand a day in raw materials. Fortunately, he'd asked around, and they said the emperor was just temporarily broke, and would definitely compensate him later. That allowed Yuji to breathe a sigh of relief. By now, the first batch of coal and iron ore had arrived. Bricks were already being fired, and the iron smelting furnaces had been built according to Yuji's specifications. The limestone from the quarry was ready too. As for sand, there was plenty. The most basic version of reinforced concrete was barely manageable now. Yuji couldn't say for sure how good it would be, but it would definitely be sturdier than the local recipes. Manager, do you really think this stuff can build houses? Atai asked while scribbling away in the shop. He'd been given a lot of homework lately. His private tutor was piling it on. The workload was comparable to a high school senior's final cram session. Don't worry, it's solid. Yuji had graduated from a civil engineering program. After all, even if he hadn't learned much, he still knew the basics. Besides, if he didn't know something, he could just copy the homework. Isn't it just leveling the ground, digging foundations, setting rebar, and pouring cement? In this era, he didn't have to submit bids, and there were no inspectors. No need to panic at all. The main thing was that without heavy machinery, it was incredibly labor-intensive. But when he did the math, he suddenly didn't feel so bad. Back in his world, building a house meant paying a skilled worker 400 or 500 a day, and even an unskilled laborer cost 200 or 300. Here, all these people only cost him a few $1,000s. It was a bargain, a total steal. Clop, 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 clop. Woof, woof, woof. Along with the sound of hooves came Wong Kai's barking. Wong Kai was plump and sturdy now, almost the size of a large breed dog. The dog didn't usually bark much, so when he did, it usually meant trouble. Could it be someone looking for a fight? Yuji checked the surveillance. Holy cow. A large group of guards was surrounding 4 ultra-luxurious carriages, slowly approaching the restaurant. When they reached the entrance, 4 young masters dressed in heavy coats stepped down, arrogantly waiting for someone to come out and greet them. People from the noble clans? What are they doing here? Atai adjusted the human skin mask on his face and muttered, "Heh, I thought this was some high-end establishment. But it's just this? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come." Lu Fan looked at the old signboard with utter disdain. I should have expected it. What good could come from the countryside? Whatever, let's just finish our business and leave. Wang Lang also looked disgusted. The road here was filled with ragged refugees, and the stench from their filthy bodies was unbearable. Welcome, honored guests. Please, come inside. Would you like a private booth upstairs? Or would you prefer to eat down here? Atai put on a fawning smile and went out to meet them. Oh, you actually have private booths? Listen here, you little brat. Do we look like ordinary people to you? Tell your manager to come and serve us personally. Li Shi, from the Longxili clan, aimed a kick right at Atai's backside. Right away. Please, head upstairs. Yuji pulled the fuming Atai to the side. These guys were definitely looking for trouble. The 4 of them followed Yuji upstairs with arrogant strides. But the moment the door opened, their disdainful expressions instantly froze. In the dead of winter, the room was filled with a vibrant array of flowers, all in full bloom. Such a sight was almost beyond words. In this day and age, it wasn't that people didn't know how to grow flowers in winter, but the effort and cost required were astronomical. Even in their noble households, they wouldn't just display them casually for anyone to see. Yet here, in a tiny restaurant, they were just out in the open. If Yuji knew what they were thinking, he'd be rolling his eyes to the heavens. They're just a few pots of silk plants. Is that really necessary? The interior of the room shocked them even more. The floor was made of faux marble tiles. making it feel like they were stepping into a forest of jade. They were almost afraid to set foot on it. Above them, a crystal chandelier emitted a rainbow of diamond-like light. Gold leaf shimmered brilliantly under the glow, and the stained glass windows were dazzling. The picture frames on the walls were encrusted with smooth pearls, and even the furniture was made of rare materials. There were even several plush sofas for lounging. They looked at each other, hesitating to even walk in. It was like the legends of white jade halls and golden horses. A bed of white jade from the eastern sea was right here. A great snow in a year of plenty, where pearls are like dust and gold like iron. Honored guests, what would you like to eat? Just so you know, the prices for the private booths upstairs are different from the main hall downstairs. There's a minimum spend of one tael up here. Yuji kindly reminded them. What? What did you say? Are you kidding me? If those paupers outside heard that, they'd think we couldn't afford it. Lu Fan frowned. He looked at Yuji's clothes, and hearing the one tael minimum, he finally regained a bit of his confidence. At least he was better dressed. No, it's the same for everyone. We remind all our guests. Yuji quickly explained. What do you mean, the same for everyone? Bring us your most expensive dish. One for each of us. Lu Fan immediately tried to assert dominance. Are you sure? The most expensive dish is... Yuji tried to explain. The most expensive dish in the shop was no joke. It was Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, which originally cost over 2,000. Even if it was a pre-packaged meal. It was made with genuine, high-quality ingredients. Its main purpose was to not scam the poor. Yuji had originally planned to sell it for 444. But then he thought, anyone ordering this dish probably isn't short on cash. So he just made it 666 for triple luck. Of course, he never actually expected anyone to buy it. If someone really wanted it, the shop had other versions of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. The taste was probably about the same, but they were much cheaper. This 2,000-plus version was mainly for show. The price was clearly marked and hung in the most prominent spot in the downstairs hall. When people saw it, they'd see how expensive the top dish was and know the restaurant's caliber. Cut the crap. Do you think I'm short on a little lunch money? Lu Fan glared at him, looking like he was ready to bite someone's head off. What was this supposed to mean? Was he looking down on him? No, that's not what I meant. Fine, I'll go prepare your food right away. Yuji shook his head with a sigh. Being in the service industry these days was truly hard. Customers didn't understand and just cursed at you. If it weren't for those few measly bucks, who would do this? Yuji went to the kitchen fridge in a huff, took out the Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, and then pulled out the special bowls and spoons. The items that came with the pre-packaged meals were cheap, mass-produced stuff, but they looked nice. It was all about the sense of ceremony. A high-end Buddha Jumps Over the Wall naturally required a high-end cooking method. He specifically set the microwave to soup mode and let the microwave chef carefully cook it for a full 10 minutes. Only then did he contentedly place them on a tray and carry them up. The group in the room had been unable to sit still ever since Yuji left. They had come to put him in his place, but they were the ones who had been intimidated instead. Brother Chui, what do you think? Wang Lang looked toward their leader. It seems this manager really does have some tricks up his sleeve, but in the end, he's just a lowly merchant. Don't forget, the number of merchants who have fallen by our hands over the years is in the hundreds, if not thousands. So what if he has money? What we hold is power. The gates of the Dark Yamen are wide open. If you have the right but no money, don't come in. Even if you have 1,000 gold pieces filling your halls. Without power, you can't move half a step. We are the noble clans. 1,000 years of heritage isn't something that can be matched by someone who's read for 2 years and open to shop for a few more. Don't be fooled by those top scholars riding high in the spring breeze. In the end, they're all just dogs under our command. Whoever we say rises, rises. It looks like the food is here. Chui he narrowed his eyes, looking intoxicated. A faint, ethereal aroma had drifted into the air at some point. Downstairs, Yuji was holding the tray, hesitating whether to go in or out. He was torn. The moment the 2,000-plus Buddha Jumps Over the Wall came out of the oven, he realized something was off. This stuff really did smell like it could drift for miles. But the problem was, the scent was a bit suspicious. It was too familiar. It was pure food science and technology. These guys were paying over 2,000 just to taste an authentic Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. And he was serving them a techno-Buddha. Man, this is tough. Should I serve it or not? As the aroma continued to spread, the people outside the door began to salivate. It smells so good. I can't even tell what the ingredients are. It's incredible. No wonder those young masters came here to eat. It's divine. The servants outside were the first to catch the scent. Wow, this smell. Could manager you be selling barbecue again? It's so fragrant. I haven't had barbecue in ages. I really miss it. I've saved up a bit of money. I'll come back in a few days for a meal. Further out, at the inn where the scholars were staying. Oh, that smells amazing. Is the chicken soup ready? Chicken soup, chicken soup. Is that all you think about? Will you die if you don't have chicken soup for one day? I actually might. But this clearly isn't the smell of chicken soup. It's more like, well, just get back to work. Do you want your chicken soup or not? Of course I do. Lately, I feel like I'm made of chicken soup. Manager Yu's soup is just too good. Yeah, further out, the working refugees. All caught that familiar, yet somehow different scent. The people in the private booth felt it even more intensely. Yuji thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to serve the dish. If the manufacturer dared to sell it for over 2,000, there had to be a reason. Why didn't they price the other dishes that high? If they were bold enough, so was he. He'd just go with the flow. He opened the door to the booth. The 4 young masters inside were already waiting expectantly. If it weren't for their need to maintain their noble poise, they would have gone down to curse him out by now. Yuji kept his head down as he carried the tray made of red sandalwood. The tray was inlaid with ivory and featured a classic fretwork pattern. On the tray were 4 bowls, each painted with gold, 100 blessings, and cloud patterns. The bowls themselves were as clear as deep-sea pearls, their surfaces polished like mirrors. The gold-painted 100 blessings were incredibly detailed, with swirling clouds that seemed to move. The rim of the bowl was inlaid with a ring of Hittian mutton fat jade, and it sat on 3 legs made of pure gold in the shape of auspicious beasts. The lid featured a pure gold beast head buckle. The whole set was the epitome of elegance and luxury. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. How could such tableware be found in a tiny restaurant? Yuji didn't care about any of that. He placed a bowl in front of each person. The 4 of them couldn't wait to open them. A rich, lingering aroma billowed out, mixing the freshness of high-quality broth with the depth of mountain delicacies and the richness of seafood. Inside the magnificent bowl, the soup was as clear as amber, thick but not cloying. The richness of mountain delicacies, the freshness of the sea. Inside the magnificent pot, the soup was as clear and lustrous as amber. It was thick but not cloying. Scallops, abalone, shark fin, fish maw, and various treasures were submerged in the broth. Their textures were clearly visible, soft, tender, and perfectly infused with flavor. A few golden specks floated on the surface, under the glow of the crystal lamps. Even the rising steam seemed to radiate a golden aura. While the group was lost in a trance, Yuji handed out bowls and chopsticks to the 4 of them. The soup bowls were exquisite, with rims as thin as a cicada's wing. Held to the light, one could see the faint lotus patterns carved at the bottom. The edges were trimmed with pure gold and inlaid with 3 small southern red agate beads. The spoons were made of rhinoceros horn with lotus-patterned handles. The horn was lustrous with honey-colored grain, and the tips were set with blood-red rubies. The chopsticks were made of fragrant dark wood, with gold tips, resting on Huttian jade stands carved like small rui scepters. Of course, they were all replicas. Modern manufacturing, you know? They just looked pretty. They were mass-produced gifts that came with the 2,000 yuan Buddha jumps over the wall. But it was enough to leave the group completely stunned. If not for the irresistible aroma, they would have been frozen in shock for the time it takes to burn several incense sticks. With one sip, a deep, lingering fragrance spread through the mouth. First came the taste of old hen, Jinhua ham, and scallops, the base of a high-quality broth. Rich but not greasy. Then came the abalone and sea cucumber, the savory fish maw mingling with the fresh crispness of mushrooms and bamboo shoots. The saltiness of the sea and the sweetness of the mountains were blended into a perfect whole. Savoring another sip, the aftertaste was long and profound. Every inch of the mouth was filled with a rich, savory umami. This flavor must surely belong to the heavens. How often can one taste it in the mortal realm? After finishing a bowl, someone began to chant and praise. Of course, someone else had already picked up the pot, planning to lick the plate clean. Hey, brotherly. Don't pick up the bowl. Don't pick up the bowl. Can't we just order another one? Fortunately, Cui He of the Qinghe Cui clan, though born of a branch family, was the leader of the 4. He was indeed a man of the world. The young master immediately calmed everyone down. Only then did the others realize that they could actually order more. That made things easy. Bring 10 more pots. 10 for each of us. Lu Fan said grandly. Wait, can you guys even finish all that? My prices are set by Yuji. Even though these are pre-prepared meals, the price is still quite high. He didn't dare offer any discounts, but he had packed them with high-quality ingredients. 10 servings of abalone, 10 servings of shrimp. He hadn't skimped on a single piece. Plus, these guys look like scholars. There was no way they could finish it all. What a joke. When I eat, I never care if I can finish it or not. Can't I just leave it there to look at? What? Are you worried I can't pay? Kid, have you ever heard of the Fanyang Lu clan? Lu Fan looked incredibly arrogant. The emperor has a full Manchuhan imperial feast every meal. But how many dishes can he actually eat? He had money, and he was going to be reckless with it. He'd eat one bowl, look at one bowl, and he'd even pour one bowl out. Fine then. Yuji thought about it, and ultimately shut his mouth. They weren't short on cash. It was just 100 bowls. The microwave chef could handle it in minutes. However, when Yuji brought the food upstairs, there was indeed a problem. Kid, watch closely. Lu Fan picked up a pot and poured it directly out the window. The rich, amber-colored liquid, along with the expensive ingredients, traced a beautiful arc against the sky. The intoxicating aroma spread throughout the entire town. Ugh, what a waste. Yuji watched as those sea cucumbers and abalones fell onto the white snow, thinking that just one of those dishes could have fed so many people, or paid for a day's worth of seasonings. His heart began to tremble. This is way too wasteful. Haha. Seeing Yuji finally show the expression they wanted, Lu Fan and the others laughed as they poured another 40 bowls out the window. They loved seeing this country bumpkin's pained face. Just a moment ago, they had almost been intimidated by him. They thought he was some kind of celestial being. But it turns out he's not that rich after all. He's actually herding over a few bowls of food on the ground. Yuji, right? I heard you were just granted a title. Wang Lang of Langia had a playful look on his face. They finally had this manager where they wanted him. It was time to start talking terms. That's right. What can I do for you, gentlemen? Yuji was baffled. It was just a title. What was the big deal? It didn't come with money or any rewards. It was just an empty promise. What was there to talk about? I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Submit to us. 2. Become our enemy. Chuihe of Qinghe held up 2 fingers. And what are the benefits? Yuji was still confused. Naturally, we will protect you, as long as you pay us a tribute of 10,000 every year. Chuihe looked smug. But before he could finish, Yuji cut him off. 2. I choose 2. Yuji shouted without hesitation. Are you kidding me? They were here to collect protection money. Was this the mafia or something? You'd better think this through. Don't refuse a polite offer only to be forced later. Chuihe's face twisted in anger. This was the first time someone he'd personally invited had rejected him so decisively. Usually, even high-ranking officials begged to be their dogs. I've thought it through very clearly. When it comes to money, how could I not be clear? Besides, the wine I sell here is all fake anyway. I'm not interested. You've got guts. I hope you can still talk like that later. Chuihe ground his teeth. Don't worry, I definitely will. Well then, enjoy your meal, gentlemen. I'll take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. Yuji nodded and left with absolute certainty. Brother Chui, this kid is a bit too arrogant. I don't know if you can stand it, but I certainly can't. He's way too cocky. Wang Lang was the first to speak. Humph. Arrogant? Being arrogant in front of us. He'd better see if he has the capital to back it up. I hope the next time we meet, he's still this defiant. Chuihe looked grim, but his attitude is actually quite good. Make sure to leave him alive for me. I want to find out what that secret recipe is. It's delicious. Truly delicious. Lu Fan took a big gulp of the soup. Humph. Then let's see if he has the skill to survive. Chuihe also took a sip of the soup, his expression dark. In the end, they weren't martial artists. After 3 bowls, they couldn't eat another bite. They didn't plan on drinking the rest. They just poured out a bowl for every bowl they drank. Then they leisurely headed downstairs, giving the bill-counting Yuji a look of pure contempt. They had money, and they were reckless. Hold on a second, gentlemen. Just as they were about to get into their carriages, Yuji called out. Humph. Regretting it? Too late. Chuihe thought Yuji was trying to take it back, and gave a disdainful snort. No, it's just that you haven't paid the bill yet. Yuji said. That Buddha jumps over the wall was over 2,000 a bowl. It's a top-tier dish. If he didn't get his money back, he'd be losing a fortune. He'd be waking up in the middle of the night to slap himself. You're still worried about such a pittance? Laughable. How much? Just give me a number. Lu Fan said with a cold sneer. Sure. The 4 of you had a total of 44 servings of our top-tier Buddha jumps over the wall. Totaling over. As soon as Yuji heard someone was paying, he immediately changed his expression. He was beaming with joy. 200 taels, right? Here's 2,000. Keep the change. Fanyang. Lu Fan arrogantly pulled out a 2,000 tael banknote and slapped it onto Yuji's face. What 200? It's 29,304 taels. I'll round it down for you. Let's just call it 29,000. Yuji looked indignant. I'm being generous here. Are you running a damn scam? Why don't you just rob me instead? Lu Fan's head spun for a second. Then it started throbbing like crazy. Scam? What scam? My prices are clearly marked. See for yourself. The price list is hanging in the most prominent spot in the hall. Yuji pointed at the massive sign, which finally caught their attention. Signature, Buddha jumps over the wall. 666 taels. Yu. How can this stuff be so expensive? It wasn't that they couldn't afford 20,000 taels, but it had to be worth it. Spending over 20,000 taels on a single meal, even for those from great noble families, would hurt their wallets for years. What do you mean, how can it be so expensive? If you're so capable, find someone to replicate this dish. If they can make it exactly the same, I won't charge you a single cent. With the help of modern technology, getting it even 50% right would be a miracle. Besides, preservation techniques are primitive these days. See cucumber, abalone, prawns, and a whole bunch of other ingredients. Just gathering them all is hard enough. To make it so authentic that even your pee smells like it is simply impossible. Fine. You said it. Lu Fan thought he had just found a massive loophole and immediately agreed. I did say it, but you still have to pay up first. Yuji nodded. And what if I don't? Lu Fan was already planning to skip the bill. It's a scam shop anyway. As long as he could get out today, no matter which court they went to, he was sure to win. If you don't pay, are you planning to be a bunch of freeloaders? Yuji's voice turned cold. The commotion was so loud that a crowd of onlookers had already gathered on the street. Everyone crowded around to watch the drama. After all, it was the first time they'd seen Manager Yu get into a fight with someone. I'm eating for free today, so what? What are you going to do about it? Lu Fan gave his guards a look. They all drew their swords in unison. The scene was terrifying. Are you trying to threaten me? Yuji looked at them with utter disbelief. So what if I am? Lu Fan thought Yuji was scared. You'd better realize whose territory this is. Let's see who's really tough. All these people here work for me. I've run this shop for years. If I told them the Emperor could save them, they might not believe it. But if I tell them to cut someone down, you go ask them if they'll do it. Yuji's voice boomed. We'll do it. We'll do it. The refugees' voices were even louder. They had long been annoyed by these well-dressed young masters, and they dare to eat without paying? If Manager Yu doesn't make any money, what are they supposed to eat? Hey, I remember them. Isn't that the one who calls himself young Master Wang of the Langya clan? And that one from the Chui family of Qinghe. And damn it, the porridge that Wang family gave us was basically water, and they had the nerve to curse at us. The Chui family isn't any better. The grain taxes we paid were all stolen by them, was wasted on these bastards. Beat them up. Among those present, many were refugees who had fled from the capital. They knew all about the porridge distribution. The Wang families was definitely the thinnest. The Chui families was a bit thicker, but who knows what they mixed in. It was agonizing to eat. And anyway, compared to Manager Yu, it was like heaven and earth. Even though they had to work, Manager Yu didn't send people with whips to watch over them. He didn't even care if they worked or not. It was basically like free porridge. It's just that everyone was worried that if they didn't work hard, Manager Yu wouldn't be able to support so many people. So they all worked their hearts out. Even then, the restaurant owner often told them to slow down, to wait until the restaurant opened. In the evenings, he let them rest before it even got dark, saying it was too dangerous to work at night. Where else could they find such a good manager? If Yuji knew what they were thinking, he would definitely cry foul. He simply didn't have that much work for them. This wasn't 800 people. It was 80,000. If they really worked at full capacity, they'd finish the walls and houses in minutes. And then what? They'd have nothing to do. What if they started a riot? Moving less meant eating less. His main goal was just to keep them alive, not to actually build infrastructure in ancient times. If he brought these people to the modern world, they'd definitely be on 3 shifts. $9.97 for 80,000 people. A daily wage of 400 would be 32 million. He pockets it all and just gives them food. Wouldn't that be sweet? What a pity. Along with the thunderous shouts came a barrage of random objects. Pebbles, clumps of dirt. Yuji even spotted a brick flying out from behind him. No need to guess, it was a tie, since he had just been kicked. Of course, no food was thrown. These days, besides those noble young masters, no one would dare waste food. A rain of hidden weapons fell. Luckily, the young masters were fast and dove into their carriage, or they might have been crushed to death on the spot. Even so, the carriage collapsed under the pressure. You, are you trying to start a rebellion? He of Qinghe crawled out of the wrecked carriage in a mess. He glared at Yu Ji through gritted teeth. Hey now, what kind of talk is that? This fief was specially granted by the emperor. The people are hitting you of their own accord. Most importantly, you owe money and won't pay. If you don't pay the 20,000 taels today, don't even think about leaving. Yu Ji looked full of righteous indignation. He was in the right, so why be afraid? A bunch of deadbeats being so arrogant. Why can't he, the creditor, be arrogant too? Manager. It's not that I don't want to pay. I just don't have that much on me. Who carries 20,000 taels in banknotes just for a meal? How about some leniency? Let us put it on a tab. We'll go back, get the money, and bring it back. Fanyang. Lu Fan was clearly spooked by the display. His face was black and blue. His tone had softened completely. He had to soften, or he'd die right here. A real man knows when to yield. You can't always stand tall. Yielding appropriately is good for your health. Once he's back, he'll show them. If pushed, he'll call the army to level this place. Little Lu, I preferred you at the start, when you were all arrogant and unyielding. Go back to that. Yu Ji patted Lu Fan's cheek. You can't hit a smiling face. The guy's sudden warmth made Yu Ji look like the unreasonable one. No. This was definitely our fault. So, manager, you agree? Lu Fan was overjoyed by Yu Ji's gentle tone. He thought he could escape. Agree my ass. If you have no money, why come out to eat? Hang them all up. One of them goes back to deliver the message. The rest don't leave until the bill is paid in full. Yu Ji's expression flipped instantly. With a wave of his hand, the crowd swarmed forward. They hung everyone from the trees. Someone even secretly stole their outer robes. Yu Ji turned a blind eye. You can't be too strict with people working for you. If you set too many rules, things get stuck in a loop. Just like Atai, who was already standing by with a small whip, giving Li Shi of Longxi a few hard lashes. This kid really holds a grudge. Hurry up and tell your families to bring the ransom. If you're late, prepare to collect your master's corpses. Yu Ji said fiercely, to the only servant not hanging from a tree. Wait, why do I sound like a bandit? You'll die a horrible death. He had clearly broken down, mostly because he lost so much face. He was completely triggered, losing all his previous, gentlemanly poise. Damn, still cursing? Atai, standing guard, gave him another lash. He had been annoyed by these noble families for a long time. He just never had the chance. The noble families moved quickly. That very night, they traveled through the night to bring them back. And not a single family member showed their face. They only sent servants to redeem them. Clearly, not everyone in the noble families is a fool like these four. They knew this place was trouble, so they just stayed away. Good. Everyone was a big help today. I'll add an extra dish for everyone these next few days. Besides your usual bowl of rice, everyone gets a bowl of noodles. I'll also teach you a trick. The secret technique of making a whole pot of soup with one egg. Yu Ji was counting money in the inn, looking very satisfied. Another 100 million or so in the bag. It's time to bring out the real stuff. One egg soup is a mandatory skill for school cafeterias. The principle is using one egg to let everyone have egg drop soup. Egg with chicken broth. Using the original broth to digest the original food. Perfect. The four gentlemen of the capital meet again. At this moment, though they had regained their beastly and human clothing look, they still looked dejected. After returning home, without exception, they were all scolded for being stupid. Too stupid to pick a fight with someone on their own fief. Even if the fief was newly granted, it's still their territory. It would be one thing if they won, but they got beaten like that. It basically dragged the dignity of the great noble families through the mud and grounded in. Although they weren't kicked out, they probably won't be trusted with important tasks anymore. Even the porridge distribution job was taken away. That was supposed to be a lucrative gig. Damn that you guy. I could have skimmed a fortune from the porridge funds. Now look, not only is my private stash gone for the fine, but that cushy job is gone too. Fanyang Lu Fan gritted his teeth. He suffered the biggest loss, since he was the one treating them to that meal. Don't worry, we'll make that money back sooner or later. I've already sent people to buy up grain and ship it here. At the same time, I've started driving up grain prices in the capital. When the time comes, we'll get it all back with interest. Wang Lang of Langya quickly consoled him. What are you talking about right now? That kid at the restaurant hits hard. I'm still covered in bruises. Arrest him. We must arrest him. Li Shi of Longxi had a dark expression. His body hurt even more. He had been whipped dozens of times. If he doesn't get revenge, he's not human. I was careless this time. I didn't expect a newly titled noble to have so much influence. The emperor is getting senile too, to not even care about this. He of Qinghe looked gloomy. He really hated the old emperor. Why couldn't they distribute porridge openly? Why let some brat take all the credit? Why? Hey, Brother Chui, if the emperor knew that Yu Ji has such power to incite the masses, what do you think? Wang Lang suddenly leaned in and whispered, Don't worry. I've already had my censors report this. That you guy dares to act lawlessly on his fief. Buying people's hearts. Forcing sales. Using illegal punishment. Isn't that basically plotting rebellion? Chui-hee's eyes were sinister. And that waiter. Sue him. We must sue him. Li Shi could never forget those whip marks. Humph. I actually have an idea. Since this you guy loves playing hero to those peasants, I want him to taste the sting of their betrayal. Lu Fan suddenly came up with a scheme. Tell us. Those people seem very grateful to him. Ordinary sowing of discord won't work. Chui-hee reminded him. Ordinary methods won't, of course. But what if there's something wrong with the porridge Yu Ji serves? Lu Fan's eyes were cold. Something wrong? You're not going to use poison, are you? Wang Lang was a bit startled. That would kill a lot of people. Oof, I'm not stupid. Poisoning is out of the question. But what if it's not poison? Poisoning a few people is useless. If too many die, it becomes a major case. Besides, others wouldn't believe that Yu Ji did it. And given recent events, we'd definitely be the prime suspects. Lu Fan wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do something that dumb. If not poison, then what? Li Shi asked curiously. I know a goo master from Miaojiang. He's an expert in all kinds of goo poisons. He can make those people wish they were dead while staying alive. Then we'll say there's a problem with the grain. That manager you heartlessly used rotten grain. And then, hee. Lu Fan let out a sinister laugh. Hee. The others joined in. Whoa, awesome. There are noodles today? I've never seen noodles like these. There's even egg in the chicken soup. Long live manager you. As soon as the meal started today, everyone noticed something different. There was an extra bucket today, and it was filled with noodles. You have to understand, most of these people were refugees from the South. The South is rice country. They don't really produce wheat. Noodles were a luxury that only the wealthy could afford. Manager Yu was actually giving them noodles. This was better than what they ate at home. They didn't even feel like refugees anymore. It felt like they were here on vacation. Do we have to choose between rice and noodles? The first refugee asked hesitantly. If he had to choose, he'd definitely pick noodles. Not that the rice was bad. He just wanted a change of pace. It's not a choice, it's an extra. Same old rule. One soup, one rice, plus noodles. The server said. Whoa, quick, give me some. Refugee number 1 took his 3 bowls to the side. He wolfed down the rice first. Only then did he have time to look at the noodles. Wait, there seemed to be more noodles than before? Refugee number 1 noticed. The noodles in his bowl seemed to be increasing. The noodles in his bowl really were increasing. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Steadying himself, he carefully picked up the bowl and slowly began to eat. First, he had eaten the rice too fast and was a bit full. Second, noodles were a rare treat. He had to savor them. Even though it was just chicken soup noodles, they were delicious. As soon as he lifted the bowl, the rich aroma filled his nose. It was the scent of chicken bones simmered to the core, lingering right at the tip of his nose. The noodles were nestled in the broth, having soaked up all the savory goodness. Each strand was crystal clear, shimmering with a thin layer of chicken oil. With one lift of the chopsticks, chewy and bursting with flavor, the savoriness spread from the tip of his tongue to the back, seeping into every gap, rippling through his entire body. Pure flavor. But as he ate, why did it feel like there was more and more? Hey, why aren't you finished with those noodles yet? Refugee number 2 looked at refugee number 1 strangely. I don't know. I'm eating a bit slow, but it feels like they're multiplying. Refugee number 1 was also puzzled. Could this be a miracle from the gods? He wasn't the only one who noticed. Other slow eaters noticed too. If you let them sit for a bit, the noodles would increase. You just couldn't finish them. Manager, people outside are saying the noodles are multiplying. Atai got the news and hurried to report to Yu Ji, only to find him looking at a pile of homework. Oh, what's the big deal? Why is your homework so weird? Yu Ji didn't care at all. These were the instant noodles he had Dao get. Cheap stuff from the 2007 era. From a clearance sale. They had to be eaten quickly. The only feature of these noodles is that they swell in water. Nothing unusual. He was more interested in Atai's homework. The workload was as heavy as high school, but the content was worlds apart. Ugh, it's the schoolwork assigned by the teacher. To get us used to official life early, learning how to write memorials, and simulating the emperor's mindset. Sigh, you know how it is. This homework is making my head spin. I don't want to write it at all. Atai said dismissively. Hey, here's a strange memorial. It looks like what happened in our town yesterday. But this is total nonsense. They were clearly the ones dining and dashing. Yuji pointed to a piece of paper. It's a simulation, right? The teacher often uses recent events to give me prompts, keeping up with current affairs. You know, want to take a look? If it were you, how would you handle this memorial? Eitai's forehead was sweating. If I were handling it, I'd execute their whole families. Yuji waved his hand, ready to ghostwrite the homework. Whoa, manager. Manager. You can't do that. You can't. This is schoolwork. If I write nonsense, I'll get canned. Besides, those are noble families. The emperor, his mother is from the Qinghe Chui family, and several concubines in the harem are from noble families too. It's just a skipped bill. Not worth it, really. Truly not worth it. Eitai quickly grabbed Yuji's arm. If we go through with this, I'll be going down with them. But look at this other memorial. It says a waiter here used illegal punishment. A heinous crime. Must be severely punished. Throw him in the imperial prison and give him 40 lashes. To set an example, Yuji pointed to another memorial. I'll take him down. I must take him down. Exterminate 3 generations. It must be 3 generations. Eitai snatched the brush from Yuji. Give them the 3-generation extermination. Whoa, not worth it, not worth it. The crime doesn't fit the punishment. It's schoolwork. If you write nonsense, the teacher will beat you. This time it was Yuji's turn to stop Eitai. What is all this? Starting with exterminating families already? And they're not wrong. You know, the waiter did whip them with a small whip. Luckily, Eitai still had some sanity left. He knew he couldn't just write whatever. By their generation, the throne didn't have the same absolute power as the founding era. Simply put, their word wasn't law, unless it didn't affect the noble family's interests or aligned with the majority of officials. Only then would anyone execute it. Otherwise, it's just bickering. Constant bickering. Let's do this instead. This censor didn't investigate the facts. Give him a demerit. As for those deadbeats, give them a few hits to teach them a lesson. Pity. This is just like kids playing house. Boring. So boring. Yuji shook his head. Simulation, simulation. Isn't that exactly like kids playing house? I guess. But my schoolwork is so hard. Look at this prompt. It makes no sense. The national tax is only a few tens of millions. It's already spent. Now they want me to provide disaster relief without funds. Money, money, money. All day long, they want money. Where am I supposed to get that much? Eitai knew this wasn't just playing house. His father was seriously ill. The notes he signed basically represented the emperor's will. It was like he was already overseeing the state. Of course, Zhaoyi would check them over. Unless it was too outrageous. Whatever he signed went. Since Yuji saw it today, he might as well just go for it. And ask Yuji if he had any good ideas. Isn't it just money? Easy. Just raid someone's house. Yuji glanced at it and felt his scalp tingle. Money, money, money. Everyone was asking him for money. If he put himself in that position, his heart couldn't take it. Money was his lifeblood. You can't just raid houses. The people below would rebel. Eitai quickly rejected it. Rebel? Even better. Then you exterminate 9 generations. You get even more money. Yuji didn't know anything. He just knew raiding houses made big bucks. Oh, good heavens. Rebellion isn't just one person's affair. The noble families are all intertwined. Today you marry off a daughter, tomorrow I marry a son. Their alliances are like a dense web. If one rebels, they all rebel. How can you just move against them? Eitai sighed. Then set up some big cases. Trap some of them. Or make them go collect the money themselves. I see your homework is piling up lately. Is that the reason? Yuji hadn't really cared before. But Eitai's homework really was getting out of hand. It was even affecting his work. Exactly. If the problems don't get solved, the work just keeps piling up. The thing is, I don't have a solution either. Eitai looked miserable. Actually, memorials were filtered by the palace before being sent. Ordinary matters were already handled. Only the unsolvable problems were sent to him. The daily volume wasn't high. But the problem was, if they weren't solved, they just accumulated. And now it's reached this point. Actually, I think your way of handling things is flawed. As a decision maker, you don't need to come up with every solution yourself. There's no need to figure everything out yourself. You can totally outsource this to a think tank. You let them come up with the solutions. And then, you just copy the one you like best. Wouldn't that solve everything? Of course, since your teacher's main goal is to teach you how to write memorials. Yuji might not have a solution himself, but he feels this way of doing things is just too slow. As a leader, how can you waste time trying to think of everything? Shouldn't you just have your subordinates submit their ideas and then treat it like a multiple choice test? Forget fill in the blanks. These are turning into full-on word problems. Shopkeeper, why didn't you say so earlier? Atai's eyes lit up. Why didn't you mention such a great idea sooner? You didn't ask. Yuji rolled his eyes. If he hadn't felt like checking in today, he wouldn't have realized ancient high school homework was this brutal. This plan is great. But where am I going to find people? Atai looked at the refugees outside. They're all illiterate. They can't help. There are plenty of scholars and candidates in Koha Town, but I can't exactly let them see this stuff. Otherwise, any smart person would figure out what's going on in an instant. Do I need to put together my own team? You've come to the right person for that. In my world, there's nothing money can't solve. 10 taels a day. I'll solve your problems for you. Yuji said excitedly. Deal. Atai was just as excited. Finally, he didn't have to rack his brain anymore. Dao Tung from the seed station. Yuji walked in carrying a stack of papers. The people playing games in the shop were gone. Since they actually had work to do, they had all gone to collect the laundry. What are your orders, boss you? Dao Tung hurriedly stood up. Well, I remember your school has a history department, right? Yuji dropped the papers on the floor. These are all problems that need solving. Yes. No problem, boss. Even if my school didn't have one. As long as you need it. I can find them, Dao Tung quickly promised. Good. Go register a film and cultural creative consulting company for me. Then find some college students looking for internships. The kind who just need their internship papers stamped. Find a bunch of them and have them use AI in their spare time to come up with solutions for these problems. Yuji had already tasted the benefits of free labor. So naturally, he wasn't going to waste money. Using AI for these questions? We can do that too. A lot of juniors have already asked me about internship opportunities. How about you see if our agriculture majors can help too? Dao Tung flipped through the memorials. If you asked him to solve them himself, he might not be able to. But using AI? Well, sorry. Any college student can do that. The job market is tough right now. Internships are hard to find. He still wanted to help his juniors. Find a way. Let's stick with history majors. You can't just write anything for this. It has to be realistic. As for the situation you mentioned, the seed station can be expanded a bit. It's fine if you find a few more people. Yuji thought about it and still refused. Professional work should be done by professionals. Otherwise, if they just start being too imaginative, this job won't get done. Atai's hands would probably be beaten raw by his teacher. For this reason, Atai even provided a simplified overview of the Daiqian dynasty's situation and a copy of the Daiqian dynasty's laws. All right. Boss you, about that matter you asked me to look into last time. I've already made the arrangements. Regarding what you said about getting interns for this, I looked into it. It's not very reliable. Their ability to bridge theory and practice isn't great. But I contacted a few others online. Vloggers who specialize in cold weapons. They're very interested in this. Especially a few cold weapon enthusiasts. They said as long as we provide the equipment, they're willing to help make armor and gear for free. But the equipment and materials must be complete. They have a lot of ideas that they couldn't realize due to lack of funds. If we can provide all the materials and equipment they need, they can give us whatever we want. They can even help design new cold weapons. Dao Tung took the task from Yuji a few days ago. He had been contacting people. He finally had some leads. No problem. I'll give you 10 million first. If it's not enough, ask for more. Armor is what those two battle junkies wanted. Yuji could make a lot of money from this. Naturally, he was proactive. Manager Yu. Dao Tung was so moved he was speechless. He was just a poor kid from the countryside. Even his tuition was scraped together. He had always been insecure. Until he met Yuji. His college tuition was covered. His siblings could go to school. A new house was built at home. Most importantly, it was that sense of validation. No matter what he did, Manager Yu only had 2 words: send money. At this moment, only one phrase came to mind. The Lord bestows millions from the Golden Terrace. I shall wield the Jade Dragon and die for my Lord. Right, that media consulting firm. Shouldn't cost that much. I'll give you another 5 million. Go for it. If you're short on cash, find me. Yuji waved his hand and turned to leave. Having people help with the work is so easy. Manager Yu left a deeply moved Dao Tung, weeping silently behind him. The 4 gentlemen of the capital met again. But this time, they had lost their former glory. They were all lying face down. Damn it, what's wrong with that dog emperor? How dare he treat us like this? Li Shi gritted his teeth. 40 lashes. 40 lashes. A full 40 lashes. I haven't been able to get out of bed for days. Ow. Wang Lang lay on the bed. Every movement hurt. Just a few days after they submitted their memorials, they received an imperial decree the next day. 40 lashes for dining and dashing. Those censors who submitted the memorials for them were stripped of their ranks for deceiving the emperor and thrown straight into the imperial prison. Since their hands weren't clean to begin with, They're basically never coming out. I think that old emperor is just using this as an excuse. He's using the opportunity to warn us. Lu Fan clutched his aching backside. Probably. I heard the old emperor hasn't been well lately. He probably wants our noble families to stay in line. That's why he's making an example of us. The plan to have the emperor reclaim the fief probably won't work anymore. What about the goo poison thing? He nodded and looked at Lu Fan. This guy had suggested starting with the refugees to make Yu Ji suffer the consequences. But he hadn't heard any updates. It's been so many days, and those refugees are still working just fine. Well, that useless guy said ordinary goo insects don't work on them. Lu Fan got angry just thinking about it. He spent so much money, only to get that result. What? The three of them were shocked. Don't worry. He's already gone home to get an expert. And he said, it might be because the refugees themselves are too dirty. Ordinary goo insects really struggle to survive. He'll bring back some powerful ones. It'll definitely work. If all else fails, he'll use his life goo. Lu Fan consoled them. Life goo? He didn't understand. It's fed with the heart's blood of a young girl. Or it's simply raised inside the body. The strongest goo of every goo master. It's linked to their very life force. Once the life goo is out, it kills everything in its path. Lu Fan said confidently, mimicking the goo master's tone. Very well. We've also bought up most of the grain these past few days. We can start raising the prices. When it hits 50,000 won per dough, we'll sell. Wang Lang said with full confidence. Good. Then we'll just wait for the show to begin. Manager, there are so many bugs lately. Eitai had been much more relaxed lately. With the think tank Yuji helped hire, he basically just picked a solid idea to copy every day. It was a breeze. The only problem was, he didn't know why. But when people had diarrhea lately, dead bugs kept coming out. Bugs? What are you talking about? Oh, that's normal. Tell them not to drink raw water next time. Raw water is full of parasites. Yuji was doing the books. Business at the restaurant hadn't been great lately, but the side income was huge. Those cold weapon enthusiasts were no joke. They specialized in ancient warfare. They brainstormed constantly, using modern techniques. They fixed many flaws in ancient armor. The only downside was they couldn't do research without money. Now with Yuji as their big backer, it was like they had wings. They achieved their goals in no time. The first generation of samples, Yuji had already shown them to Hu and Ben. They were very satisfied. But those enthusiasts didn't seem satisfied. They were still researching improvements. Yuji didn't care, as long as it didn't stop him from making money. But the number of refugees hadn't decreased. With spring approaching, there was another explosion in refugee numbers. They had all hunkered down for the winter, but they just couldn't hold out any longer. Looking at the number of people working in town, it had already exceeded 200,000. Luckily, Yuji worked hard and leveled all the old buildings in town, replacing them with brick and concrete, small villas. He couldn't build high-rises. Without professional designers and modern machinery for foundations, they wouldn't hold. He could only build small houses. But there were just too many people. He had no choice but to send the rest to build the city walls. Manager, help. Shadows flickered outside the door. Help. Why come to me instead of the clinic? Yuji was baffled. Oh right. Carry him to the clinic. Eitai also hurried them along. Manager, I'm the one who told him to come. He's been struck by goo. A goo master could treat it. But isn't it more convenient here? Shin Isho suddenly appeared. Goo. Yuji gave Eitai a strange look. This kid seemed to have been struck by goo when he first arrived too. But in Yuji's eyes, what goo? They're all just parasites. Yes, and I just checked. Everyone with diarrhea lately has been struck by goo. The dead bugs they're passing are all goo insects from Yaojiang. Shin Isho had noticed this for a while. Today, he finally confirmed his suspicion. Don't goo masters cost money? What's the point of using it on these people? Yuji sometimes felt that the people from Yaojiang were truly bizarre. Do you think they're trying to frame us? People have been passing bugs for days. There are rumors going around. Eitai had indeed heard many rumors lately, but they weren't quite what he expected. What rumors? Yuji asked. They're saying there are so many bugs. Why not just add them to the food? For some extra nutrition? What's the point of just passing them? Some even asked if they could wash them and put them in the soup. Eitai said with a grimace. He sympathized with the refugees, true, but he really couldn't accept this. Ugh, Yuji couldn't take it either. That's too anti-human. How could they even think that? Manager, you don't understand. On the way here, we ate bark and grass roots. Rats and bugs were luxuries you had to fight for. Now, manager, you've given us food, but meat is still. You don't know how good a bug tastes when it's tossed in the fire. A refugee nearby chimed in. Okay. Stop right there. That's disgusting. Yuji quickly cut him off. He really couldn't handle this. So, manager, sauerkraut fish? Shinichou only knew that sauerkraut fish could cure goo, and it was convenient and effective. Sauerkraut, Is there fish in sauerkraut? Go catch some in the river yourselves. No chicken soup for lunch today. We're having sauerkraut soup. Yuji. He had plenty of near-expired sauerkraut fish. Seasoning packets. Forget the fish fillets. Too expensive. Anyway, the most important part for killing goo was the sauerkraut. The fish was just an extra. It didn't matter. Sauerkraut soup. Long live the manager. Chicken soup was great, but drinking it every day did get tiring. Even the cafeteria rotated between tomato egg soup and seaweed egg soup. Long life. Long life. You all can go now. Yuji waved them away. Manager, something's not right. Once the door was closed, Eitai's expression turned serious. Goo masters don't just appear for no reason. With it appearing on such a large scale, someone must be targeting us. No kidding. It's obviously those 4 noble brats. So petty. But we don't have a good solution. We can't even find the person planting the goo. We can only hope their supply of goo isn't infinite. Keep the chicken soup for the evenings as usual. Give them sauerkraut soup for lunch. Yuji sighed. These poisoners were the most sinister. They loved hiding in the shadows and causing trouble. Right. Eitai nodded quickly. Oh right. I heard grain prices have been rising ridiculously lately. Yuji just heard someone in the crowd mention it. Because the prices were so insane. Many people thought that since Yuji provided food anyway, they might as well sell the grain they had on hand. These refugees came from the south, so they couldn't have come with absolutely nothing. They all had a little food hidden away. If they relied purely on handouts, they'd never have made it to the capital. Along the way, even many landlords suffered. Their grain was stripped clean. They were forced to become refugees. Back then, if Yuji hadn't taken in those 8,000 people first, he might not have been able to protect the rest of the grain. But he was mostly just putting on a show. He didn't really care. Back then, grain was cheap. Now it's risen to tens of thousands per dough. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Grain prices in the capital change every day. Eitai was also speechless. The people below submitted more memorials. There's no money left to buy grain for relief. Luckily, there aren't many refugees left in the capital. Otherwise, they wouldn't last a few days. Then, hurry and help me clear my stock. Sell all the grain in my warehouse. Yuji's eyes gleamed. He was going to make a killing. If the grain is sold, what about the refugees? Eitai was speechless. Why was the manager so impulsive? We still have potatoes, don't we? Potatoes aren't worth much. Spring is coming in a few days. We can plant potatoes again. The remaining potatoes will last us a few months, no problem. At worst, I'll just add more side dishes for them. Right now, rice is more expensive than vegetables. Grain prices in the capital have spiked, but the price of my premium vegetables hasn't. The ones he had Daoteng buy were all near-expired premium vegetables. The wholesale cost was only 2 or 3 yuan, much cheaper than current rice prices. He'd rather mix some vegetables into the refugees' potato rice than mix rice into the potatoes. If we dump such a large amount of grain, it will definitely cause grain prices to plummet. Eitai was a bit dazed. That's why we have to hurry. If we don't dump it now, we won't be able to make any money later. Quick, quick, quick. Double time. Empty out all the grain for me. It seems Miss Shue's side is also planning to dump theirs. We can't let them earn more than us. With Yuji's command. It was another hectic day. Outside Kohua town, several sinister-looking men dressed as refugees secretly gathered in one spot. They whispered while pretending to work. Ancestor, ancestor, something terrible has happened. All of our goo insects are dead. A younger man said with a look of grief. Raising goo is no easy task. The previous goo insects were one thing. They were just low-level goo. It didn't take much effort to raise them. The problem was, they weren't very effective either. Before they could even do anything, they were directly excreted. So this time, he had gathered all the elites of the valley. Planning to go big, they used carefully cultivated goo insects. They thought they would win in one shot. Who would have thought? After one bowl of sauerkraut soup this afternoon, they're dead. All of them are dead. Many people were already helping themselves to more soup. Although it was a bit disgusting, they were refugees. Who cared about that? A quick wash and it was clean. Still edible. Watching the little darlings he had worked so hard to raise, being crunched down one by one, he was absolutely furious. The key was, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, his babies were all dead. If he stepped forward now, he'd only expose himself. There's a master in Kohua town. The ancestor side. Then what should we do? Are we just going to give up? The Sure family side is waiting for an explanation. The goo master was a bit worried. They've already taken the money. It would be hard to back out now. Heh, they underestimate the strength of our Miao Jiang Wu Dong lineage. I will personally go to the restaurant to meet the shopkeeper you. The rest of you, bring out your life goo. This time, we're going all in. Ancestor Wu Dong dropped his hammer, straightened his back, and strode toward the town. The others also broke into wicked smiles. In the restaurant, Yuji was busy tallying accounts at the counter. I'm rolling in it. I'm rolling in it. 1 dough of rice is 15 caddies. The current market price is 43,000 won. That's over 4 taels of gold, or 240,000 renminbi. That much money for just 1 dough. This is just too profitable. When I hoarded it before, the grain price was dirt cheap. Yuji had hoarded it before the prices spiked. It was only 2 or 3 million per dough back then. This is nearly a 100-fold profit. The most important thing is that there's high demand. The ridiculous part is, there are actually people buying at this price. Yuji originally thought selling it for a few thousand won would be a massive profit. But some fools are actually taking over at the peak. He had already started secretly transporting grain from the modern world to fill the warehouse. It would be a waste not to take this money. If this keeps up for a few more days, he planned to dump the potatoes in the warehouse too. I wonder if anyone will want them. Oh, welcome. What can I get for you? It was late at night. Atai had gone to catch up on his homework. Yuji saw the old man at the door and immediately greeted him. Bring me whatever you have. I'm not picky. Wudong. The ancestor found a seat and sat down. He quietly released the goo insects from his body. Good. Then try our new dish. Sauerkraut with pork belly. This is a top-tier dish. Since there's been a goo outbreak lately, Yuji decided to serve some new dishes. Everyone should try the sauerkraut. It's better to be safe than sorry. Whatever. Ancestor Wudong wasn't here to eat anyway. He was busy controlling his goo insects. He didn't even listen to what was being served. Strange. Where did these mosquitoes come from in the middle of winter? Yuji waved his hand to shoo away the annoying bugs. He casually pulled out a mosquito coil from the counter and lit it. Sure enough, once the coil was lit, the annoying buzzing disappeared. Mosquito coils really work well in this place. Nowadays, many mosquitoes are almost immune to them. They evolve too fast. But this original stuff is still effective. Strange. Why are there so many bugs today? Yuji scratched his hand and noticed a bug on the back of his hand. Ugh, how annoying. Yuji gave the customer a silly smile. Then he pulled out a bottle of Lucian floral water and gave himself a good spray. Ah, that stops the itching. He sprayed a bit around the shop too. Only then did he head into the kitchen, satisfied. Buzz. Thud. 3 minutes later, the fragrant sauerkraut with pork belly was ready. This was an authentic Northeast dish. It had a lot to do with the geography of the Northeast. The winters there are long. Fresh vegetables are hard to preserve, so they have the habit of pickling sauerkraut. The sauerkraut from that region is truly, truly authentic. He thought for a moment. Yuji added some sauerkraut that was about to expire. Those bugs just now were a bit weird. With goo insects running rampant lately, I have to be careful. I hope the customers are okay. Just to be safe, adding more sauerkraut can't hurt. In the dining area, Ancestor Wudong was completely dazed. He just saw Yuji light a strange stick of incense, and his precious flying locust dropped dead on the spot. Then Yuji sprayed some water. And now, not even a single goo could get near that area. Every single one that tried died instantly. It was absolutely ridiculous. Food's here. Yuji didn't share the ancestor's realization. He walked out carrying the fragrant sauerkraut and served the pork belly. The glistening broth was still bubbling. Amber-colored oil coated the tender white sauerkraut. The pork belly was a translucent reddish-brown. The layers of fat and lean meat were drizzled with shimmering oil. The sauerkraut leaves were pale and tender. After soaking up the meat juices, they glowed with a faint milky yellow. The rich aroma made even the ancestor's throat itch with hunger. The unique tartness of the sauerkraut, mixed with the subtle scent of star anise. The steaming aroma hit him right in the face. Slurp. The ancestor, who had planned to strike immediately, couldn't help but stop. I'll eat first. A few more minutes won't make a difference. He picked up a slice of pork belly with his chopsticks. The layered texture trembled slightly. When he bit into it, the savory juices exploded between his teeth. The lean meat was tender, not dry. The fat was soft and not greasy. The fresh tartness burst on his tongue. It was incredibly satisfying. The aftertaste was endless. The ancestor was so hungry, he started licking the plate. He ate until there was nothing left. Only then did he remember. He was here to plant a goo. But this kid's cooking is excellent. I might as well spare his life. I'll use a goo to control him and take him back to be my chef. That would be perfect. Yuji had no idea. He just watched with a smile. His dream was to be the god of cooking. Every time a customer licked their plate, it was the greatest form of recognition. Even though it was a pre-made meal, he had personally put it in the microwave to heat it up, so he felt like he had contributed a little. Smile all you want. You won't be smiling for long. Ancestor Wudong wickedly manipulated his strongest life, Gu, intending to launch a fatal strike. But suddenly, he saw Yu Ji's smile vanish. It was replaced by a look of horror. What's going on? My life Gu hasn't even come out yet. Ancestor Wudong was baffled. How could he have known? That from Yu Ji's perspective. Ancestor Wudong had finished the sauerkraut with pork belly with great satisfaction, licked the plate clean, and then blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. The food is poisoned. That was Yu Ji's first reaction. Damn it, someone's going to die in my shop. You actually poisoned me. Soon, Ancestor Wudong realized it himself. It was a heart-wrenching pain, spreading from his stomach to his entire body. What terrified him most was, he could feel the life force of his life Gu rapidly fading away. The biggest consequence was, his own life was also rapidly fading. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaohei, a tie? Quick, quick, quick. Go get the divine doctor. You've probably been hit by a Gu. It's okay, it's okay. Just take 2 more candies, and you'll be fine. It's definitely not because of my food. Yu Ji was in a frantic panic. He pulled a few pagoda candies from his pocket and shoved them into Ancestor Wudong's mouth. Now, the ancestor sprayed even more blood. What did you just give me? Ancestor Wudong stared with eyes full of terror. He had to be terrified. He felt that if he wasn't terrified now, he'd never get another chance. The life Gu inside him had already begun its death wail. Not to mention the other Gu insects. They were all long dead. Don't talk. Would I ever hurt you? This is good stuff. It's pagoda candy for killing parasites. There's a group of Gu-using thugs in town lately. I don't know what they're up to, but they're targeting the common folk. Oh, I told you not to talk. Bugs are starting to crawl out of your mouth. All those bugs must be so itchy. I'll go get some floral water for you. Yu Ji grabbed the floral water from the counter and poured it all over the ancestor. ABA. Ancestor Wudong was in so much pain, he couldn't even speak. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you. Technology is advancing. Pagoda candy is a thing of the past. There are more advanced deworming medicines now. If this doesn't work, I'll buy you something even better. No, I'll buy the most expensive one. Yu Ji watched the ancestor nervously, terrified that he might just drop dead. He's here. He's here. The divine doctor is here. Xiaohei dashed in, carrying the divine doctor on his shoulder. Ouch. Let me see. This is too brutal. Couldn't you have waited a bit? Wait, that's not right. Shin Isho straightened his clothes, then calmly took the man's pulse. He instantly gasped. What is it? Is he a goner? Does it have anything to do with my food? Cremation or burial? Yu Ji looked at the divine doctor anxiously. He can still be saved. And this really does have something to do with your food. Shin Isho stroked his beard with a profound expression. No way. My food comes from a standardized, large-scale factory. It's guaranteed professional customization, full process quality control with high-temperature sterilization, and plasma microwave technology. How could there be a problem? Yu Ji looked tense. I didn't understand a single word you just said. The problem is, he's a Gu master from Miaojiang. You killed his life Gu. He's currently suffering from a backlash. Are you sure you want to save him? Shin Isho was baffled by Yu Ji's nonsensical words. Miaojiang Gu master? Life Gu. Save him. Yu Ji had always thought using Gu was some high-end, mystical thing. He never would have associated it with this scruffy old man. Exactly. We should probably save him. I noticed his Gu seems to be from the same lineage as the one the emperor had. Maybe he'll have some clues. Shin Isho had seen the prince's Gu insects, and the emperor's as well. He was the most qualified person to speak on this. Fine, then save him. Yu Ji didn't really care, as long as there's nothing wrong with the pre-made meals. As for this Gu or that Gu, Yu Ji didn't give it a second thought. This stuff isn't even as tough as the snails I catch in the ditch. And they call this Gu? Shin Isho really did have some skills. After working all night, he finally stabilized Ancestor Wudong's backlash. Now, the ancestor's eyes were glazed over. He had lost all will to live. The life Gu he had nurtured with his heart's blood for over 60 years was just gone. Over 60 years. Life is short. How many 60-year periods does one get? As for the other Gu, since the life Gu was gone, the others were naturally finished too. Boss, this is bad. The Gu masters are attacking in a group. They've placed Gu in hundreds of refugees. They say if we don't release their ancestor, they'll let them die in agony. A Thai came running in early in the morning. Where are they? Yu Ji asked. Right outside on the street. A Tai pointed out the window. Let's go take a look. Shun. Isho packed his medicine bag and took the pagoda candies Yuji had given him. Xiaohei and Atai carried ancestor Wudong down. The street was cold and desolate. Two groups were in a standoff. Release our ancestor immediately. Otherwise, I'll make them wish they were dead. The leader held a rattle drum. As he shook it, the refugees in front of him began rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. Hey, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. Everyone, sit down and have a meal. Have a little drink. Let's chat first. Yuji hurried out to play peacemaker. ABA. Abu. Ancestor Wudong's body was still a bit stiff, and his speech was slurred. When he heard Yuji's suggestion, his pupils dilated instantly. He wanted to tell his men to run. Don't be afraid, ancestor. We have hostages. We'll get you back right away. The lead Gu master was full of confidence. No, it's just a small matter. There's no need for this. Yuji wanted to say more nice things, but Shin Isho behind him couldn't take it anymore. Shopkeeper you. Why are you wasting your breath on them? You bold rats. How dare you use life Gu in front of shopkeeper you? You truly don't know the height of the heavens. Take this. Pagoda suppressing the wriggling worm. Shin Isho had already seen that the Gu they used wasn't ordinary. It was life Gu nurtured with the Gu master's heart's blood. If it were ordinary Gu, he might not have much to say. But since they dared to use life Gu, they should prepare for the backlash. He pulled out the pagoda candies. One for each person. Run. Run fast. Ancestor Wudong looked at those familiar candies with absolute terror in his eyes. It's him. It's him. Unfortunately, the life Gu is connected to the Gu master's bloodline. They are linked even at the ends of the earth. How could they possibly escape? A few minutes later, the refugees stopped struggling, but the Gu masters opposite them began bleeding from their noses and mouths. You. What kind of sorcery is this? My Gu. The Gu masters, bleeding from all 7 orifices, looked incredibly eerie. How should I know your bugs were so weak? They couldn't even handle one pagoda candy. Hey, divine doctor, why don't we save them all and send them to the imperial prison? I wonder if the government will give us a reward. Yuji rolled his eyes. Behind him, Atai was breaking out in a cold sweat. Money. It's always about money. Where would the government get the money for a reward? Whatever. Everyone else is raking in money. I might as well rake in some too. I recall the palace still has quite a bit of grain hoarded. There's also some disaster relief grain left. Let's sell it all first. Everyone's been living frugally lately. We'll just eat potatoes for now. The 4 young masters of the capital reunite. Hey, Lu Fan, I heard your Gu masters were completely wiped out. The young masters were well informed. As soon as they heard the Wudong lineage Gu masters were in the imperial prison, they immediately knew Lu Fan's plan had failed. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even handle a few refugees. Lu Fan's face was dark with rage. He had spent tens of thousands of taels to invite those people out of the mountains. And this is the result? It seems that guy named you isn't easy to deal with. Let's put that grudge aside for now. We need to settle the matter at hand first. The grain situation is looking very favorable. A few fools couldn't hold their nerve and started selling at 40,000. Wang Lang said with a look of joy, with this grain, we can make a lot more money, right? Then hurry up and buy it all back. Cui he urged, we're buying. They've been dumping for a few days now. We've been finding people to buy it up. In this round, I'd say the few of us can earn at least several 100,000 taels. Wang Lang was doing the math in his head. If we can make several 100,000, we'll earn back everything we lost before. Then we'll settle the score with that guy named you. Lu Fan's face was grim. Only the thought of earning hundreds of thousands made him look slightly better. This is bad. Young masters. A huge wave of grain suddenly appeared on the market. The price has been driven down to 39,000. Are we still buying? A servant reported anxiously at the door. Did you find out where it's coming from? Wang Lang's eyes narrowed. Most of it is from the palace. Kuhua town is also continuously selling grain, and there are some individual sellers. The servant reported. It seems the emperor is making one last move. He's even brought out the palace's grain. Buy it. Buy it all. I want to see what they'll do once they're out of grain. In less than a month, I guarantee they'll have to come crawling back to buy it all. Wang Lang was full of bravado. But we don't have any more money in our accounts. The volume on the market lately has been too large, and you young masters have been buying at the peak. At 40,000 won per dough. No family can handle that kind of drain. If we don't have money, go get a loan. Once we finish this round, there will be no more grain on the market. By then, we'll be the ones calling the shots. Let the imperial family mortgage everything to us. Otherwise, without grain, their very foundation will be shaken. He also said darkly. 50,000 won per dough? Ordinary people definitely can't afford it. But if the imperial family wants to maintain stability, they'll have to buy our grain. Otherwise, with refugees everywhere, the biggest impact will be on the imperial power. If the emperor doesn't buy from us, once the people's anger boils over, we can just distribute the grain and start a new dynasty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In 1 year, most of the grain around the capital has been monopolized by them. Only some rations and a small portion of grain are still out there. It's rare to have controlled so much. So no matter how much is on the market, they have to buy it back. Otherwise, all their previous efforts will be in vain. Manhwa Town? What the hell? It's been so long, and grain prices are still rising? Yuji's eyes were shining. Unbelievable. He thought 40,000 won per dough was already ridiculous enough. But now it's actually still going up. It's heading toward 50,000. Isn't this just picking up free money? Yeah, the people in the capital are full of complaints. Except for the wealthy families. Ordinary people can't afford to eat anymore. Atai had a long face. Ever since the palace's grain was sold, and the relief grain was all swapped for potatoes, he's completely out of options. Actually, I've still got a few warehouses of grain hoarded. Find someone to help me sell it. And the potatoes in the warehouse too. You should take some out to sell as well. Sell the potatoes for cheap. As for the grain, match whatever the market price is. Yuji had collected a lot of old rice lately. The price was so low it was almost heartbreaking. Now the refugees in Manhwa Town can't even afford rice anymore. They're living entirely on potatoes and preserved vegetables. It's quite a pitiful sight. Well, there's no helping it when rice is more expensive than vegetables. What? We're selling? Selling the potatoes too? What if we run out of food? Atai was still traumatized from the previous shortage. Don't worry, the old potatoes are about to sprout anyway. They won't be edible soon. Besides, after we harvested the potatoes, didn't we plant winter wheat in the fields? And more potatoes? Spring is almost here, so we'll be harvesting again soon. It's only a matter of a few days. We can keep the supply going. He couldn't just let the land sit idle. After the last potato harvest, Yuji immediately had them replant. They're all cold-resistant varieties from the Research Institute. So he wasn't worried about the food supply at all. Even though there are a lot of people, there's a saying that goes, my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. My neighbor's granary is my granary. It's not like there's no food. It's just temporarily stored in someone else's warehouse. What's there to be nervous about? He had already discussed it with Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang. If things get desperate, they'll just take the grain back by force. There are no armies nearby that can actually fight anyway. He has 200,000 people here. Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang don't have many men, but they are all top-tier elites. The heavy armor is almost ready. Even though it's a simple design, processed by basic hardware lathes, it's still heavy armor. Over 2,000 men. Aside from the Imperial Guard, there's probably no one in this area they can't beat. So Yuji wasn't worried in the slightest. Can we really keep the supply going? Atai still didn't quite believe it, mainly because Yuji had discussed this with Hu Ben and the others. While Atai was busy catching up on his homework, he had no idea they were planning to rob others. His mindset just couldn't keep up. Relax, relax. It's a sure thing. Don't you trust me? Yuji patted his chest confidently. He had no qualms about this. In these times, what could be more important than making money? Fine, let's do it. Atai gritted his teeth and made the decision. Little did he know that this choice would lead to earth-shattering consequences. At the Qian family estate in the capital, this is bad. Master, this is bad. A new force has suddenly appeared on the market. Someone else is selling grain, and in massive quantities. A servant rushed into the room. Don't panic. It's just a little bit of grain. The big players can handle it. Master Qian sipped his tea calmly. It's different this time. Besides the grain, millions of pounds of potatoes have appeared on the market. Everyone is rushing to buy potatoes now. No one is buying grain anymore. The servant cried out. Potatoes? The kind produced in Manhwa Town? They wouldn't just dump them all at once, would they? Shopkeeper Qian snapped out of his calm, suddenly alert. It's the people from Manhwa Town, the servant confirmed. Dump the grain. Dump it all right now. Father, a huge amount of grain has appeared on the market again. It's been so long. How is there still grain available? Forget it, we can't wait any longer. Quick, sell it all. The same scene was playing out everywhere. Everyone knew exactly what the major families were planning. They originally wanted to wait so they could get a bigger piece of the pie. But now, they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Many people had hoarded grain hoping to make a fortune. They had borrowed money to buy that grain. The daily interest was astronomical. It was already a miracle they had held out this long. If they held on any longer, they would be ruined. Even if we only get 40,000, just sell it. To them, it's about the same. The young masters at the restaurant near the grain shop. This is bad. The Liang family's prices dropped again. It's down to 38,000 now. The manager of the grain shop came running in a panic. Pull it back up. Prop the price up. Wang Lang said, exasperated. We can't. Everyone is selling off their stock right now. Next door, potatoes have dropped to 10 copper coins a peck. No one is buying grain at all. The manager had a look of despair on his face. He had hoarded grain too. But now, he couldn't sell a single grain. Then we'll sell at 38,000. We can still make a small profit. Wang Lang was getting anxious. He wanted to sell while the price was still at 38,000. Just get rid of it. If we wait any longer, the consequences will be unthinkable. It's not a matter of whether we sell or not. The problem is, no one is buying. The manager looked devastated. We're in a stage where there's a price, but no market. What about the disaster relief? What is the imperial family using for relief? Wang Lang panicked. And what about the young master? There are no refugees left in the capital. They've all run off to Kowa Town. The manager slapped his thigh in frustration. Ever since Kowa Town started giving out those special dishes, you can't even find a single beggar around the capital. Everyone knows the benefits over there are amazing. Sure, you have to work, but the food is great. You never have to worry about going hungry. Then sell it. Sell it now. It's fine if the price is a bit lower. Just get rid of the grain as fast as possible. Wang Lang was starting to lose it. Hoarding all that grain requires people to guard it every day, plus the warehouse rent and the labor for transport. It all costs money. Most importantly, he borrowed a lot to buy it. The daily interest is astronomical. Now he just wanted to sell it quickly while the price was still high. Otherwise, he'd lose everything. Kowa Town. Manager, the price of rice has dropped to 30,000. Atai reported the news in real time. Dump it. Dump it all now, Yuji said without looking up. Manager, the price is crashing too hard. It dropped another 20,000 in just one day. It's less than 8,000 now. Another day passed. Grain prices were in a total freefall. Sell it. I still have several warehouses full. Dump every last bit of it. Even at 8,000 a peck. Yuji was still making a profit. Might as well take the money while it's there. Manager, the price has hit 1,000. No one's buying. What do we do? Another day passed. Atai walked in with a long face. The price has been dropping way too fast lately. His heart couldn't take it. Then lower our price. If 900 doesn't sell, try 800. If 800 doesn't work, go to 700. Yuji didn't care. As long as it didn't hit rock bottom. He was still in the green. Right now, the cheapest old rice is 12.5 coins a peck. So Yuji set his limit at 50 coins. Anything above that is a sale. I won't lose money either way. Any cheaper, and it's not worth it. After all, these aren't peaceful times. The food shortage is still a real issue. It's just that right now, everyone is panic selling because of the price. It only makes it look like there's plenty of food. Of course, there's another reason. Too many people died this winter. With so many fewer mouths to feed. The current supply is actually enough. Not to mention Yuji, who stabilized the market with his potatoes. Manager, the price has completely bottomed out. Many places are selling for 40 coins a peck now. Are we still selling? Another week passed. The grain market had completely collapsed. Sell? Hell no. Buy? Buy it all back. Buy everything under 50. No, buy everything under 100. After all these days, Yuji's granaries were empty. If he hadn't secretly smuggled grain from the modern world, he wouldn't have lasted this long. But now that the price is down, he can't leave the warehouses empty. It's time to restock. It's cheap anyway. Most of the grain he had was sold when the price was at its peak. By the time the price hit the floor, he actually didn't have much left. He only kept selling because he needed to clear stock. Most importantly, the potatoes hoarded in the warehouse were all sold out. That was another massive windfall. Now the warehouses are so empty you could hear a mouse sneeze. I'm not hiring anyone else. I can't afford to feed more people. What made him happiest was that the Wudong ancestor he caught earlier actually earned him a reward from the court. It wasn't a lot, but it was still extra income. You got it. Atai was also excited. When the price was high, he dumped all the relief grain and the palace reserves. He made a killing. Now there's no need for disaster relief. The national treasury is looking much healthier. It's time to buy the grain back. In the capital, a piercing scream rang out. A figure leapt from the highest stargazing tower in the city. Look, a flying man. A young child pointed at the person in the air and spoke to his mother excitedly. That looks like Manager Zhou from the Luyang grain shop. It is him. How many does that make now? Hard to say. That's at least the 15th one this week. I heard Manager Wu from the Shinya grain shop took poison at home a few days ago. Serves those profiteers right for hoarding everything. Just a few days ago, your shop was charging 40,000 a peck. I was so scared I didn't dare eat for days. Yeah, if it weren't for the potato factory. I don't know if I'd even be alive right now. Now that the price is stable at 100 coins. It's judgment day for those greedy bastards. The commoners' chatter reached the nearby restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the four young masters had lost their former glory. Their eyes were hollow, like the Walking Dead. We're ruined, ruined. Lu Fan muttered to himself. They were the ones who lost the most. They bought in at the absolute peak and could only sell at the absolute bottom. They lost every single cent. Where did we go wrong? Wang Lang couldn't wrap his head around it. Where did all that grain on the market come from? No matter how much we bought, it never ended. My family is about to strike my name from the genealogy, Li Shi said, his voice devoid of life. To be honest, several million taels of silver isn't something their great families couldn't pay back, but it was enough to cripple them. These families mostly hold resources. Coming up with that much cash all at once is incredibly difficult. I've been hiding out for 3 days. I don't dare go back. I just can't. He looked miserable. He looked nothing like the confident man who was manipulating the market just days ago. I don't understand. Just as Lu Fan was about to speak, the door to their private room was kicked open. How dare you? Who are you? The four young masters stood up. Even a fallen tiger is bullied by dogs. It's only been a few days, and someone already dares to barge in on them? Well, young masters. By imperial decree, I am here to arrest the traitor, Lu Fan. Seize him. With a wave of the East Depot eunuch's hand, a group of men pinned Lu Fan to the floor. No, wait, eunuch. There must be some mistake. He forced himself to step forward. Mistake? Lu Fan conspired with a Gu master to poison the emperor and the crown prince. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. This is high treason, the worst of the 10 abominations. An unpardonable crime. I heard you all have been quite close with Lu Fan lately. The East Depot eunuch gave a sinister smile. No, I'm not close with him at all. I don't know him. Never seen him. I think I'm in the wrong room. The palace, hall of mental cultivation. The crown prince is becoming more impressive by the day. In just a few days, he not only filled the treasury with a massive sum, but also caught the Lu family red-handed. Most importantly, he didn't overreach. He didn't turn the other great families against him. He only targeted the Lu family. This move was brilliant. Zhao Yi couldn't stop praising the report he received. If the prince had used this excuse to drag several families down with him, the matter would likely have been swept under the rug. But the prince dealt with it directly without involving others. He pinned everything solely on the Lu family. Then he let the other families join in the asset seizure. This is essentially taking a huge piece of meat and sharing it with everyone. Even though he gets a smaller portion, it ensures the job gets done smoothly. After resting for so long, the emperor's condition has finally improved. He can finally manage a few simple words. The prince also sent a petition. Spring is almost here. The farmers everywhere are anxious. He's asking if we can give Yuji another reward to have him handle the resettlement of these refugees. Your Majesty, I agree. Having 300,000 refugees gathered around the capital is far too dangerous. We should disperse them as soon as possible. However, we can't raise his noble rank any further. We could, however, increase his fiefdom. Zhao Yi reported. 10,000. The emperor spoke haltingly. 10,000 households. But a 10,000 household fief is for a marquis. A marquis of 10,000 households is no joke. That's equivalent to the taxes of every single person in a town today. Solved the problem, the emperor said slowly. Sigh, it's true. Zhao Yi let out a heavy sigh. Yuji has managed 300,000 people perfectly. He already has the power of a vassal king. If we don't disperse these people properly, and he decides to rebel, it would be a disaster. Besides, we're only increasing his fief, not his rank. We're already downplaying his achievements. Kowa Town. They're here. They're here. Come over and register. Fill out the forms, everyone. You can go home now. Everyone gets grain. Everyone gets seeds. Sign up now and get a free bag of dizzy cakes. The staff from the agricultural department set up stalls in front of the temple of the war god. Once you register, you can go home, get land, grain, and seeds. They're even giving out dizzy cakes. Dizzy cakes are actually mooncakes. But because one cake can make you sleep for days, the people here call them dizzy cakes. They didn't dare give them out during the dead of winter, for fear people would freeze to death in the snow. But that's not a concern anymore. It's actually quite nice to sleep for a few days when you have nothing to do. Besides, they don't spoil. A lot of people were registering. After all, there are 300,000 people. There are bound to be many who miss home. Hey, old Wu. Why aren't you registering? Someone at the market was swinging a hammer. Register for what? My whole family died on the way here. My mother, my wife, my 2 sons, and my daughter, all gone. Everyone's gone. I have nothing left. There's no point in going back. Old Zhang, I don't see you registering either. Old Wu found a patch of dirt and lay down. I don't want to leave either. Those few acres back home. I worked myself to the bone all year just to pay taxes. It was a struggle just to keep the family fed. I heard. The court gave the manager a fief of 10,000 households. To tell you the truth, I want to be one of those 10,000 households. Old Zhang also found a spot to lie down. You still have to pay taxes on a fief, don't you? Old Wu, how can you say that? The manager saved our lives. He deserves everything he gets. Besides, I don't think the manager is that kind of person. Look at the food he gives us. It's always a full plate. There's even chicken soup. Even though it was all potatoes a few days ago, you could still taste bits of meat. Man, we never ate stuff this good before. Old Zhang thought about the meals lately. Even though there wasn't a single grain of rice, the potatoes occasionally had vegetables and meat in them. Man, he wouldn't have even dreamed of this before. That's the kind of stuff only landlords get to eat. Working for a man like him, I can actually see a future. They're right. Manager Yu is a good man. I really want to work for him for the rest of my life. Old Wu looked up at the sky. This whole time has felt like a dream. The first half was a nightmare I never want to remember. The second half is a dream I never want to wake up from. At the restaurant, Yu Ji, Hu Ben, and Xiong Shuang were drinking together. Manager, congratulations. A fief of 10,000 households. That's the treatment of a marquis. Hu Ben offered his sincere congratulations. The emperor just loves giving out rewards that don't cost him a cent. If he's so capable, why doesn't he give me some actual gold and silver? Yu Ji didn't feel much about the fief. What's the point of growing grain? Cold, hard cash would be much more practical. Manager, you're wrong about that. A fief is different. The emperor is actually being quite good to you. Xiong Shuang added. This kind of treatment was top tier in ancient times. Back then, Liu Bang ordered that anyone who killed Xiang Yu would be made a marquis of 10,000 households. In the end, they only got fiefs of a few. 1,000 households. You can see how hard it is to get 10,000. It's harder than climbing to heaven. Let's not talk about that. Forget about that. How much did you guys make on this round? Yu Ji had mentioned the Liang family's situation to them before. Oh, it's all thanks to you, Manager Yu. We brought all our stored grain from back home. We made a fortune. Following your instructions, we started buying back everything under 50. After all that buying and selling, we still have the same amount of grain. But after transport costs, we made a net profit of over 300,000 taels. If only we had more grain, we could have made over 1 million. I bet you made quite a bit too, Manager. Hu Ben was grinning from ear to ear. He used to only know how to spend money. He never knew making it could be this satisfying. Oh, I just made a little bit. Not much, really. Just about 1 million taels or so. Just a bit of pocket change from my hard work. Yu Ji waved it off. He sold in huge quantities. And at high prices. Most importantly, he never ran out of stock. I just wonder which idiots were on the receiving end of those trades. Haha. Manager Yu, you truly are amazing. A toast to you. Cheers. Hu Ben and Xiong Shuang both raised their glasses. Amazing, my foot. That old emperor didn't give me that reward for nothing. I'm the one who has to provide the grain and seeds for all these refugees. I don't even know how much of my own money I'll have to sink into this. Yu Ji sighed. Every family has its own problems. That old emperor really isn't human. Hey, why don't we just rebel? The Southern Rebel Army already sent someone to contact us. If we join them, we'd at least be made dukes. If you're willing to go, they guarantee you'll have royal power. It doesn't matter who we're fighting, right? Hu Ben didn't have much loyalty to the dynasty. They were powerful local lords themselves. They just weren't part of the civil bureaucracy. They weren't part of the inner circle. It didn't matter to them who was on the throne. Anyone can make empty promises. Supporting them? I'd rather do it myself. Yu Ji shook his head repeatedly. Those guys in the south don't seem like good people either. If they were willing to take in these refugees, they probably would have won the war by now. Then should we just overthrow him now? I heard. They've been digging up some strange stones at the quarry lately. Hu Ben was 100% satisfied with Yu Ji. He had people, food, and money. And his weapons and armor were top-notch. A man like him would never withhold military pay. Working for him would be a blast. Right. When I got up last night, I think I heard a fox crying. Xiong Shuang also remembered his late-night bathroom break. Oh my god. Hurry up and disperse the people. Good lord. Yu Ji was startled. Someone is definitely trying to stir up trouble. He had no intention of becoming emperor for now. Anyone who had an emperor who woke up at 10 a.m. and went to bed at 1 a.m. Would be in for a miserable time. Besides, being the emperor means solving the food and water problems for millions of people. He knew he didn't have that kind of capability yet. Most importantly, just looking at the emperor himself, he probably isn't as rich as I am. He doesn't have as many people or as much food. How pathetic. Manager, are you really not interested? We're being serious. Who Ben really wanted to follow a benefactor like Yuji? No way. This place is a dump. Being emperor wouldn't even be fun. Fine then. We'll just play around for now. We'll wait until you change your mind. By the way, the men in the army say they feel off if they don't eat food from your place. It's a bit rough. Manager, could you find a way to get some supplies for the army? I heard there's a type of instant noodles circulating in the Greenwood, and they get them from you. Xiong Shuang didn't push the issue. I have instant noodles, but supplying that many people would use them up too fast. I do have something good, though. Yuji thought for a moment and pulled out an item. Milk tea. Hubin had tried it before. Right. You can drink this just by adding water. You can even eat it dry. It's easy to carry, and it tastes great. Most importantly, it's nutritious. It can even stop bleeding. Milk tea is high in sugar, high in calories, and easy to carry. And with the bleeding stop function, it's basically a must-have for any army on the march. That works. But as for food, please keep an eye out for us, manager. Money is no object. Hu Ben said generously. Oh, and manager, I've heard a strange rumor lately. It's spreading pretty fast. You might want to look into it. Xiong Shuang suddenly remembered something. What rumor? Yuji asked, curious. You have a waiter here named Brother G. Word on the street is that he has a family back home. But lately, he's been using his position at the restaurant to toy with women. They say he won't give them food unless they sleep with him. He even prepared a special basement, filled with all sorts of twisted tools, whips, shackles, and even a little wooden horse. The walls of the basement are covered in shocking bloodstains. Dark red blood is everywhere, smeared all over the walls. Xiong Shuang was getting more and more into the story. Wait. What the hell are you talking about? He's currently studying for the spring exams. He's so busy he hasn't even stepped out the door. Besides, he doesn't even own a house, let alone a basement. That's total bullshit. Yuji couldn't listen to any more of it. This is pure nonsense. It's just a rumor. Just a rumor, but you should still be careful, manager. The current dynasty places a lot of importance on a candidate's reputation. If there are too many rumors, well, Xiong Shuang left it at that. I understand. Thanks for letting me know. Yuji nodded and thanked him. He knew all too well how terrifying rumors could be. But as for rumors, there wasn't much he could do. He didn't even know where to start to debunk them. Kawa Town. The 4 examiners set foot here once again. Lord Zhang, weren't we looking for a dish that can make someone faint? Why did you bring us here? The spring exams are almost here. If we don't find it soon, we'll be stuck on this sinking ship. Wang Fupei whispered into Zhang Shi's ear. Hey, listen to yourself. Would I be this excited if I hadn't found it? Zhang Shi said with excitement. Does such a thing really exist? Li Zhu leaned in and whispered. Yes, I just got word. See that? Those dizzy cakes they're holding are also called inedia cakes. 1 bite, and you'll sleep for a whole day. I only found out about this by accident. Holy crap, that's amazing. But this thing, won't there be a problem if we just bring it in and eat it? Wang Fupei said, looking worried. Of course there'd be a problem if you just ate it. But what if you accidentally ingested it? Zhang Shi said with a smirk. How can you be accidental about it? Li Zhu found it hard to believe. It's not a big deal. This stuff came from that restaurant. Let's go ask the owner. We're here. Zhang Shi stopped. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of Yuji's restaurant. Welcome, gentlemen. Please, come inside. Atai greeted them with his usual beaming smile. Manager, a word in private? Zhang Shi got straight to the point and pulled Yuji into a private room. Do you gentlemen need something from me? Yuji still remembered them. He had checked the surveillance before. It seemed these guys were trying to dodge their duties as examiners. Can mooncakes be used as a dish? Zhang Shi asked bluntly. What kind of weird fetish is this? Yuji felt a bit lightheaded. In this day and age, who on earth would want to turn mooncakes into a savory dish?